Chapter 2393, Demonwolf Mountain Ranges, Secret Demonwolf Mountain Range, Howling Wind Canyon. Feng and his team stood on a mountainside, fighting fervently to fend off a large pack of demon wolves coming up from the foot of the mountain. This pack was larger than any of the Frostwolf packs they had encountered before, with thousands of members. Moreover, every demon wolf was level 110 or higher, including level 114 demon wolves. Many of these beasts were great lords, and there were a few grand lords in the pack. None of the team members could afford to rest, lest the demon wolf pack overwhelm them. If not for the fine gold guards blocking the only path up the mountain, and Anna using a magic array to suppress the demon wolves, these beasts would have devoured Feng and his team long ago. Guild leader, this is an amazing place to grind. Pack after pack of these demon wolves are running at us. Our leveling speed here is even faster than when we were grinding Frostwolves, Blackie said, grinning when he saw another pack of demon wolves approach the foot of the mountain. I bet we can even reach level 105 in less than a day of grinding here. Compared to when they had grinded Frostwolves, their current leveling speed was on an entirely different level. They had invested a lot of time in their hunt for Frostwolves, but they didn't need to chase down demon wolves, which regularly called for reinforcements. They simply needed to station the melee fine gold guards on the front line, while the rest of the team attacked from a safe distance. These beasts are at least level 110. If we stay here, we can maintain our leveling speed until we reach the same level. If we do, we won't even have to fear the various superpowers experts when they catch up to Tier 3, Yin Tianqing said, his eyes glowing with excitement. It was true that Zero Wing had gained a massive advantage when they had reached Tier 3 so early, but Yin Tianqing understood that the various superpowers had far more and stronger experts than his guild. Zero Wing's advantage over the various superpowers was only temporary. Once the superpowers experts finished their promotion quests as well, Zero Wing would be at a disadvantage. He had constantly been concerned about this. Zero Wing's feud with Starlink was still happening, and the various powers invading from the other worlds couldn't be underestimated. Every one of these powers was eyeing the resources in level 100 neutral maps and Stoneforest City. However, this expedition had alleviated some of his concerns. After reaching Tier 3 in God's Domain, the basic attributes players earned with each level up wouldn't have as much of an impact on a player's performance as it used to. Rather, weapons, equipment, and combat standards would have a more prominent effect on players' combat power. However, by leveling up quickly, Zero Wing's peak experts would have more time for high-rank quests, which would allow them to upgrade their weapons, equipment, and combat standards sooner. With a level advantage, they had a chance of contending with the various superpowers experts and stabilizing Zero Wing's position. How can a level 100 neutral map have such a wonderful place? Feng said, chuckling when he saw his teammates' passionate expressions after Yin Tianqing had mentioned the possibility of reaching level 110 so soon. There's no lack of monsters in this area, but remaining here will be taxing on our stamina and concentration. We can't stay for too long. Feng had already known about this area and its demon wolves, but he hadn't led the team here earlier because of the atmosphere's burden on players' stamina and concentration. Considering those factors, their grinding efficiency here wasn't that much better than grinding Frostwolf packs. Moreover, the Frostwolves dropped better loot than demon wolves. However, Zero Wing's current predicament wouldn't permit him to remain in the Demonwolf mountain range for long, which had led to his decision to grind the demon wolves. The team members couldn't help but glance at their stamina and concentration gauges, and just as Feng had warned them, they noticed that they were consuming twice as much as they had while grinding Frostwolves. They really wouldn't be able to fight the demon wolves for very long. Of course, the environment here isn't all bad. It does increase our stamina and concentration consumption rates, but it is also the perfect pace to adapt to our mana bodies and train with our Tier 3 skills and spells. You'll rarely find such an opportunity elsewhere, Feng said, smiling when he saw everyone's disappointment. The Demonwolf mountain range was no ordinary forbidden land. It was a prized location for players to train after reaching Tier 3, especially since it was infested with berserk demon wolves. Not only was the map full of chaotic energy, which was much stronger here, but that energy also disrupted mana. It was the perfect situation to help players adapt to their mana bodies. The mana body was the biggest difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3. The mana body could also be referred to as a player's mana pool. Players with mana bodies controlled mana in an entirely different way than players without. At Tier 2, players used the ambient mana to power their skills and spells, but once they reached Tier 3, they'd use the mana inside themselves as well. This was why Tier 3 skills and spells were so much more powerful than those at Tier 2. However, using the mana within one's body wasn't easy. Players would need a certain level of understanding of their own mana body. Meanwhile, players would struggle to use the ambient mana in environments with chaotic energy, and as such, they'd be forced to rely on the mana within them. This was why such environments were so helpful to players as they adapted to their mana bodies. Indeed, I can sense my mana a little more clearly now. The effects aren't as apparent, but I'm finding it easier to use my own mana now, Iluafe said. After she had reached Tier 3, something had felt wrong when she had cast her Tier 3 spells, but she had brushed it off, assuming it was simply due to how unfamiliar she was with her Tier 3 physique. However, it seemed that sense of wrongness had been a result of her lack of control with her mana body, which had limited her ability to cast her Tier 3 spells. When the rest of the team realized this, they adjusted their approach as they attacked the charging Demonwolves. They started to focus on their own mana while they attacked, using this opportunity to adapt. After 2 hours of practice, the team saw significant improvements to their completion rates with their Tier 3 skills and spells. On average, the team members increased their completion rates by 4%, enough to push many of them across the 80% threshold. Iluafe, Zhao Yuru, and Alluring Summer improved the most, with all three reaching past an 85% spell completion rate. Everyone on the team grew ecstatic. They had never realized that the Howling Wind Canyon would be such an extraordinary training ground. Even Sure Feng managed to learn some new tricks. He had only had a bronze rank mana body in the past, and now that he had an epic mana body, the way he conducted mana had changed. Inspired, he could now manipulate his body with greater precision. He even gained a new understanding of his physical control in the real world. By the time the team only needed 19 more mana strands, Kola and his companions had reached level 105, crossing the first minor threshold past level 100. Without hesitation, Sure Feng handed the 3 Frostwolf sets to Kola, Turtle Dove, and Shadow Sword, which gave the 3 a large boost to their basic attributes. The defense and basic attributes are so high. I feel like I can even tank a level 110 mythic monster now, Kola exclaimed as he examined his newfound strength. Sure Feng also gave the Frost Shadow and Snow Frost sets to Yin Tianxing, Iluafe, and the rest. With their new equipment, these players' basic attributes were only slightly lower than those of ordinary Tier 3 NPCs. Armed with appropriate equipment, the team slew the incoming demon wolves far faster than before. As a result, they collected mana at a much faster rate. Guild leader, my group is almost out of stamina and concentration, Blackie announced, sounding tired. My group's running out of gas as well, Yin Tianxing added. Although the team members all had high-ranked mana bodies, they couldn't completely resist the effects of the violent mana in the area. If players with a bronze mana body tried to take their place, they would have run out ages ago. Let's retreat for now, since everyone's exhausted. Sure Feng decided after seeing that they only needed 3 more mana strands to complete their quest. They could easily collect the rest on their way back to Albagray. Sure Feng then retrieved the Crimson Dragon flying ship for everyone to board and rest. Once they boarded, the team found rooms to rest in and logged out of the game. Meanwhile, Sure Feng piloted the flying ship back to the Demonwolf Mountain Range's outer area. Once he had reached the safety of the outer area, Sure Feng received a call request from Liang Jing. Has Starlink done something again? Sure Feng asked. It hadn't been long since the last time she had called. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, there's nothing new from Starlink, but I just received a message from Chairman Xiao regarding a problem in the Heavens Rumble Training Center. He says that a group of people has shown up demanding a challenge, and they've already injured quite a few of our advanced disciples, Liang Jing said. Challengers? Shi Feng asked. Has Master Lei Bao not taken care of them? The Heaven's Rumble Training Center had no lack of challenges since so many people wanted to use Heaven's Rumble as a stepping stone to earn fame in Fenglin City overnight. However, Shi Feng normally lets Xiao Yu and Lei Bao take care of these issues. I've heard that Master Lei Bao lost in just 3 moves. Chairman Xiao only contacted me after he had run out of options, Liang Jing said. They even defeated Lei Bao. The news surprised Shi Feng, who is the challenger. Since he had begun training with Zero Wing, Lei Bao had grown considerably stronger. Even among Apex internal force experts, few were his match. No one knows, and the training center is in an uproar over it. Chairman Xiao is hoping that you can send Fire Dance to take care of this, Liang Jing said. No need. I'll visit the training center myself, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Fire Dance and the others were still in the midst of their Tier 3 promotion quest, so leaving their virtual gaming cabins wasn't convenient right now. Moreover, Shi Feng was curious to find out who was strong enough to defeat Lei Bao. Chapter 2394, Powerful Assault Fenglin City, Heaven's Rumble Training Center. As Shi Feng arrived at Heaven's Rumble Training Center's top-floor training hall, he was greeted by the sight of a large number of people. They were split into 2 groups, a large group of Heaven's Rumble's disciples and a smaller group of 3 men and 2 women. The training center's members wore tense expressions as they stared at the smaller group on the opposite side of the hall in fear. The 3 men and 2 women appeared quite young. The oldest didn't look like he had even reached 30, while the youngest of these strangers seemed to be in their early 20s. However, these 5 visitors' auras made them stand out. The eldest of the group, a man with even more bulk than Feng Mingyu, the strongest member of the Feng family's younger generation, felt like a volcano. When Shi Feng entered the hall, everyone's attention shifted to him. Hall Master Lei Bao greeted Shi Feng with an apologetic expression. Shi Feng had requested that Lei Bao serve as the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's acting hall master and continued to supply training resources. The older man had even received quite a few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, and yet a bunch of youngsters had defeated him in 3 moves, and he had been forced to request Shi Feng's presence. How are your injuries? Shi Feng asked, noticing that Lei Bao seemed a bit weaker than normal. It's nothing serious, just a few minor sprains. I'll be fine after some rest, Lei Bao said. However, you should be careful. These people aren't ordinary fighters, especially the young man leading the group. His strength is inhuman. He even took my full-powered punch and avoided injury. At this point, Lei Bao was shocked and afraid of the gorilla-like youth leading the small group of visitors. He was extraordinarily strong. Not even a neutralizing grandmaster could take his full-powered hit and emerge unscathed. However, when he had punched that youth, it had felt as if he had hit a steel wall. While Lei Bao informed Shi Feng of the recent events, the young woman in a red dress beside the gorilla youth walked over. We meet again, Hall Master Shi, the young woman said, smiling faintly. I hadn't had the chance to introduce myself the last time we met. My name is Feng Shirhan, one of Mythology's Vice Guild leaders. I am also the Qilin Corporation's representative. I've come to negotiate a partnership. Mythology. Liang Jing stared at the young woman with wide eyes. Liang Jing was no longer a stranger to the virtual gaming world. After joining Zero Wing, she had thoroughly researched both the virtual gaming world and God's domain in particular. She knew about Mythology, one of the 5 great super guilds in the virtual gaming world. Mythology stood at the apex of the virtual gaming world. However, Liang Jing had never dreamed that the Feng family would have connections with the super guild. Even Shi Feng gave Feng Shirhan a surprised look. However, he wasn't surprised to hear about Mythology, but because he had never heard about Feng Shirhan being one of the super guild's vice guild leaders during his previous life. Partnership? What kind of partnership? Shi Feng asked. Mythology's influence in God's domain goes without saying, and I'm sure you can see for yourself the guild's training capabilities, Feng Shirhan said as she gestured to the gorilla of a man behind her. Smiling, she continued, Mythology intends to develop on the eastern continent, and of the various guilds on that side of God's domain, we've deemed that Zero Wing has the most potential. We only require 51% of Zero Wing shares, and in exchange, the Qilin Corporation will provide capital, while Mythology will provide further training for Heaven's Rumble's members. We'll help your training center rise to fame, which will allow Zero Wing to recruit more talented members. And if I refuse? Shi Feng asked. I'm afraid that isn't up to you, Home Master Shi. Feng Shirhan said nonchalantly. I know that you've recently become a neutralizing Grandmaster and have successfully blocked one of my father's full-powered blows, so I'm sure you're quite confident in your strength. I'm also sure that you're confident that no fighter in Fenglin City can defeat you. But your strength is nothing before Mythology. As soon as Feng Shirhan said that, the gorilla youth behind her stepped forward, the intensity of his aura skyrocketing. His muscles bulged, tearing his shirt to reveal the dark copper skin underneath. The youth's aura became twice as strong, and the cold, killing intent he radiated even made Lei Bao shudder. A Hunglian Grandmaster, Lei Bao exclaimed. Training in the Hunglian style was already exceptionally difficult, and very few people became Hunglian masters. However, once someone mastered the style, they'd even be able to hold their ground against a neutralizing Grandmaster. Lei Bao had only heard of Hunglian Grandmasters before. He could never have guessed that the young man before him, who hadn't even reached 30, would be a Hunglian Grandmaster. No, his aura doesn't feel complete. He should still be half a step away from becoming a Grandmaster, Shi Feng calmly stated after observing the gorilla youth for a moment. As expected of a neutralizing Grandmaster, you have keen senses, Feng Shirhan said, smiling. No, Matt isn't a Hunglian Grandmaster. He's not quite mentally developed enough for that yet, but he'll have no issue taking on ordinary neutralizing Grandmasters. Do you still refuse to cooperate, Home Master Shi? She had investigated Zero Wing thoroughly, with a focus on Stone Forest City. As a city in a level 100 neutral map, it was a treasure trove. Once she had learned about that fact, she had become resolved to obtain Zero Wing, no matter the cost. With Stone Forest City under her control, she could rise through Mythology's ranks. When he heard Feng Shirhan's statement, Xiaoyu began to despair. He hadn't realized the Feng family was powerful enough to elicit the help of a half-step Hunglian Grandmaster. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Although Matt wasn't an actual Hunglian Grandmaster, he'd have an overwhelming advantage over ordinary neutralizing Grandmasters in an official competition. If Shi Feng lost to the older man, the Heaven's Rumble Training Center would be finished. He was the reason that the training center had grown to its current size and fame. If Shi Feng were defeated, Heaven's Rumble would lose everything. Liang Jing watched the exchange with a grim expression as well. Zero Wing required the Heaven's Rumble Training Center to recruit talented members. Losing it would be a major hindrance to Zero Wing's development. I won't make this too difficult for you, kid. I'll accept defeat if you can last 3 hits. If you can't, then you'll hand over Zero Wing's shares, Matt declared before his fist shot toward Shi Feng. Chapter 2395. 3 Palms. Matt's sudden attack surprised everyone in the hall. Sure enough, he can't help himself. Feng Shirhan pitted Shi Feng when she noticed Matt's attack. Matt was incredibly talented, and after working with the Hell training system, the last training system Mythology had created, his already violent tendencies had become more prominent. Now, he was a combat maniac. Even in Mythology, there were few people who could spar with Matt. With a neutralizing Grandmaster before him, the man was naturally eager to spar with Shi Feng. He had recently gotten closer to becoming a Hunglian Grandmaster and hadn't had the chance to test his strength properly. Before Shi Feng made his decision was the best opportunity for Matt to force the younger man into a fight. Although stopping Matt wasn't impossible, Feng Shirhan thought it was necessary for Shi Feng to experience Mythology's power. Lei Bao, who stood by Shi Feng's side, felt stifled when he saw Matt's punch. This strike was completely different than the hits Matt had used during their fight. Not only did this punch break the sound barrier, but it also seemed impossible to avoid. Lei Bao thought he could even hear the Grim Reaper call his name. However, just as Matt's hit was about to land, Shifeng casually took a half step back and rotated his right shoulder as if he had expected the attack. Almost as if an invisible barrier had manifested between them, Matt's punch harmlessly stopped a few centimeters away from Shifeng's shoulder. "What? Did I scare you?" Matt quipped when Shifeng hadn't made another move to stop him. "What happened to all of your confidence?" Matt was only a half-step Honglian Grandmaster, and although he was more physically fit than ordinary neutralizing Grandmasters, his mental processing couldn't compare. His senses and reaction speed were just as inferior to that of a neutralizing Grandmaster. If a neutralizing Grandmaster focused on evading his attacks, Matt would be helpless against them. In fact, if Lei Bao, a peak internal force master, had focused on evasion, their fight would have lasted a lot longer. This was why Matt had deliberately challenged Shifeng to last 3 of his punches. Otherwise, fighting Shifeng would be a waste of time. "Forget it, Matt. Hall Master sure can take your hits. I suggest you face each other in a race. At least that will give Hall Master sure a chance at victory." The tall, short-haired woman behind Fong, Shirhan ridiculed. The woman's provocation enraged Heaven's Rumble's disciples. Even veteran neutralizing Grandmasters couldn't help to match a half-step Honglian Grandmaster's physical fitness, much less Shifeng, who had only recently become a neutralizing Grandmaster. Asking Shifeng to take a direct hit from Matt was a joke. Xiaoyu began to move forward to advise Shifeng against falling into the woman's trap. If he fell for it and lost against Matt, Heaven's Rumble's reputation would be in tatters. "I never said I wasn't interested. I just don't think those terms are fair," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "I have to sell Zero Wing's shares if you win, yet you'll just pack up and leave if you lose. What benefit do I get for accepting this challenge?" "That's simple. Head instructor, sure. If you win, I'll give Zero Wing a 300 million loan, plus state-of-the-art training equipment for the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. I can guarantee that the equipment I have to offer rivals that in the country's top dojos and training centers," Fong Shirhan declared, her lips curling into a wicked grin. She reacted as if she had been expecting Shifeng to ask. "State-of-the-art training equipment." Xiaoyu's eyes glowed when he heard this. 300 million credits would be a massive boon to the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, but the state-of-the-art equipment would be far more important. The equipment Fong Shirhan offered might not be worth 300 million credits, but it was impossible to purchase on the market. Only the supplier's partners had any access. In comparison, the best equipment available to the public was 2 generations behind, which was why ordinary training centers and dojos' disciples couldn't hold a candle to those from top dojos and training centers. If the Heaven's Rumble Training Center could get its hands on this equipment, its facilities would undergo a qualitative transformation. In turn, this would make the training center more attractive to far more people. Shifeng didn't respond immediately, however. "What? You're still not satisfied?" Fong Shirhan chuckled at Shifeng's silence. "If that's not enough, state your demands, head instructor sure." She already had a good grasp on Heaven's Rumble Training Center situation. Although Lei Bao normally led the training center, and Heaven's Rumble's members received excellent training, it was nothing compared to the nation's top dojos and training centers, particularly when it came to its training facilities. If Heaven's Rumble acquired state-of-the-art equipment, its facilities would be an excellent promotional tool on their own, luring in far more members. Shifeng had no reason to reject her offer. Zero Wing desperately needed manpower, after all. Fong Shirhan assumed that the only reason Shifeng hadn't jumped at her offer was that he wasn't confident in withstanding Matt's punches. Knowing this, she wouldn't give a younger man any excuses to refuse her challenge. Everyone in the hall thought the same. They had already witnessed Matt's power. Everyone would be impressed if Shifeng remained standing after taking a single hit, let alone 3. "Since Miss Fong has asked, I only have one condition," Shifeng said, smiling. "He must withstand 3 of my palm strikes as well. If you win, Zero Wing will sell its shares. If I win, I want 20 bottles of life potion." For a moment, shocked silence filled the training hall. "Are you insane?" the tall woman behind Fong Shirhan blurted, staring at Shurfong. Hallmaster. Even Lei Bao gave the younger man an incredulous look. Honglian-style practitioners were not famed for their strength, but for their frightening defense. It was why a Honglian master would dare to fight a neutralizing grandmaster, yet refuse to acknowledge apex internal force masters. Matt was only a half-step away from reaching grandmaster status in the Honglian style, and as such, his skin and bones were as solid as steel. Trying to injure him with human strength was an utter joke. Only bullets could break through his hide now. 20 life potions. Fong Shirhan frowned. Life potions weren't like S-rank nutrient fluids. They contained an extraordinary amount of life force. Consuming one bottle of life potion would restore youth to an ordinary person, and the potions were in high demand among grandmaster martial artists. Even a major corporation like Qilin Corporation could only secure a small number of bottles. Despite being the Qilin Corporation's princess, Fong Shirhan didn't even get that many life potions per year. If Miss Fong thinks this condition is too demanding, we can forget about this challenge, Shurfong mused, chuckling. Neither the credits nor the state-of-the-art equipment was a priority for Zero Wing and Heaven's Rumble right now. The organizations would only truly be able to develop further by improving the strength of their current combatants. The life potion was undoubtedly one of the quickest ways for Zero Wing and Heaven's Rumble to do so. As long as Zero Wing and Heaven's Rumble became strong enough in the future, obtaining state-of-the-art was entirely possible if they were willing to spend a little money, but that wasn't the case for the life potions. They were truly rare items. Not even Lu Xinghua, the Starline Corporation's heir, could acquire many life potions, much less Shurfong. Fine, I agree to your condition. Fong Shiran hissed. Smiling, she continued, but remember, you only have 3 palm strikes. Of course. Shurfong nodded. You really think you can win, kid? Grinning, Matt said, even if I stood here and let you hit me 20 times, you couldn't force me to take a single step back, much less 3. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, before Matt could say anything more, Shurfong walked up to him and thrust out his palm. The strike looked light and gentle from an outsider's perspective. It didn't look like it had the power to threaten anyone. That thrust didn't even look like it could injure an ordinary passerby, let alone Matt. However, just as Shurfeng's palm was about to connect with his target, the movement changed, leaving 3 afterimages in its wake. Thud! A dull sound echoed throughout the hall, and Matt's face lost color until his complexion was a deathly pale. He stumbled 3 steps back, clutching his abdomen as he felt his knees, unable to speak for a long moment. Chapter 2396, Initial Display of Strength as Matt knelt. Silence momentarily enveloped the entire training hall. The tall woman with short hair, in particular, wore a stiff expression, her mocking words forgotten. Impossible. Matt, what happened? Mythology's members were dumbfounded by their comrade's reaction. They were all quite familiar with Matt's strength and defense, but they also knew his personality. Thus, they knew this wasn't an act. Shurfeng's palm strike had looked gentle. It hadn't even seemed powerful enough to injure an ordinary person, much less a Honglian expert like Matt. Yet after taking the hit, Matt had collapsed with his pale face twisted in pain. The strike had clearly left him with substantial injuries. Even Lei Bao and Heaven's Rumble's disciples gaped in shock, not to mention Fong Shirhan's group. What did the Hallmaster do? Heaven's Rumble disciples were confused. They had already witnessed Matt's strength earlier, when he had defeated Lei Bao in 3 moves. The man had such high defense that he had taken a full-powered blow from Lei Bao without issue. And yet, he couldn't cope with one of Shurfeng's gentle palm strikes. Did that guy use some hidden weapon? Vice Guild leader? How else would he have hurt Matt? A male youth, who was as large as Fong Mingyu, quietly asked Fong Shirhan. Aside from the old instructor, who wasn't in the hall, the strongest of Heaven's Rumble's visitors were Matt and Fong Shirhan. Since Matt couldn't speak at that moment, only Fong Shirhan could inform her companions of what Shurfong had done. The rest of Mythology's group nodded, agreeing with the male youth. They assumed that Shurfong must have cheated. No, he didn't just attack with 1 strike, but 3 instantaneous palm strikes, Feng Shirhan said, watching Shifeng with an indescribably grim expression. Moreover, all 3 strikes hit the same location, so it looked like a single attack. His physical control has already reached the spiritualization realm. 3 palm strikes. How is that possible? Their leader's answer stunned Mythology's members. Ignoring the difficulty of striking the same location multiple times, executing 3 simultaneous attacks was an unbelievable feat. They couldn't even fathom what kind of mental and physical reaction speed one would need to accomplish it. That's right, I executed 3 palm strikes, as agreed, Shifeng said, not bothering to hide the truth. He was a little surprised to see Matt so pale, however. Not only does combining 3 attacks allow me to increase my raw power, but it also doubles my hits penetrating power. To think you only received minor injuries. I'm impressed with your muscular defense. If you had come here a few days ago, I really wouldn't have been a match for you. Adjusting to his epic mana body in the Howling Wind Canyon had inspired him. After he had become a neutralizing grandmaster in the real world, his mind had begun to secrete hormones to fortify his physical prowess. His mental and physical reaction speeds, in particular, had significantly improved, but superior reaction speed wasn't enough for him to exhibit his full strength. His physical control wasn't yet perfect. However, by controlling the flow of mana in his epic mana body, he had come up with some combat techniques that would rely on his reaction speed. Although he couldn't replicate these techniques perfectly in the real world, he was able to exhibit a fraction of the technique's power. Even that fraction greatly increased his strength and penetrating power, allowing him to drive the force of his strikes toward Matt's organs. Not even an adult bear would escape such an attack unscathed. Although Matt was in incredible shape, he was only human. Once his pain had subsided to a bearable level, Matt stood, glaring at Shifeng with a hint of fear in his gaze. He abandoned any thought of fighting the younger man. "You very good. I've lost this challenge." Hunglian-style practitioners were famed for their brute strength and defense. The only reason that they dared to clash with neutralizing grandmasters was their ability to take a hit without sustaining significant injuries. On the other hand, if they got lucky and landed a bow, they could knock out their opponent with a single hit. However, they'd have to flee from a neutralizing grandmaster like Shifeng, who could ignore their defense. Fighting such an individual would only spell their death. Still, the situation confused Matt. Aside from Shifeng, he had only ever taken such a serious blow from his old instructor. His instructor was an old monster who had become a neutralizing grandmaster several decades ago. The old instructor had also received help from plenty of state-of-the-art and medication to grow stronger. His strength had long since reached inhuman levels. In comparison, Shifeng was only in his early 20s. Just how did this young man become so powerful? In that case, will you fulfill your end of the bargain, Miss Feng? Shifeng asked after Matt had admitted defeat. After his fight with Matt, Shifeng's mind spun. It wasn't because he had successfully executed a God's domain combat technique in the real world, but because of how impressed he was with Mythology's expert standards. He had never thought Mythology would be this powerful. If even Mythology could nurture such incredible fighters, other superpowers shouldn't be far behind. More than anything, Shifeng needed a large stock of life potions to nurture his own fitness, as well as help Lei Bao and Fire Dance become neutralizing grandmasters. Otherwise, Zero Wings operations in the real world would be in grave danger. The 3 palms, 1-strike technique might have looked simple, but it was extremely hard to execute. If Shifeng hadn't mentally prepared himself, and Matt hadn't simply stood there to take the hit, he wouldn't have been able to execute the technique. "I don't have 20 life potions on me right now, but I'll have someone deliver them to you before the end of tomorrow," Feng Shirhan said, frowning. Shifeng's strength had drastically exceeded her expectations. He certainly couldn't be considered an ordinary neutralizing grandmaster. "We have other matters to tend to, so we will take our leave for now. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." EU after saying so, Feng Shirhan left with her subordinates, and Shifeng didn't try to stop her. Feng Shirhan was the Qilin Corporation's princess. She couldn't afford to break a promise she made in public. After Fang Shihan's group left, cheers broke out in the training hall as the disciples celebrated. Everyone practically worshipped Shi Feng's display, which had renewed their confidence in the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Some of the normal members even considered applying to become true Heaven's Rumble disciples. However, the atmosphere in the luxury maglev car parked outside of the training center wasn't as cheerful. "We're just going to leave, Vice Guild Leader? I know we only came here to test Heaven's Rumble standards, but wasn't our main goal to compete with the training center virtually and steal its virtual combat platforms in Fenglin City? Sure, Feng might be strong, but it'll be a different story when we fight in a virtual combat platform. Not even Zero Wing's Black Flame will be a match for you with your strength as a Tier 3 player, much less Sure Feng," Matt complained. "No, we need to report this to the old instructor," Fang Shihan said, shaking her head. "No matter how you look at it, it's strange for someone as young as Sure Feng to be so powerful. I'm sure there's some big secret to his strength. If we can discover this secret, we'll gain far more authority in mythology. It might even be enough for me to become one of the headquarters' 3 great Vice Guild leaders." Chapter 2397. Ascension Realm, Fenglin City, Redstone Restaurant. Fang Shihan and her entourage stood before a man in one of the Redstone restaurant's VIP rooms, which had an antique flair. The man sat cross-legged on the floor with his eyes closed. Despite the fact that half of the man's hair had already turned white, his facial features were that of a man in his early 40s. In truth, however, he was already over 70. Although this elderly man wasn't as large or robust as Matt and the others, his aura felt like that of an unshakable mountain. Standing in his presence, one couldn't help but revere the old man. This man was none other than Situ Qingtian, Fang Shihan and her companion's instructor. "Matt, is Shi Feng truly as powerful as Shihan described? Was he really able to combine the power of his attacks?" Situ Qingtian asked as he opened his eyes and looked at the younger man before him. "I'm sure of it. The moment after the first hit, his strike's penetrating power doubled. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough and diverted some of the force, he would have likely knocked me out," Matt said, nodding. Before today, he had only ever experienced that level of power from Situ Qingtian, and the memory of Shi Feng's hits were still fresh in his mind. "Instructor, I investigated Shi Feng thoroughly, and there were no reports of him possessing this kind of strength. He's only recently reached the Grandmaster realm and partially enhanced his mental capacity. He must have found something in God's domain that has allowed him to execute such a technique in the real world," Fang Shihan surmised. "It seems Zero Wing isn't so simple, after all. I must have many secrets," Situ Qingtian said. "I suspect this Shi Feng has made considerable progress in the realms of truth. He's likely reached the Ascension realm at the very least." "The Ascension realm? How is that possible?" Matt exclaimed. Mythology had discovered the realms of truth combat system, which had profound principles in God's domain. At first, some of the various superpowers had labeled the realms of truth as the spiritualization realm, and they had discovered that learning these principles allowed one to gain unbelievable control with combat techniques. Learning these principles was akin to engraving combat techniques on one's bones. Players that learned these principles and practiced them successfully could execute a combat technique with every movement. They could exhibit strength far beyond their natural potential. However, progressing through the realms of truth was an intense challenge. Even Matt, a genius, had barely begun, yet he was considered one of the most accomplished individuals in mythology. And now, they discovered that Shi Feng, who was much younger than Matt, had gone beyond reaching the Ascension realm. How could he allow himself to believe it? That is why I'm sure Zero Wing has hidden many secrets. Mythology has expended a lot of manpower and resources to explore the realms of truth, yet we have barely uncovered some of the training methods, Situ Qingtian said, his interest in Zero Wing growing. Zero Wing must have obtained some clues relating to the realms of truth and uncovered detailed training methods. No individual could reach such a standard by themselves otherwise. If that is true, we must obtain this secret, Fang Shihan declared, passion burning in her gaze. Mythology had constantly been searching for the realms of truth secrets, but the clues they had uncovered were few and vague. Needless to say, they had yet to discover any systematic training methods. If she could get her hands on Zero Wing's training system and combine it in Mythology's research, not only could she improve her own combat standards, but she could also gain more authority within the guild. Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing's roots on the Eastern Continent are too solid to shake right now, especially now that it has stone for a city. I'm afraid that we won't be able to cause any significant damage. Even if we target the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, our results will likely be negligible. At worst, we'll slow Zero Wing's recruitment rate, but we won't be able to harm the guild's foundations directly, Matt anxiously said. He desperately wanted a Realms of Truth training system as well. If he could progress further through the Realms of Truth, not only would he grow stronger in God's domain, but he'd also gain more combat power in the real world. Don't worry about it. Since we now know Zero Wing has obtained clues regarding the Realms of Truth, our guild will not let it out of our sight. I've read through the reports on Zero Wing. It seems the guild is at war with Starlink, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain is part of the reason it has held on for so long, Situ Qingtian calmly stated. If we can interfere and prevent Phoenix Rain from helping Zero Wing, I doubt the guild will last long against Starlink. Shirhan, visit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and inform Ku Rong of our stance. I'm sure that old fellow will make the wise decision. Understand. I'll get it done once I return, Fong Shirhan said, nodding. She had thought of pressuring the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, too, but she was only a vice guild leader from one of Mythology's many branch guilds. Although she had a good reputation in the guild, she had no authority to represent the guild in crucial matters. Now that she had permission, however, she didn't have to worry about any negative repercussions. Whether or not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would give in to her demands wasn't even a question. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds in God's domain. Even ordinary super guilds had to show it respect, not to mention a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing's main headquarters, once Shifeng received the 20 bottles of life potion from Fong Shirhan's subordinate, he gave 3 bottles to Lei Bao. He instructed the man to visit the extraordinary tower with the berserker Lei Bao had made for fun in God's domain. After his fight with Matt, Shifeng had an odd sense of impending danger. Although Zero Wing was developing smoothly in God's domain, it was far too weak in the real world, especially when it came to poaching talented fighters. The various superpowers had already begun to do so on a large scale. However, since Shifeng was so busy with his affairs in God's domain, he didn't have time to pay attention to Heaven's Rumble's development. If he wanted his training center to grow, he'd need another Grandmaster martial artist to defend it long-term. Among those working in Heaven's Rumble, Lei Bao was undoubtedly the closest to reaching the Grandmaster realm. After him, there were Fire Dance and the others. Lei Bao's physical fitness and control had already peaked, and he was only a step away from breaking into the Grandmaster realm. To make that final step, his mental capacity needed to undergo a qualitative transformation. Although training in the Extraordinary Tower wasn't nearly as effective as training in the Tower of Four Gods, Lei Bao had a high chance of making that final step with the help of the life potions. Once he became a Grandmaster, Heaven's Rumble would grow at a frightening pace. The training center would also have a much better chance of resisting the various major corporations' harassment. After finishing with Lei Bao, Shifeng split another 10 life potions among Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, Cola, Shadow Sword, and Turtle Dove, the guild's experts that had already grasped internal force. The life potions should help them develop their physical fitness and mental capacity. Shifeng then drank one of the life potions before returning to his virtual gaming cabin and logging back into God's domain. He intended to open the portal to the Western continent as soon as possible. Only then could Zero Wing stabilize its foothold in God's domain and secure enough resources and strength to develop the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. By the time Shifeng re-entered God's domain, Cola and the others were, for the most part, rested and ready. The team resumed grinding in the Demonwolf mountain range's outer region for a while, collecting the last mana strands for their quest. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, this quest is a tough one. If not for the fine gold guards, we wouldn't have had any hope of completing it. I wonder what kind of rewards we'll get once we turn it in. Blackie pondered, filled with anticipation as he watched Feng collect the final mana strand. It'd be awesome if we earned a fragmented legendary item. This was the first time they had completed an inferior legendary quest, and they had obtained this quest in a level 100+ neutral map. The quest rewards would definitely be extraordinary. All right, tidy up. Once everyone's ready, we're leaving, Feng said, chuckling at Blackie's excitement. He did not particularly care about the reward items. He knew that not even an inferior legendary quest had a high chance of granting a fragmented legendary item. Rather, he looked forward to the favorability they'd earn with the famed smith, Alba Grey. In no time, Feng and his team stood before Alba Grey once more. Chapter 2398, Disintegration Power, Activate. By the time Feng's group returned to Alba Grey, the NPC's divine might had weakened considerably. Even with the protection of the gods, the hero was in danger of dying. Seeing this, Feng had to admit that the jealous, which was incredibly powerful. With a single curse, she could cause a hero's downfall. With this kind of power and the witch's erratic mood, it was no wonder why she was considered a natural disaster. When she was in a good mood, she could help a kingdom prosper, but when her mood was sour, she could cause a kingdom's demise. Kingdoms and empires both revered and feared the woman. Lord Alba Grey, we've collected 1,000 strands of the jealous witch's mana. How shall we proceed to lift your curse? Feng asked the frozen hero. Simple. You just need to release the mana you've collected around me. Alba Grey telepathically communicated with a thread of excitement. However, while I am removing the seal, the jealous witch's frost elf will sense this. I must ask you to stop her until I am free. Just as Feng was about to ask for more information, the snow around them stirred. It then gathered into the form of a woman. The woman was nearly 2 meters tall and looked mostly human, but unlike humans, her body was made entirely of snow. Divine runes etched themselves in her frozen form, giving her a sacred aura. One couldn't help the urge to submit to her will as they stood in her presence. As if the ambient mana had discovered its master, it gathered around the woman. A higher magic elf? Everyone gasped when they saw the snow woman statistics. Myself, Yulunium, high magic elf, mythic, level 1, 10 HP 3, 500, 000, 000/3, 500, 000, 000 magic elves had considerably high life ratings in God's domain, much higher than elemental creatures. Many of the spells humans wielded in this day and age had originated from magic elves. Mana favored these beings even more than ordinary elves because they possessed bodies made of mana itself. Meanwhile, high magic elves stood above magic elves in God's domain's hierarchy, akin to kings among magic elves. Their life ratings could even rival that of dragons. Do you really think you can escape my master's curse? Yulunium mocked as she gave Alba Grey a disdainful look. She then swept her glance over Feng and his companions, saying, "Adventurers, it'd be best if you do not poke your noses into matters that do not concern you. Leave now, and I will spare you. Stay and help Alba Grey, and I'll ensure you remain here, alongside the rest of these foolish knights." As Yulunium spoke, the team felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They struggled to move as if the air around them froze them in place. Even breathing became a laborious task. Is she really a mythic monster? Kola muttered, shocked as he stared at Yulunium. With just a few words, High Magic Elf had immobilized Tier 3 players. She was nothing like the mythic monsters they had faced before. Guild leader, she is far too dangerous for us. If we try to fight her, only the personal guards will last more than 10 seconds. Yin Tianxing expended an immense amount of energy to whisper to Feng. I doubt we'll even last 5 seconds against her, Feng said, smiling bitterly at Yulunium. He had never expected this inferior legendary quest to be so vicious. Collecting 1,000 mana strands within 10 days in the Demonwolf mountain range had already been a nigh impossible task, but the challenge before them was simply a joke. They might have had a chance if the system had pitted them against an ordinary magic elf, but trying to fight a high magic elf was on par with challenging a bona fide dragon. Although they had rated a Tier 4 ice dragon, Heathwaite had been severely injured before they had arrived. Its combat power had been nowhere near its peak. Furthermore, Shurfong had been able to suppress it with his heavenly dragon's breath, which was the only reason they had had a slim chance of defeating it. Yulunium, on the other hand, was a completely different story. Not only was Yulunium's combat power at its peak, but as a high magic elf, she had hundreds of spells under her command. She could wipe a 100-man Tier 3 team off the face of God's domain in a matter of seconds. If players tried to fight her without specific tools to counter her attacks, their only hope of survival was to flee as far and fast as possible. Unfortunately, summoning a Tier 4 Great Demon with the Bible of Darkness was impossible as well. Yulunium had high enough intellect that she'd target Shurfong immediately, and the Great Demon wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Adventurers, give me 90 seconds. If you can hold out for that long, I can free myself from this curse. Alba Gray suddenly shouted. Alba Gray's words left everyone speechless. They could barely move within Yulunium's domain. They'd be lucky to stall her for 10 seconds, not to mention 90. Yulunium was no normal mythic monster. She was a creature that was more skilled with her spells than Tier 4 great wizards, and she loved large-scale combat. She could annihilate them all with one AoE spell, leaving no opportunities to challenge her. 90 seconds, after some pondering, Shurfong turned to Kola and asked, Kola, can you hold her for 10 seconds? If I activate my Berserk and life-saving skills, it should be doable, Kola said after considering his prowess. He currently wore the Frostwolf set, and with his fragmented legendary shield, he was more than capable of tanking a level 100-plus mythic monster. Yulunium's life rating rivaled that of dragons, but he shouldn't have any issues tanking her for 10 seconds if he activated his Berserk and life-saving skills. Do you have a plan, guild leader? Yin Tianqing asked. They could simply surrender, but they'd have to bear the brunt of the quest's penalty. I do, but I'm not sure if it will succeed, Shurfong replied. Unfortunately, we have no other options. Kola, get ready. If Alba Gray had asked them to stall Yulunium for several minutes, Shurfong would have had no choice but to surrender, but he had a chance if he only had to hold her off for 90 seconds. Shurfong then retrieved the Bible of Darkness and summoned a great demon. Seeing this confused his companions. They knew that Yulunium was intelligent enough to ignore the great demon and attack its summoner. How could a great demon possibly slow the high magic elf down? Although they weren't sure what Shurfong intended, they followed his instructions and split up, putting as much distance between them and Shurfong as possible. Meanwhile, Kola activated his Berserk skill and waited for Shurfang's signal. Go! Shurfong yelled once everyone was in position. He immediately released the mana they had collected around Alba Gray as Kola dashed toward the enraged ice elf, activating Justice Roar to attract her attention. Foolish humans, you will die here with the rest of these fools. Yulunium bellowed. Watching Kola, she lightly waved hand. Ice lances, over a dozen meters long, coalesced in the air and flew toward the MT. Without chanting an incantation or drawing any runes, Yulunium had cast the Tier 4 Ice-type spell, Frost Tooth. As the ice lances flew toward him, Kola relied on his combat standards and reaction speed to dodge, but he failed to evade one of the lances. He was forced to block the attack with his shield. Boom! The ice lance exploded against his shield, and the impact forced Kola to sink into the snowy ground. The attack had dealt over minus 300,000 damage, taking more than 10% of Kola's total HP. How powerful is she? Everyone's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. Kola had activated his Berserk skill and life-saving skills, so he should have substantial damage reduction. Yet he had still lost over 10% of his HP from one of Yulunium's attacks. Had he tried to charge at the Ice Elf without these skills active, she would have one-shot him. Seeing that the first attack had failed to enter target, Yulunium raised her hand again and began to chant an incantation. Responding to her command, a powerful blizzard swept toward Kola, streams of wind striking like pythons and threatening to tear Kola apart. As these wind serpents attacked, Kola was forced to halt his advance and defend himself with his shield. His HP rapidly plummeted. At this rate, he didn't have enough HP to last 5 seconds, much less 10. Fortunately, every healer on the team focused on recovering Kola's HP, keeping him alive, albeit barely. As the seconds passed, Kola's HP climbed and fell like a roller coaster as he danced on the fringes of death. The team's healers couldn't mitigate Yulunium's damage fully, and each round of healing seemed less effective as Kola steadily lost HP. I can't hold on for much longer, guild leader. Kola knew he had bit off more than he could chew as he glanced at his HP bar. As Kola finished his last word, another blizzard assaulted him from behind. Unfortunately, the wind pythons attacking from the front had him preoccupied, and he could only watch as more approached from behind. It's over. Sensing the incoming attack, Kola knew his time was up. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was none other than Shurfong. 10 seconds have passed. Leave the rest to me. Shurfong shouted over the roaring wind as he charged at the incoming wind python behind Kola. Guild leader. The team was confused as they watched Shurfong try to meet the incoming blizzard in battle. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Kola was a guardian knight, yet the blizzard's pythons had devoured a significant portion of his HP. As a swordsman, Shurfong would only dig his own grave by trying to block the python's attack. Disintegration power activate. Just as the blizzard was about to reach him, Shurfong activated the disintegration armor's strongest skill, disintegration power. The intensity of Shurfang's aura immediately skyrocketed, and gray smoke drifted from his body, shattering space around him. As the blizzard's python reached him, Shurfong swung Killing Ray to counter its attack. Chapter 2399. Power of Tier 4. As he swung Killing Ray, the python of ice and wind stretched open its maw and threatened to devour Shurfong. When the sacred sword and the blizzard clashed, the results stupefied everyone watching. With a passing flash of light, the blade sliced apart the powerful, icy attack, dispersing the blizzard. He blocked it. What did the guild leader do? Kola, who desperately fought to hold his ground against the powerful blizzard attacking him, and Yin Tianxing and the rest, who watched from a distance, wondered if they were hallucinating. Yin Tianxing and the others could tell how powerful the wind pythons were based on Kola's struggle against Yulunium's attacks. If they tried to block one of the wind python strikes, it'd be a miracle if they didn't die instantly, even with an active berserk skill. Kola had already activated his life-saving skill, which drastically reduced incoming damage. Without that, Yulunium's wind pythons would have long since ended his life. And yet, Shurfong had countered one of the wind pythons with a single strike. The outcome even surprised Shurfong. He hadn't expected his strike to be so powerful after using disintegration power to upgrade himself to a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. So, this is the true strength of a Sword Emperor. Shurfong thought as he relished the strength he had wielded with his counterattack. Shurfong had never been able to break past Tier 3 in a Tier 4 during his previous life, so he had never felt the power a Tier 4 player commanded. He only knew that they were incredibly strong. But after taking a moment to adapt to his Tier 4 epic mana body, he more or less understood why so few Tier 3 players could stand against those at Tier 4, even when wielding a fragmented legendary weapon. The differences between Tier 3 and Tier 4 players weren't limited to basic attributes and physique. There was also a qualitative difference in the way their bodies conducted mana. With his improved mana body, Shurfang's mind was clearer than ever before, and his body constantly felt at the ready. This was evident through his counterattack. He had used the bronze combat technique, Lightning Flash, executing 17 attacks in a single strike. As he did, the 17 attacks had even devoured the space before them, which was a feat he definitely wasn't capable of without disintegration power active. With how clear his mind was, he knew that Tier 3 players had no hope against Tier 4 players, even if they managed to bridge the gap between their basic attributes and physiques. A Tier 4 mental state was on an entirely different level. During the brief moment Sher Feng analyzed his Tier 4 state, Yulunium became enraged, having seen this swordsman shatter her attack, and the ambient mana began to rampage around her. The Ice Elf began to chant another incantation while she drew divine runes in the air with flying speed, stupefying Iluafe and the other magical class team members. Based on a number of runes Yulunium drew, she was clearly trying to cast a large-scale destruction spell, but normally, players needed a long time to complete such a spell. The High Magic Elf, on the other hand, drew several dozen lines of divine runes in 2 seconds. It was simply unbelievable. Before the watching team members could snap out of their dazes, a magic array covering a 200-yard radius appeared above the snowy battlefield. As it did, it sucked dry all ice-type mana in the area, concentrating it within the array's core. Insignificant humans, you will pay for your foolishness. Yulunium snarled after finishing her chant. She then raised a fine-boned finger and pointed it at Sher Feng. Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell, Frost Shower. Several hundred icy meteors pulled themselves free from the magic array and descended on the frozen lake, each one containing enough power to shatter space itself. We're doomed. Watching the incoming meteors, the team began to despair. This attack could even wipe out a team of several hundred Tier 3 players in an instant. She's finally getting serious? Sher Feng, on the other hand, wasn't surprised to see the incoming balls of ice. Calmly, he activated the 7 Luminaries' Ring's absolute domain. High magic elves could even rival gods' domain's dragons. And how powerful exactly was a dragon? A dragon was the personification of a natural disaster. Not even a full kingdom could stop a dragon's wrath, and would be forced to watch as the creature devastated its territories. High magic elves might have a slightly lower life rating than dragons, but they had the combat power to rival the monstrosities due to their exceptional talent with wielding magic. High magic elves could effortlessly cast frighteningly powerful spells, which usually required a long casting time. An ordinary Tier 4 Great Wizard, for example, would need a dozen seconds to cast a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell, but Yulunium only needed 2 seconds. As the hail of meteors bombarded the frozen lake, they transformed a 200-yard radius area into an icy hell. Fortunately, not even Tier 4 spells could break through Sher Feng's absolute domain, and Sher Feng and his companions within range of his skill emerged unharmed. The moment Yulunium's attack ended, Sher Feng charged at the Ice Elf. Yulunium was a magical class being. If she were allowed to cast her spells freely, she could even slay Tier 5 players, much less Sher Feng's Tier 3 teammates. If Sher Feng wanted to prevent her from slaughtering them all, he had to face her in melee combat. With absolute domain's protection, Sher Feng could approach Yulunium while she bombarded him with a steady stream of Tier 4 spells. But as he approached, he had to admit that this Ice Elf was incredibly powerful. Not only were her basic attributes considerably higher than his, but she also had an endless supply of Tier 4 spells at her command. Even after forcibly promoting himself to Tier 4, Sher Feng was at a major disadvantage. With absolute domain's duration running out, Zero Wings members, who watched from a distance, began to grow nervous. Yulunium would have torn Sher Feng to shreds by now, if not for absolute domain's protection. Her attacks against their guild leader weren't like the Ice Elf's assault against Kola. She had even begun to double speed cast. Combined with her already absurd casting speed, not even Sher Feng could dodge all of her attacks in time. He was forced to rely on Sword's orbit to block some of the attacks, lest the impact knock him back. As though she had anticipated the moment, Yulunium sneered and summoned a crystalline staff. The instant absolute domain came to an end. With a swing of her staff, she revealed numerous magic arrays that had been hidden under the snow around her. Countless icicles shot from the arrays, flying toward Sher Feng, and a powerful blizzard of hail and snow descended on the swordsman. Are you kidding me? Is Yulunium really just a monster? Blackie's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw the magic arrays appear around Sherfone. Not only had the Ice Elf set traps during the battle, but her traps had been so cleverly placed that not even Blackie, a cursemancer, had noticed them. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a thing in God's domain. Moreover, Yulunium had concealed over a dozen magic arrays under the snow. As they activated simultaneously, they had the power of more than a dozen tier 4 magical classes attacking as one. An attack like this would even turn a tier 4 metric tons into Swiss cheese. As expected of a high magic elf, she's even calculated my skill's duration. The incoming icicles didn't surprise Sherfone in the least. He immediately commanded his summoned Great Demon, which had been on standby, to join the fray. Mythic monsters' intellect shouldn't be underestimated after level 100, especially that of a high magic elf like Yulunium. Sherfone had expected her to employ traps. If these creatures were any weaker, the various superpowers of his previous life wouldn't have struggled so hard against superior mythics. The Great Demon appeared behind Sherfone instantly and blocked the icicles coming in from behind its master. With the Great Demon's help, Sherfone could concentrate on the wind pythons attacking him head-on. However, despite focusing on defense, the wind pythons were too powerful for him, and his HP continued to fall with each attack he blocked. If he hadn't had the help of his healer's diligent spellcasting, he wouldn't have lasted more than 15 seconds against this bombardment. With the Great Demon guarding his back and the rear-line healer's support, Sherfone had a much easier time distracting Yulunium. Before even Sherfone had realized it, another 50 or so seconds had passed, and only 5 seconds remained before Disintegration Power's duration would end. All of your efforts are futile, human. Your power is already fading, and once it does, both you and Alba Grey will forever decorate this lake as ice sculptures. Yulunium declared, flashing Sherfone a sinister grin when she sensed Disintegration Power begin to fade. Is that so? Sherfone shot back, unfazed despite Disintegration Power's duration running out. On the contrary, he revealed a bright smile as he said, I disagree. With that comment, Yulunium realized that something was amiss. She immediately shifted her gaze toward the distant Anna, but it was too late as the personal guard completed the final verse of her incantation. A holy light pierced the clouds and shot toward the frozen lake as a higher Valkyrie with 3 sets of pure white wings appeared not far from the Ice Elf. A higher Valkyrie. Yulunium's expression shifted when she saw her newest opponent. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU the Valkyrie gave Yulunium no time to prepare as she threw her thunder spear at the high magic elf. Its astonishing power exploding through the space around it. A higher Valkyrie's life rating couldn't compare to that of Dragon, but it was on par with a high magic elf-s. Yulunium was forced to focus on the higher Valkyrie's attack, defending herself. The higher Valkyrie demanded all of Yulunium's attention, and the Ice Elf had no energy to spare on Sherfone. She couldn't even defend herself from his Great Demon's attacks, which steadily chipped away at her HP. As the seconds passed, the curse on Alba Grey grew weaker, yet Yulunium couldn't do anything about it. 90 seconds after Sherfone had released the Jealous Witch's mana around the NPC, everyone heard ice shatter as Alba Grey broke free of his icy prison. Chapter 2400, Sword Saints seeing Alba Grey break free from his curse. Sherfone breathed a deep sigh of relief. Although the higher Valkyrie could keep Yulunium busy, it couldn't exist for long. If the higher Valkyrie had disappeared before Alba Grey had freed himself, Sherfone wouldn't have been able to stop the Ice Elf, even with twofold Berserk. Not only was there a full tier difference between them, but Yulunium was also powerful enough to rival a dragon. Sherfone wouldn't have been able to resist her attacks for long. Damn it! Yulunium grew incensed when she noticed Alba Grey was free. She swung her icy staff at Sherfone, bellowing, I'll send you all to hell. The high magic elf began to chant an incantation, and a threefold magic array covering a 500-yard radius began to form in the sky. The instant the array took shape, it tore apart space around it. 2 seconds later, These spatial tiers transformed into a gigantic black hole. So, this is her true strength. Sherfong looked up at the black hole with a grim expression. Tier 5 spell, Void Storm. Tier 5 spells were beyond extraordinary. They had enough power to destroy an entire city, transforming it into a lifeless land. This was why the various kingdoms and empires feared Tier 5 beings. Even emperors had to show respect before them. Sherfong had never dreamed that Yulunium could cast Tier 5 spells, despite being a Tier 4 creature. There was only a difference of 1 tier between Tier 4 and 5, but the difference between a Tier 4 spell and a Tier 5 spell was like the difference between heaven and earth. Any random Tier 5 offensive spell could severely injure a Tier 4 creature. If a Tier 4 player tried to stand against a Tier 5 spell, their death would almost be a guarantee. Even Tier 4 MTs could withstand such power. Players wouldn't even have a chance to flee since the amount of mana a Tier 5 spell commanded would freeze space around them. When Zero Wings members saw the Void Storm forming above them, they turned a deathly pale. The resulting shockwave would easily cover several thousand yards. They had no hope of escaping this spell's range. Before any of them could start running for their lives, however, a pitch-black storm emerged from the black hole, covering the world in an endless darkness. Not even Sherfong knew how to get out of this one. Absolute Domain might be able to protect them, but the skill was still on cooldown. They couldn't escape via instantaneous transfer scrolls, either, since space around them had frozen. Fortunately, they had completed their quest. Even if they died, they'd only lose some EXP, which they could quickly recover. Seeing the descending storm of darkness, Sherfong prepared to die. Suddenly, Alba Gray unsheathed the golden sword hanging from his waist and slashed it toward the endless darkness. A brilliant light spread through the darkness, purifying it. In just 3 seconds, Alba Gray's holy light had vanquished Yulunium's Void Storm. Crap, isn't that hero a little too powerful? Yin, Tianxing, and the others gaped in shock, unable to process what had just happened. In one move, Yulunium had transformed the day into night, whereas Alba Gray had returned daylight to the frozen lake with a move of his own. Their combat power was simply unbelievable. Staring at Alba Gray, Zero Wings members finally understood what it meant to be a hero. A hero could not be overwhelmed by numbers. All of the monsters they had fought were insignificant before Alba Gray. The NPC could likely even slaughter a full group of Tier 4 players instantly. Damn it, you've actually become a sword saint. Yulunium stared at Alba Gray in astonishment as her Void Storm dissipated. That's right. Removing the curse has allowed me to grasp some of the principles I needed to make a breakthrough. You're no longer a match for me. Alba Gray roared, a hint of excitement lacing his tone. Although the Jealous Witch's curse had caused him endless suffering, studying it had allowed him to understand the concepts he needed to become a true Tier 5 Sword Saint. A Tier 5 Sword Saint. Sherfong was similarly shocked, and he spun to look at Alba Gray. Alba Gray, Sacred Magic Knight. Hero, Sword Saint. Level, HP, / NPCs faced greater struggles when trying to complete their promotions. But this was also why NPC's status rose dramatically with every promotion in God's domain. A Tier 3 NPC, for example, could serve as a minor city's magistrate, while a Tier 4 NPC could serve as a magistrate in a major city. Even emperors had to show respect before Tier 5 NPCs. But as far as Sherfong could remember, Alba Gray had only been a Tier 4 hero during his previous life. This hadn't changed even after 10 years since God's Domain's launch. Alba Gray had never managed to become a Tier 5 Sword Saint. Even so, as a hero, Alba Gray had been able to contend with ordinary Tier 5 NPCs. Including his identity as a famed smith, even the various empires had taken him seriously. And yet, Alba Gray was now a Tier 5 Sword Saint. It is true. Now that you are a Sword Saint, I am no match for you. But don't you dare think this is over. Yulunium declared as she glared at Alba Gray. She then turned to Sherfong and continued. You as well, adventurer. After her bold declaration, The ice elf began to disintegrate into snowflakes. "Don't think you can get away from me that easily," Alba Gray shouted. He unsheathed the second sword hanging from his waist and charged at Yulunium, swinging the pitch-black blade. He had only executed a normal slash, but from a distance, the attack had looked like a black wall, rising into the air and extending more than 500 meters. The pitch-black wall bisected the high magic elf, and Yulunium released a harrowing scream as a snow-white energy crystal fell from her body. Although the attack had significantly weakened Yulunium's life aura, she successfully read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU as the black wall faded from existence. Only Alba Gray remained on the snow-covered lake. It seemed she still managed to escape. Alba Gray frowned as he glared at the spatial tear before him. Feng, who stood nearby, wasn't surprised in the least that the ice elf had gotten away. A mythic-ranked high magic elf was on par with a mythic-ranked world boss of the same level. In fact, she should be even stronger. She could cast Tier 5 spells, after all, which proved that she was only half a step away from becoming a Tier 5 being herself. Even a Tier 5 hero would face a long battle to kill her. With Yulunium's disappearance, Feng heard the sound of a system notification. "System, congratulations. You have completed the inferior legendary quest last night. Quest completion rate, 93%. Quest rating, S rank. Chapter 2401. Alba Gray's reward and S rank rating?" Feng was astonished when he saw the outcome of his quest. He'd thought that he had barely passed with a C rank rating. His team had spent 9 days collecting the 1,000 mana strands. He had never dreamed that he would earn an S-rank rating after taking so long. Receiving an S-rank rating for high-ranked quests with completion rate indicators was incredibly difficult in God's domain. The quests themselves were typically challenging, and players had to complete the quest to near perfection to achieve such a high result. However, if players could earn an S-rank rating, the original rewards would be improved slightly. Although the bonus wouldn't be very high, the additional rewards for an epic ranked or higher quest would be extremely valuable. A player had a 20% chance of earning an epic item as their reward for completing an epic quest, but if they gained the bonus from an S-rank rating, their chances of earning an epic item would increase to 30% or even 40%. When completing an inferior legendary quest, an S-rank rating could lead to a fragmented legendary item as a reward, which was normally impossible. Although Zero Wing had plenty of fragmented legendary items, every fragmented legendary item could enable a player to become a peak or apex expert in the future. Thus, every fragmented legendary item was a welcome addition. After the system had notified Feng of his results, Alba Gray approached him. "Fellow adventurers, thank you for saving me from that curse. I owe you all a big favor. Although my night division is no more, I will do my best to assist you with one matter," Alba Gray gratefully offered, showing none of the arrogance Tier 5 powerhouses usually possessed. "System, you have obtained Alba Gray's trust. Alba Gray's favorability of you has increased by 80 points. You have obtained Alba Gray's communication crystal." Alba Gray's statement and the system notification excited every member of the team. They had already witnessed the hero's power, and now they could reach out to Alba Gray and ask him for a favor. None of them had expected to receive this kind of reward. "Guild leader, with Alba Gray's help, we can destroy one of Starlink's cities. I can't wait to see their faces," Kola said, his eyes glowing as he gazed at Alba Gray. "That's right. Let's destroy Starlink's new city. I want to see how they intend to duke it out with us after that," Blackie exclaimed, nodding. Starlink had persistently caused trouble for Zero Wing, especially with its newest city. That city had claimed a ton of Zero Wing's potential profit. If they destroyed it, not only would Stone Forest City regain its unique status as the only city in a level 100 neutral map, but they could also deal a heavy blow to their enemy, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "No, we no longer need to resort to such a tactic," Feng said, shaking his head. Starlink had constructed a city near a level 100 neutral map, but even if Alba Gray destroyed it, there was no guarantee that Starlink couldn't construct a new city. Moreover, Other superpowers would soon have cities of their own in level 100 neutral maps. The various superpowers experts had already reached level 100 and begun to challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests. Constructing a new city near a level 100 neutral map wouldn't be difficult before long. Moreover, Alba Gray's favor was incomparably valuable, especially now that he had become a Sword Saint. Even emperors would struggle to earn a favor from this hero. Asking Alba Gray to attack a mere guild city was like killing a mosquito with a bazooka. Shurfeng then walked up to the freed hero. "Lord Hero, I am a forger and have always been passionate about my craft. I am particularly interested in mana forging, and I have heard that your research on the subject is unparalleled on the continent. I'd like to study your notes, if you'll allow it." Shurfeng stated his request after taking a deep breath. A Tier 5 Sword Saint could even destroy a kingdom with ease, much less a city, but destroying a kingdom was nothing compared to the value of a famed smith's knowledge. Due to Alba Gray's status as a famed smith, even demigods treated him with respect. Of the many things this NPC was known for, the most famous was his mana forging notes. It was the capital Alba Gray had relied on to become a famed smith in the first place. In fact, his mana forging notes were one of the reasons that the Ten Saints Empire had become as powerful as it was now. The various superpowers had fought tooth and nail for a single leaf of Alba Gray's mana forging notes. Some had even offered to trade fragmented legendary items for the pages. With Alba Gray standing before him and offering him a favor, Shurfeng had to secure the very item that made the NPC so famous. The hero took a long look at Shurfeng, and the silence stretched until it felt awkward. "Is the request too much?" Shurfeng anxiously asked. "You have a very good eye, young adventurer. You know what is most valuable," Alba Gray praised. "Unfortunately, I've stored my mana forging notes in the Ten Saints Empire's Imperial Library. Not even I have the authority to retrieve them, and unfortunately, the materials I would need to create a copy no longer exist in this world." Sure enough, although Shurfeng was disappointed, he wasn't surprised. The Ten Saints Empire treated Alba Gray's mana forging notes as a national treasure. The notes were even more valuable than a legendary item. Just as Shurfeng was about to give up and wondered if he should ask the famed smith to craft him a custom-made, fragmented legendary item, Alba Gray opened his mouth to speak again. "But don't be too disappointed. Before I penned the official mana forging notes, I created a few drafts. Although I have lost many of them, I do have one volume of my drafts with me. If you don't mind, I can gift you this volume." Alba Gray informed Shurfeng as he retrieved an ancient booklet that radiated faint traces of mana. The booklet was old and tattered, but it felt somehow timeless, as if very few things in this world could destroy it. "Thank you, Lord Hero. I will take good care of it," Shurfeng said as he accepted the booklet. He was still disheartened that he couldn't obtain the full compilation of the mana forging notes. He was surprised and pleased that he could obtain one of the notes volumes. Alba Gray had relied on his mana forging notes to become a famed smith. A single volume could easily rival the value of a legendary item. "There's no need to thank me. If you need help in the future, you may contact me through my communication crystal," Alba Gray said, smiling. He then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from everyone's vision. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU System. You have earned Alba Gray's admiration. Alba Gray's favorability of you has increased by 10 points. System. Alba Gray's favorability of you has reached 100 points. You have become Alba Gray's friend. Blackie and the others were confused as they watched the exchange. They didn't understand why Shurfeng had asked the hero for a tattered notebook, and based on their guild leader's expression, he seemed ecstatic about it. As Shurfeng stored the mana forging notes draft volume in his bag, Yin Tianqing approached with a white energy crystal in hand. "Guild leader, this crystal Ulunium dropped is very strange. Even with my master appraisal skill, I couldn't appraise it," Yin Tianqing said, a hint of excitement flashing his eyes as he gazed at the energy crystal. Chapter 2402, Sacred Magic Temple. "You couldn't appraise it?" Yin Tianqing's words piqued Shurfeng's interest. Immediately, The swordsman used omniscient eyes on the crystal. In God's domain, very few things defied appraisal at the master rank. Only special items could not be appraised by a master appraiser. Generally, these special items were of extraordinary quality, and even the most inferior among them should be at the epic rank. 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 10 seconds. Even after 15 seconds had passed, omniscient eyes still hadn't fully analyzed the crystal. What is this item? At this point, even Sherfone could not help but be surprised. When appraising items using omniscient eyes, 15 seconds were more than enough to analyze an epic item. Now, however, the loading bar was still a long way from full. Finally, when a total of 22 seconds had passed, the white energy crystal's information appeared before Sherfone. Magic key, epic rank, a key that can open the second floor of the sacred magic temples found in Lost Ruins. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Upon seeing the appraisal results, Sherfone was dumbfounded. Guild leader, what is it? Yan Tianxing asked curiously upon seeing Sherfang's surprised expression. A magic key, a secret key that can open the sacred magic temple's second floor. Sherfang said, a hint of excitement flashing across his eyes as he gazed at the white crystal in his hand. For a moment, he even wondered if the reward for achieving an S-rank rating in the quest was in Alba Gray's favor. But this magic key instead. The sacred magic temple? Everyone was confused at Sherfang's words. They could be considered very knowledgeable regarding God's domain, but this was the first time they had heard the term sacred magic temple. Judging by Sherfang's expression and manner of speaking, they concluded that it should be a very amazing place, yet they actually had never heard of it before. It's an excellent place to learn skills, spells, and magic arrays. The learning efficiency in the Sacred Magic Temple is at least double that in the outside world, Sherfang explained excitedly. The Sacred Magic Temple was a relic of ancient times, which normally only appeared in ancient ruins or lost towns. The location of the magic gate Sherfang was aiming for this time was one of these ancient ruins. This ancient ruin housed not only a magic gate that led to the Western continent, but also a sacred magic temple. This sacred magic temple was another reason why the various superpowers had grown extremely envious of the dark power that ruled over the Demonwolf mountain range in his previous life. While inside the sacred magic temple, players could freely learn the information stored there so long they had access. The information contained within the sacred magic temple was generally related to skills, spells, and magic arrays used during ancient times. While this information was outdated, it was of great help to players. Since these skills, spells, and magic arrays were the original forms of present versions, studying them would allow players to improve their control over current skills, spells, and magic arrays significantly. Hence, the Sacred Magic Temple was a place many players sought to visit. Meanwhile, every Sacred Magic Temple had a total of 3 floors, with the quality and quantity of information stored within each subsequent floor superior to the previous one. However, seals restricted access to the upper floors. Decoding these seals was beyond even a Grandmaster Magician. To enter these restricted floors, one needed to have the corresponding key to do so. Sherfang never thought that Yulunium would actually drop such a treasure. This was simply unbelievable. Guild leader, can we learn Tier 3 spells from the Sacred Magic Temple? Blackie asked eagerly when he heard Sherfang's words. Tier 3 skills and spells were exceedingly rare. Despite grinding in the Demonwolf mountain range for so many days, they had yet to come across even one Tier 3 skill book or spell book. The Tier 3 skills and spells they possessed thus far were obtained through legacy skill points. If they wished to learn more, they would have to find other ways to do so. If he could freely learn as many Tier 3 spells as possible, then his strength would definitely skyrocket. Learning Tier 3 spells? Dream on, Sherfang retorted, rolling his eyes at Blackie. If it were possible to learn Tier 3 skills and spells from the Sacred Magic Temple, there wouldn't have been so many Tier 3 players in the past that had failed to learn all of the standard Tier 3 skills and spells for their class. Having identified the magic key, Sherfang had everyone search for the remains of the magic gate. At this point, everyone was mostly of the same level as the monsters roaming the Demonwolf Mountain Range's outer area, so scouring it became a lot easier. After spending just half a day exploring, they located a hidden cave below the frozen lake. After bypassing a magic trap, the team arrived before a ruin that had been abandoned ages ago. Sure enough, this place matches the information. When Shifeng saw the tightly shut silver gate and the 3-story sacred magic temple, he inwardly breathed out a sigh of relief. Due to his reincarnation, the development of the current god's domain had greatly deviated from his previous life's version. Hence, he hadn't been confident that the Demonwolf Mountain Range's magic gate still existed in this life. Guild leader, quick, look! It's a magic gate! Blackie exclaimed in excitement, pointing at the silver gate. With this, our guild will also be able to travel between the 2 main continents. Blackie had never imagined that they would actually find a magic gate leading to the western continent. Moreover, even if he wasn't an expert in magic arrays, he could tell by the looks of the gate's shape and the magic arrays engraved on it that the gate was not a one-time use tool, but one that allowed players to freely travel between the 2 main continents. Now that Zero Wing had access to the resources of both continents, there was no doubt that the guild would develop into a superpower. It seems the gate has been preserved quite well. The restrictions aren't that significant, Shifeng said calmly as he inspected the silver gate. In its current state, the magic gate before him could be used only once a week, and each use allowed up to 10 players to be teleported, with each person costing 2,000 magic crystals. Shifeng was relatively satisfied with this outcome. It was much better than some of the other magic gates he knew of that teleported only 3 to 5 people at a time. The only troublesome aspect about the gate before him was its long cooldown. However, now that he had activated the gate, he just needed to wait a few more days to travel to the western continent and start raking in a ton of resources and credits. After inspecting the magic gate, he shifted his sights to the sacred magic temple. During his previous life, despite having access only to the sacred magic temple's first floor, he had reaped a significant harvest, especially regarding his mana control and skill completion rate. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. As for the Sacred Magic Temple's second floor, all he had was hearsay. He had never personally visited it before. As for the third floor, he had never even heard of anyone reaching it, much less information about it. While everyone else was perusing the information available on the Sacred Magic Temple's first floor, Shifeng went to access the second floor. He took out the magic key and started chanting the incantation. The activation chant was very short, and he completed it in 4 seconds. Suddenly, he felt the mana around him roil. Immediately afterward, he received a system notification. System, do you wish to enter the Sacred Magic Temple's second floor? Chapter 24:03. Reaching the realm of masters. Looking at the system notification, Shifeng immediately chose to enter the Sacred Magic Temple's second floor. Immediately, a 3-fold magic array appeared beneath Shifeng's feet, and his body instantly turned into a streak of light that shot through the corridor heavily studded with magic arrays. When Shifeng opened his eyes again, he was standing inside a majestic hall. The hall looked grand and dazzling, with 12 statues of God supporting its ceiling. As if they were alive, these statues radiated a boundless life aura, as well as a faint trace of divine might that felt as if a boulder was weighing down on Shifeng. What a powerful divine might. If a Tier 2 player were to come here, they wouldn't even be able to move. Shifeng was astonished as he looked at the statues inside the hall. Just walking was already extremely taxing for him. A Tier 2 player would most likely collapse as soon as they arrived in the hall. Subjected to the divine might here, he could feel his concentration getting depleted. Players wouldn't be able to remain in this place for long periods. Just as Shifeng was wondering why there was such a setup in the Sacred Magic Temple's second floor, the walls around him started parting, revealing a total of 3 corridors. Every one of these corridors led toward a separate hall filled with various scrolls. At the center of each of these separate halls was a tome made entirely out of gold. Magic array designs. Shifeng's breathing accelerated when he saw the golden tomes. These magic array designs weren't just any ordinary designs, but advanced magic array designs, something rarely found even in the various kingdoms and empires of God's domain. It should be known that even the Divine Beast Descent Magic Array 1 of Zero Wings current trump cards was only an intermediate magic array. An advanced magic array would be a treasure that could protect the guild from imminent peril. Meanwhile, based on a mana the golden tomes radiated, Sherfone was certain that they were advanced magic array designs. However, due to his distance from the tomes, he couldn't tell what kind of advanced magic array the designs were for the moment Sherfone started toward one of the 3 corridors. 9 magic arrays suddenly appeared in each of them. A test? After seeing these magic arrays, Sherfone more or less understood how the Sacred Magic Temple's 2nd floor operated. Of the 9 magic arrays that had appeared in each corridor, each one was stronger than the one before. Moreover, the magic arrays in each corridor differed in strength. The first magic array set up in the easiest corridor was an intermediate magic array, while a more difficult corridor had an advanced magic array, and the most difficult corridor had a master magic array. Players were most likely required to decode these magic arrays in order to reach the hall at the end of each corridor. However, since just being in the hall sapped a player's concentration, Sherfone estimated that he could remain here for only 6 or 7 hours, and this was because he possessed an advanced bloodline. An ordinary Tier 3 player would last 4 or 5 hours at best. In other words, Sherfone had to decode the magic arrays within 7 hours. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to reach the hall at the end of the corridor. As for destroying the magic arrays, that was utterly impossible. Due to the pressure from the 12 statues, even a Tier 4 player couldn't exert sufficient strength to destroy the magic arrays protecting the corridors, much less a Tier 3 player like Sherfone. Only Tier 5 players would be capable of such a feat, however. It would still be a long time before Tier 5 players started appearing in the game. Sherfone couldn't rely on external tools, either. The moment he entered the hall, only his epic spatial bag remained usable. The system had locked everything else. My time is limited, so I have no choice but to take the simplest path. After giving the matter some thought, Sherfone decided to go for the corridor protected by the intermediate magic array. However, despite the easiest corridor starting with only an intermediate magic array, the first magic array itself was by no means simple. It definitely ranked above average among intermediate magic arrays. Even an ordinary intermediate magician would need a lot of time to decode it. However, for Sherfone, who was only half a step from becoming a master magician, decoding it was a simple task. In the end, he spent only 2 minutes on the second magic array, was at least 20% more complex than the first. Sherfone spent 3 minutes on it. The third magic array was similarly an intermediate magic array, but it ranked at the top among intermediate magic arrays. Sherfone required nearly 5 minutes to decode it. Upon reaching the fourth magic array, he could not help but frown. The fourth is already an advanced magic array. Sherfone was startled as he studied the advanced magic array. Although the advanced magic array before him was a very simple one, even the simplest of advanced magic arrays was a lot more complex than the strongest intermediate magic array. Meanwhile, if the fourth magic array in his path was already an advanced magic array, he did not dare imagine what kind of magic array awaited him further on. However, despite his thoughts, Sherfone did not stop decoding the magic array and succeeded 12 minutes later. Fortunately, the fifth magic array was not as difficult as he imagined it would be. It was still an ordinary advanced magic array, only slightly more complex. He spent 15 minutes decoding this magic array. The sixth magic array reached the standard of mid-level advanced magic arrays, requiring nearly 20 minutes to decode it. The seventh magic array was an upper-level advanced magic array. At this standard, a newly minted advanced magician would need 1 or 2 hours to decode it. Sherfone, though, spent only 30 minutes. The difficulty increased to the peak-level standard by the eighth magic array. Sherfone found this advanced magic array a little tricky. However, after struggling for an hour, he still managed to decode it. A master magic array? When Feng arrived before the 9th magic array and sensed the concentration of mana within it, he felt the urge to curse out loud. There was a qualitative difference between Master Magic Arrays and Advanced Magic Arrays. Not only was a Master Magic Array far more complex, but decoding it also required multitasking. Specifically, one would have to control multiple streams of mana simultaneously. Players needed to have extraordinary control over mana to accomplish this feat, however, as only one magic array remained between him and the hall. Feng still decided to give decoding the Master Magic Array a try. The Master Magic Array before him was very basic. Hence, it was not entirely impossible for a half-step Master Magician like Feng to challenge it. He merely needed to control 3 separate flows of mana simultaneously. The difficult part was that he had to control each mana flow at a different speed in order to decode the magic array's 3 sections simultaneously. If he failed to do so, then the decoding process would miscarry. After taking a deep breath, Feng started carefully controlling the mana flow of the 3 sections, making sure that the output was neither too strong nor too weak. This level of mana control was definitely beyond Tier 2 players. On his first attempt, the decoding process failed because the output for 2 sections was too high. His second attempt went awry, as he had lowered the output for the 2 aforementioned sections by too much. The difficulty of adjusting the output to a suitable level was many times greater than trying to thread a needle. However, after repeated attempts, Feng started to grasp the appropriate way of manipulating the Master Magic Array's mana. The method was similar to how he controlled the mana inside his mana body. In fact, as he tried to decode the Master Magic Array, he also learned to exert greater control over the mana flow inside his mana body, thereby increasing the efficiency of his mana usage, following which time passed by rapidly. Feng's spirit weakened. Contrary to expectations, however, his focus did not falter in the slightest, but grew increasingly more acute. His brain activity also continuously increased. He even forgot how to control his own body, his mind treating the mana inside the Master Magic Array as his own limbs instead. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. In the next moment, 3 streams of mana flowed across the Master Magic Array at 3 different speeds. The stream that had moved too quickly on Feng's last attempt was a touch slower now, while the stream that had moved too slowly had accelerated slightly. When the 3 streams of mana had filled up the final pattern in their respective sections of the magic array, all 3 actually arrived at the magic array's center at exactly the same time. I did it! Feng could not help shouting in excitement. The moment all 3 streams of mana came into contact with each other, the magic array before him released a dazzling light. A moment later, the sound of a system notification entered Feng's ears. System, congratulations. You have become a Master Magician. Chapter 2404, Frightening Treasury System, you have become a Master Magician. Rewarding the Great Magician title. The system notification repeated 3 times. However, Feng paid no attention to it whatsoever. Instead, he shut his eyes and focused on the mana flow of his mana body. He then unsheathed Killing Ray and executed a slash. Secret technique, Lightning Flash. With just a swing of the sword, 17 sword lights crisscrossed and cut through the empty space before Feng, the attack creating a sonic boom that echoed down the corridor. No wonder the Magician class is labeled the #1 subclass. So this is why. Feng was a little surprised by the effects of his technique. Magic arrays were the foundation for controlling mana. Many items could not exist without magic arrays. Hence, many players in God's domain would pick up the Magician class as a subclass. This was especially true for forgers and alchemists, who would not be able to tread far on their path without the Magician class. However, Feng had never thought that becoming a Master Magician would raise his control over his mana body to a whole new realm. Now, not only could he simultaneously control multiple streams of mana much more quickly, but his body also became much more agile. The power of his combat techniques also improved considerably. Although his proficiency at multitasking with mana still was not particularly high, which prevented him from fully leveraging these new advantages, he just needed time. Once he familiarized himself with this process, his utilization of it in combat would improve. Moreover, the Great Magician title increased his maximum concentration by 10% and improved his mana control by 10%, which made controlling his mana body easier. At this moment, Shurfeng more or less understood why players who had become master magicians in the past were usually very powerful. Just a minor improvement toward the mana body would allow players to exhibit much greater power with their combat techniques, skills, and spells. Not to mention, a master magician could construct basic magic arrays without the assistance of materials and use these magic arrays as a tool for support or interference. The benefits of becoming a master magician were massive. Now, if he could get Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and the other magical class experts of Zero Wing to become master magicians within a short period, the guild's overall strength would definitely increase substantially. Thinking up to this point, Shurfeng shifted his gaze to the center of the nearby hall. Now that he had decoded the last magic array, the advanced magic array design was already within his reach. So long as he could obtain it, helping Zero Wing's members get promoted to the advanced magician rank and, subsequently, the master magician rank would be much easier. When Shurfeng stepped into the hall, the contents of the hall entered his view. The hall was not particularly large, only the size of about 3 basketball courts. However, many magic array scrolls were displayed all over the hall. These magic array scrolls, ranging from intermediate magic arrays to advanced magic arrays, all came in complete sets. Every one of these magic arrays was of the barrier type. Shurfeng was dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Barrier-type magic arrays were things that the current powers of God's domain urgently needed, especially intermediate barrier-type magic arrays. Past level 100, monsters at the Grand Lord rank or above would be immune to the effects of basic barrier-type magic arrays. One needed intermediate barrier-type magic arrays, or better, to suppress them. However, intermediate barrier-type magic arrays were incredibly rare. Even Zero Wing had only a few complete sets. Inside this hall, however, there were over 100 sets of intermediate barrier-type magic arrays and as many as 12 sets of advanced barrier-type magic arrays. This was practically a treasury of magic arrays. No wonder nobody was willing to reveal any concrete information about the Sacred Magic Temple's second floor. When Shurfeng looked at the treasure trove before him, he understood why there had been so little information regarding the Sacred Magic Temple's second floor in his previous life. One could make a fortune just selling the magic array scrolls here, since the various major powers were willing to pay over 1,000 gold to purchase a set of intermediate barrier-type magic arrays. After all, not all guilds possessed as many fine gold guards as Zero Wing did. Meanwhile, without the help of powerful personal guards, raiding a level 100-plus Grand Lord was an extremely difficult and costly task. However, with the suppression effects of an intermediate barrier, the raid difficulty would instantly decrease by a large margin. The expert teams of guilds would then have the ability to raid level 100-plus Grand Lords. With the scrolls for an intermediate barrier at hand, teams could also start exploring level 100 neutral maps much more boldly, as they no longer had to fear level 100-plus Grand Lords. While Shurfeng was thinking of sweeping these magic array scrolls into his bag, his gaze still drifted to the golden tome hovering in the middle of the hall. Previously, as he had been too far from the tome, he could only tell that the magic array design was of the advanced standard. Now that he was standing so close to it, he discovered that it wasn't just an ordinary advanced magic array design. Not only was the golden tome enveloped by a dense layer of mana, but it also radiated a faint trace of divine, although the power of this divine might was negligible and would have no effect on a player's performance. It still signified that the tome was once the possession of a god. Otherwise, it wouldn't have absorbed a god's aura. Following which, Shurfeng walked up to the tome to inspect it. This is an ancient magic array design. Shurfeng's breathing accelerated when he read the tome's statistics. 12 elemental pillars, ancient magic, advanced magic array, requires at least 12 tier, 2 magical classes to cast. Places a seal on all enemies within a 200-yard radius. Effects will improve by 1 grade with every additional 12 casters added. The magic array can be cast by up to 36 casters. Required materials: 1 mana stone, 12 elemental crystals, 12 magic scrolls, and 1 advanced magic scroll. Ancient magic had been lost after the Great Destruction. Although humans had researched new forms of magic after the Great Destruction, the performance of current spells and magic arrays was still greatly inferior to that of ancient spells and ancient magic arrays. This was because ancient magic was taught to humans by the gods. It was not only much more refined, but also much closer to the essence of magic. Any player that successfully learned ancient magic would be much stronger than players of the same tier. Magic arrays that applied the principles of ancient magic were also much stronger than those that did not. Only very few ancient magic arrays had been passed down in God's domain. Hence, every ancient magic array was incredibly valuable, and their designs all the more so. The value of an intermediate magic array design that applied ancient magic principles could rival that of fragmented legendary items. Needless to say, advanced versions would be even more valuable. Now that such a design had appeared before Shurfong, how could he not be surprised? For a moment, Shurfong even entertained the thought of attempting the other 2 corridors and securing the magic array designs housed in the halls beyond them. Fortunately, though, his rationality prevented him from doing so. The reason for this was very simple. If even the easiest corridor required a master magician to break through, then the other 2 corridors would definitely demand an even higher standard. At least, those 2 corridors were not challenges that a newly minted master magician, like himself, could break through for now. He would merely waste his time trying. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The materials needed for the 12 elemental pillars are relatively easy to procure. Even a mana stone, which is the most troublesome material to get, is no problem for me. So long as I can mass-produce this magic array, I can definitely raise the performance of the guild's teams by a large margin. At that time, even the superpowers expert teams won't be a match for Zero Wings when it comes to raiding field bosses. Shurfong grew excited as he looked at the design in his hands. In his opinion, even the combined value of 10 fragmented legendary items could not match the value of the 12 elemental pillars design. Guild leader, we're done setting up a teleportation point here. All we need to do is set up a teleportation device in the Ten Saints Empire, and we can teleport here anytime we want, Blackie reported excitedly after contacting Shurfong. All right, have everyone get ready. It's time we headed home, Shurfong said, nodding, and started collecting all of the magic array scrolls inside the hall. In less than 10 minutes, he had cleared out the entire hall. He then returned to White River City together with Blackie and the others. Chapter 2405 Changes to the Gravity Mountain Range, White River City, Zero Wings residence. When Shurfong and the others returned to the guild residence, an unusually depressing atmosphere greeted them. Now, less than 100 players stood in line to take the recruitment test to join Zero Wing. The guild members in the residence only seemed to reanimate as Shurfong and his companions entered the guild hall. They were all excited for their guild leader's return. It's the guild leader. The guild leader is back. This is wonderful. Boss Blackie and the others have returned as well. The several hundred players in the hall ran up to Shurfong and his team to welcome them back. When Liang Jing, who was working in the lobby, saw the group, she ran over, just as elated. Guild leader, you've finally decided to come back. Liang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't know what I was going to do if you hadn't returned soon. Why does the guild suddenly seem so disheartened? What happened while we were gone? Did we not earn enough coins from leasing Stone Forest City's private houses? Shurfong asked, curious. He had spoken with Liang Jing half a day ago about accepting coins as rent for Stone Forest City's private houses. Even in the worst-case scenario, the auction should have earned the guild around 20,000 gold, which would be more than enough to support Zero Wing for half a day. Zero Wing had other income sources, after all. Even if the guild were restricted in the Dark Knight Empire, Zero Wing shouldn't have had a problem holding on for another 5 or 6 days. We still have enough coins, but we recently learned that someone discovered a special ruin in the Gravity Mountain range, and within it, a homed eagle egg. Moreover, the power discovered more than one egg. This has caused an uproar on Dragonheart Island. Now, the various superpowers are rushing to the ruin to search for more horned eagle eggs. We've partnered with Phoenix Rain to take part in the hunt, Liang Jing said. Anxiously, she continued. However, War Blood and Starlink have begun to cause more trouble. They're doing all they can to hinder our progress in the ruin. We thought it best to send Fire Dance and the other recently promoted Tier 3 players to lead the guild's level 100+ experts to the Gravity Mountain range as reinforcements. Unfortunately, Starlink started to target our players in the neutral maps around Starmoon Kingdom, and we don't have anyone left to stop it. Horned eagle eggs? Liang Jing's report left Shurfeng a little confused. He had never considered that the Gravity Mountain range would be home to horned eagle eggs. He certainly hadn't heard of such a thing in his previous life. Horned eagles were one of God's domain's flying mounts. They were only intermediate common rank, but they were still flying mounts, and as long as players obtained their eggs and hatched them, they could take the horned eagle hatchling to a tamer, where it would become a true flying mount. The very idea of flying mounts had driven the various superpowers to the brink of madness. But aside from Zero Wing, the number of superpowers on the eastern continent with flying mounts could be counted on one hand. Flying mounts were the future of God's domain. Whoever had the most would have a massive advantage. It was easy to imagine the various superpowers' reactions to the news that someone had found horned eagle eggs in the Gravity Mountain range. Meanwhile, to prevent Zero Wing from exploring the ruin, Starlink would do all it could to limit Zero Wing's movement to the Starmoon Kingdom. Based on what we've learned from the secret pavilion, Demon Palace has secretly sent over a dozen Tier 3 experts to the Gravity Mountain range to help Starlink and War Blood against us. I'm afraid Fire Dance's group is in grave danger, Liang Jing said worriedly. By now, some of the various superpowers experts had completed their Tier 3 promotion quests, and although Zero Wing had the most right now, it couldn't take on multiple superpowers at once. In that case, let's split up into two groups, Shurfeng said as he turned to Kola and the others. Kola, Turtle Dove, Shadow Sword, you three will follow me to the Gravity Mountain range. Tianxing, you'll lead the rest of the team to deal with those bastards hunting our players in the neutral maps nearby. It's too dangerous for just the four of you, guild leader. You should take more people with you. Starlink isn't the only power in the ruin. Many superpowers are heading there as we speak, Liang Jing hurriedly advised Shurfeng. Shurfeng was the guild's symbol. They couldn't afford for something to happen to him. At this point, he no longer had the advantage of being the game's only Tier 3 player. Zero Wing couldn't afford to be as relaxed as it had been. Relax. No player should even dream of getting near the guild leader with the three of us around. Kola declared, grinning as he patted his chest. But Liang Jing gave Kola and the other two a worried look. Times had changed. Kola and his team had been busy on a quest, so they had no idea how much God's domain had changed while they've been gone. Rest assured, Big Sis Jing, we've grown a lot stronger, Shadow Sword said, nodding his agreement with Kola's statement. They had not just been wasting time in the Demonwolf mountain range. They might not be a match for a monster like Yulinium, but they were definitely strong enough to deal with new Tier 3 players. All right, enough chatting. Everyone, let's get to work, Shurfeng said. He could not help but shake his head and chuckle at Kola and Shadow Sword's confidence. He then turned back to Liang Jing, saying, I need you to purchase elemental crystals and magic cores in bulk. I have an important use for them. If you don't have enough money, sell these intermediate magic array scrolls. I'm sure they'll fetch a high price. As he spoke, Shurfeng retrieved the 100+ sets of intermediate magic array scrolls he had obtained from the Sacred Magic Temple and handed them to Liang Jing. Although the guild had quite a few elemental crystals and magic cores in stock, it didn't have nearly enough for him to exploit the 12 elemental pillars design. When she saw the scrolls, Liang Jing was stupefied. Do you really want me to sell all of these intermediate barrier scrolls, guild leader? Liang Jing had to ask. At this stage of the game, there were very few Tier 3 players in God's domain. Most of the players in level 100 neutral maps were still at Tier 2. However, exploring level 100 neutral maps was a major challenge for Tier 2 players, especially when it came to Grand Lord ranked bosses. Unfortunately, players needed to hunt these Grand Lords to obtain better equipment. Without strong enough equipment, players would have no hope of completing their Tier 3 promotion quests. Hence, the various powers had turned to magic arrays to suppress these bosses, increasing their chances of acquiring better weapons and equipment for their Tier 2 members. Because of this, intermediate barrier scrolls were incredibly popular right now, especially when sold in complete sets. A full set of intermediate barrier scrolls could easily fetch 800 gold or more. I've obtained an advanced barrier-type magic array design, so we don't need these anymore, but don't sell too many at once. Post them for sale one by one, Shifeng said. Intermediate barriers were valuable, but they couldn't compare to the 12 elemental pillars. Furthermore, this was the best time to sell intermediate barrier scrolls. As more players reached Tier 3, these scrolls would become less valuable. Since Shifeng didn't need to keep them for his guild, selling them for materials to craft advanced magic array scrolls would only benefit Zero Wing as a whole. Understand. I'll start posting them in the various kingdoms and empires' auction houses, Liang Jing said, her eyes glowing with excitement. She hadn't expected Shifeng to return with such an abundant harvest. An advanced barrier-type magic array design. With such a design, Zero Wing could produce as many advanced barrier scrolls as it wanted. With an advanced barrier, a team of Tier 2 players would even have a chance of defeating a level 100-plus Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Liang Jing left to carry out Shifeng's orders. Shifeng, on the other hand, hurried toward the Gravity Mountain range with Kola, Turtledove, and Shadow Sword. The Molten Canyon, located within the Gravity Mountain range's core region, was crowded with players. Most of them were from the various superpowers and top adventurer teams, and every one of these players had reached level 100 or higher. Several players wearing the Heaven's Blade Adventurer Team emblem fought desperately to escape the Molten Canyon. However, several hundred level 100-plus experts, led by a Tier 3 player, stood between them and the canyon's exit. Leader, what should we do? They have a Tier 3 expert on their side. We've already used up all our instantaneous movement magic scrolls. A level 101 assassin from Heaven's Blade said, watching the Tier 3 Berserker King a short distance away with an anxious expression. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. I'll hold them off while the rest of you get out of here. If you don't make it out, Blood Oath will kill the commander. The level 102 female Guardian Knight leading the team growled through gritted teeth. We've sealed the area off already. Do you really believe you can escape? Even if you guys get past us, no one can save you. No one can stop Warblood in the Gravity Mountain range. The Tier 3 Berserker King shouted, sneering at Heaven's Blade's members. The Heaven's Blade's players despaired. The Berserker King had only spoken the truth. The Warblood Adventurer team had evolved. With the help of Starlink and Demon Palace, Warblood had become Dragonheart Island's #1 adventurer team. Even if they managed to break past Warblood's blockade and got far enough to ask for help, no one would help them. However, the moment the Berserker King finished his gloating, everyone in the area heard a deep voice. Is that so? And what if Zero Wing gets involved? Chapter 2406. Shock as the question echoed throughout the canyon's exit. Everyone fell silent. None of them had ever thought someone would willingly stand against Warblood, and they all spun toward the origin of the voice. For figures, 3 men and a woman, entered the canyon. They had all hidden their information under black cloaks, and the group's leader, a man who looked to be around 30 years old, walked into the canyon as if he hadn't sensed the tense atmosphere surrounding the adventurer team groups. Zero Wing. For players? Are these people tired of living? Zero Wing's members must be insane. Shouldn't they be mindful of the time and place if they want to challenge Warblood? Warblood might be helpless against Zero Wing in the northern region, but we're in the Gravity Mountain Range's southern region. More than half of Warblood's members are in the area. Players from various major powers were watching the situation at the canyon's exit, and they were surprised and confused as they watched 4 Zero Wing members interfere in the fight between Warblood and Heaven's Blade. Warblood's members might have been afraid of the declaration if this were taking place in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region. However, in the Molten Canyon, even the various superpowers had to consider their options carefully before provoking Warblood. Warblood was the official #1 adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, after all. Even if Zero Wings members were hell-bent to poke their nose into the matter between Warblood and Heaven's Blade, they should at least compare the two sides. Numbers. A total of 600 Warblood members blocked the canyon's exit, and every one of them was level 100 or higher. In contrast, Zero Wing had only sent 4 players to interfere. Zero Wing's audacity even rendered Heaven's Blade's members speechless, not to mention the spectators from the various major powers. Everyone thought Zero Wing was playing with fire. Although they were grateful that Zero Wing's members had stepped in, those 4 players really should have considered how outmatched they were before they had interrupted. You Zero Wing players sure are bold. You dare spout such nonsense before our team leader, Remnant. You must be tired of living. A level 102, Tier 2 Ranger mocked, sneering at Sure Fang's group. Their commander had long since ordered all of the adventurer team's members to kill any Zero Wing members on sight. Unfortunately, since Zero Wing held the northern fortress and could use return scrolls to teleport to it, Warblood's members had found their targets difficult to ambush in the fields. However, Warblood's team had sealed off the Molten Canyon. Not only was communication with the outside world impossible, but they had also rendered teleportation tools, such as return scrolls, unusable. Killing any Zero Wing members they encountered would be a piece of cake. Remnant, we are your targets. There's no need to involve outsiders. If you think you can take me, let's fight. I want to see how strong you've grown after becoming a Berserker King for myself. Cleansing Flame, the female Guardian Knight leading Heaven's Blade's team, shouted to Remnant Snow, the Berserker King leading Warblood's team. She knew that escape was no longer possible for her team. Aside from how badly outnumbered they were, Remnant Snow was more than powerful enough to annihilate her entire team. She had already witnessed the strength of Tier 3 players, and she knew that Tier 2 players had no hope against them. She was grateful that Zero Wings members were so willing to help her, but she couldn't let them die for their good intentions. You actually think you qualify to challenge our leader to a one-on-one match, Flame? The level 102 Ranger from Warblood disdainfully asked Cleansing Flame. You might be strong, but our leader has already reached Tier 3. Even your vice commanders would have to think twice before challenging him. There's only one way we'll let your team leave in peace. You just have to hand over all of your weapons and equipment. If you do, we might reconsider cursing you with double the death penalty and sending you all back to level 99. As the Tier 2 Ranger ended his threat, the various major power spectators turned to Remnant Snow in awe. More players had begun to reach Tier 3, but most of them were peak experts from the various superpowers. Ordinary experts simply weren't strong enough to complete their Tier 3 promotion quests this soon. In fact, many players might never reach Tier 3. Tier 3 players were on an entirely different level compared to Tier 2 players. Even superpowers upper echelons had to treat Tier 3 players respectfully. Cleansing Flame might be one of the top-ranked team leaders from Heaven's Blade, but she doesn't qualify to challenge Remnant Snow. I wonder when I'll finally reach Tier 3, too. Reaching Tier 3 isn't so easy. Remnant Snow just got lucky. It's a pity that Cleansing Flame had chosen such a high difficulty for her promotion quest. If she had chosen a lower difficulty, she'd probably be a Tier 3 player right now. Cleansing Flame and those 4 Zero Wing members are dead for sure. Against a Tier 3 Berserker King, even a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts is nothing but cannon fodder. The various major powers experts couldn't help their rueful sighs as they watched Cleansing Flame and her team. Times had changed, and it was no longer the era of Tier 2 players. The time of quantity over quality had ended. This era belonged to Tier 3 players, and before them, Tier 2 players were nothing. A Tier 3 expert could even take out Tier 2 Apex experts in just a few moves. As Cleansing Flame waited for Remnant Snow's reply, she noticed that the Berserker was staring at the leader of Zero Wing's small group with a foreboding look on his face. It piqued her curiosity. Is something wrong, leader? The Tier 2 Ranger asked, giving Remnant Snow a strange look. Normally, Remnant Snow was quite outspoken. He had recently been promoted to team leader in Warblood, in addition to reaching Tier 3. He was now one of the candidates to become one of the adventurer team's new vice commanders. This was the prime of his life. Why else would he have been so arrogant in his exchange with Cleansing Flame? However, before the Tier 2 Ranger could continue, Remnant Snow pulled away from his team and approached Zero Wings players. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Zero Wings members are doomed now. It seems Remnant Snow intends to take care of those Zero Wing fools himself. The various major powers experts gave Sure Feng's group pitying glances as Remnant Snow made his move. Cleansing Flame, on the other hand, paled. She wanted to stop the man, but with several hundred War Blood members in her way, rushing forward would accomplish nothing. Just as the spectators expected Remnant Snow to attack, the man in question expressed his respect for Sure Feng as he reached Zero Wing's 4 players. Guild leader Black Flame, you jest. How could I show such disrespect to your request? We'll allow them to leave, Remnant Snow said. He then barked an order for Warblood's members to open a path for Cleansing Flame and her team to leave the Molten Canyon unhindered. Chapter 2407. Hidden Terror. When Remnant Snow commanded his team to give way, both the spectating experts and Heaven's Blades members were stupefied. What was going on? Had Remnant Snow hit his head at some point? Even Warblood's members gaped at Remnant Snow. They even wondered if this were some imposter. Why else would he show respect to Zero Wing's guild leader? Warblood had an irreconcilable feud with Zero Wing, and the two organizations frequently clashed in the Gravity Mountain Range. Although Zero Wing's guild leader was a Tier 3 player, Remnant Snow was a Tier 3 Berserker King. He shouldn't have any reason to treat Sure Feng respectfully. Not a single player watching the scene could understand why Remnant Snow behaved as he did. Are you deaf? Why aren't you moving? Remnant Snow snarled as his team members stared at him. Seeing his rage, Warblood's members followed their orders and opened a path for Cleansing Flame's team, regardless of how confused they were. When the watching experts saw this, they were utterly flabbergasted. At first, they had wondered if they had misheard Remnant Snow, but after watching Warblood's members move aside and let Cleansing Flame's team pass, they had to accept the odd situation as fact. I'll thank you in their place then, Team Leader Remnant. I still have other matters to deal with, so I'll be heading out, Sure Feng said. Remnant Snow's behavior had surprised him, too, but since the man had taken a step back, it'd be in poor taste if Sure Feng escalated the situation. Thus, he decided to continue on his way into the Molten Canyon after a polite response. Remnant Snow couldn't help but breathe a deep sigh of relief as he watched Sure Feng's group walk off. Others might not realize how powerful Sure Feng was, but he had experienced the swordsman's astonishing might for himself. Sure Feng had caused a huge scene on Tranquil Mine Island even before he had reached Tier 3. He had then slain Blood Oath, who had been protected by several of his bodyguards and one of the adventurer team's vice commanders, within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. And yet, Sure Feng had still slain Blood Oath. The swordsman was inhumanly strong. Now that Sure Feng had reached Tier 3, he had undoubtedly become even more terrifying. Remnant Snow had no wish to provoke such a monster. Even among Tier 3 players, there were still differences. Reaching Tier 3 did not grant invincibility. Are we really letting them go, leader? The higher-ups have made it clear that we are under no circumstances allowed to let Cleansing Flame's team leave the Molten Canyon. The Tier 2 Ranger whispered to his team leader. Even if Black Flame is Tier 3, there are plenty of us here, and we have a battle array. Do we really have to fear Black Flame? Tier 3 players were powerful, but that did not mean that Tier 2 players had no way to retaliate. Even if they couldn't defeat a Tier 3 expert, they could put up a good fight with their 100-man, large-scale battle array. If Remnant Snow joined the fray, it wouldn't be impossible to defeat Sure Feng. Yet, Remnant Snow had ordered them to allow Cleansing Flame's team to leave without a fight. Warblood's upper echelons definitely wouldn't tolerate this insubordination. That is true. I am confident that I could hold my ground against Black Flame with the help of a battle array. But do you truly believe that he's only a Tier 3 player? Remnant Snow said as he rolled his eyes at his vice team leader. Didn't you see the 3 players behind him? Even if they're all Tier 3 players, we could buy enough time for our other Tier 3 experts and Starlink's Tier 3 experts to arrive. Winning that battle isn't necessarily impossible, the Ranger insisted. Although Tier 3 players were still rare at this stage, Warblood and Starlink had a few. Surrendering without a fight would tarnish Warblood's reputation. So what if they make it here? Remnant Snow shot back, chuckling. You're aware that I learned a special skill after I completed my Tier 3 promotion, right? With this skill, I can see through Black Cloak's concealment effects. Do you know what those players' levels and equipment standards are? How strong could they possibly be? Are they level 105 players in level 100 Dark Gold set equipment? The Tier 2 Ranger offhandedly mocked the notion. He knew about Remnant Snow's identification skill. That skill was the reason Warblood had ordered the Berserker King to guard the Molten Canyon's exit in the first place. With him running the show, Heaven's Blades members wouldn't be able to sneak out of the Molten Canyon with Black Cloaks. At this point, Tier 3 experts' equipment standards weren't much higher than Tier 2 players. Most Tier 3 experts were still wearing level 100 epic equipment. A player would only have a distinct advantage if they equipped level 100 Dark Gold set equipment, but obtaining that kind of equipment was nigh impossible for current players. More experts were reaching Tier 3, but not a single power had enough Tier 3 players to raid level 100 team dungeons. And because of that, obtaining level 100 plus top-tier equipment was still extremely difficult. Players could grind level 100 plus Grand Lords, but the best equipment those field bosses would drop would be fine gold rank. Bingo, Remnant Snow said, chuckling. Not only have they reached level 105, but they're even wearing Dark Gold set equipment. Level 105? Level 100 Dark Gold set equipment? How is that possible? The Tier 2 Ranger exclaimed, astonished. Level 100 Dark Gold set equipment? Shaking his head, Remnant Snow revealed an envious expression as he said, they're not wearing level 100 Dark Gold set equipment. They're wearing level 105 Dark Gold set equipment. Impossible. How can they have possibly acquired such items? Stupefied, the Ranger refused to believe his leader's claim. Obtaining level 100 Dark Gold set equipment was an unbelievable feat at the moment, and obtaining level 105 Dark Gold set equipment was an utter joke. Yet, that was what Remnant Snow had seen after using his special identification skill, so it must be absolute truth. Furthermore, the Ranger had no reason to doubt his leader. Remnant Snow was fighting to become a vice commander. He wouldn't benefit in the least from my Flames team go. As Remnant Snow had said, even if Warblood and Starlink sent Tier 3 experts as reinforcements, they'd be nothing but a joke against those 4 Zero-Wing members. Why else would I have let Cleansing Flames team leave without a fuss? Remnant Snow asked, rolling his eyes. As he stared at Sure Fang's departing figure, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. There was one bit of information he hadn't revealed, the fact that he hadn't gleaned the slightest detail regarding Sure Fang. When he had stood before the swordsman, it had felt as if he were trying to stare down a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Honestly, the Tier 2 Ranger silently celebrated his leader's wisdom. Had they started a fight with those players, they all would have died. As Sure Fang's group passed, delving deeper into the Molten Canyon unhindered, the various experts in the area gaped in shock. Leader, is Zero-Wing's Black Flame really that powerful of a player? Remnant Snow actually stepped aside out of respect for him. The level 101 female cleric beside Cleansing Flame asked, confused and stunned. Even the various superpowers feared Tier 3 players. Yet Remnant Snow had conceded after a few words from Sure Fang. It was utterly unbelievable. I don't know exactly how powerful Guild Leader Black Flame is, but I know that this is an opportunity for us, Cleansing Flame said, excitement flashing in her eyes after seeing Remnant Snow's extraordinarily respectful display before Sure Fang. She immediately tried to catch up with a small Zero-Wing group. None of Heaven's Blades members knew what she was up to. Guild Leader Black Flame, I am Cleansing Flame, one of Heaven's Blades team leaders. Thank you for saving us. If you hadn't come along, we would have died here. Cleansing Flame sincerely thanked Surefoam. It was just a small effort on my part. There's no need to be so polite, Team Leader Flame, Surefoam said. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Surefoam hadn't intended to save Cleansing Flame's team. He had just wanted to spoil Warblood's fun. He had hoped that Remnant Snow would attack him, and he could use the chance to wipe out some of Warblood's members. He certainly hadn't expected the Berserker King to concede. It had left him with no choice but to abandon his original plan. Guild Leader Black Flame, may I request your help in saving our trapped commander? If you're willing to save our commander and her team, Heaven's Blade will offer this item as compensation, Cleansing Flame said as she revealed an ancient, withered tree branch. The branch didn't look like anything special, but it radiated a timeless aura. Moreover, it contained a powerful life force. The Tree of Life. When he saw that special tree branch, Surefoam couldn't help his shock. Chapter 2408, Elven Race's Divine Artifact. You really are amazing, Guild Leader Black Flame. You recognized it at a glance. Cleansing Flame praised the swordsman, a little surprised when Surefoam identified the tree branch. Heaven's Blade had tried all sorts of methods to appraise the branch, but failed to learn anything. In the end, they had only discovered the tree branch's identity after using an ancient appraisal scroll. And yet, Surefoam had known what the branch was after a quick glance. It was unbelievable. Everyone in God's domain knew about the Tree of Life, the Elves' divine artifact, but there was very little information available about the tree itself. The most the average player knew about the Tree of Life was that it produced the Fruit of Life. The Fruit of Life was a sacred item that could resurrect NPCs, as well as a treasure that could drastically improve a living creature's potentials. Even kings and emperors coveted the Fruit of Life. It's no wonder why Warblood is out to get you and willing to go as far as to seal off the Molten Canyon. Surefoam realized what the previous encounter had been about when he saw the tree branch in Cleansing Flame's hand. That's right. Warblood found out about the tree branch and is doing everything it can to target us in the ancient ruin. Unfortunately, our commander is still trapped in the ruin, and we aren't strong enough to save her, Cleansing Flame said, clenching her teeth. However, that branch isn't one of the Tree of Life's main branches, just a side branch, Surefoam calmly deduced. Moreover, I'm guessing that you have more than 2 or 3 side branches on your hands. I suspect you also have a main branch. How did you know? Cleansing Flame was flabbergasted. Only a handful of people in Heaven's Blade knew how many branches the adventurer team had and what kind they were. Although the Tree of Life's branches are precious, they're not valuable enough to push Warblood to such drastic measures. Besides, your willingness to offer a side branch as payment tells me that you have many more, Surefoam explained. At this point, no player in God's domain knew more about the Tree of Life than Surefoam. The Tree of Life side branches were valuable treasures, each worth multiple pieces of level 100+ epic equipment. These side branches could be cultivated to grow into a Tree of Life, and as long as they did, it would produce Water of Life. The tree wouldn't produce much Water of Life, and it would take a long time, but the liquid was immensely valuable. It was, after all, one of the few items in God's domain that could resurrect an NPC. It was even effective on Tier 5 NPCs. However, cultivating a Tree of Life from a side branch wasn't easy, not to mention producing Water of Life. One would need to sacrifice astronomical resources to accomplish the feat. Even if Warblood wanted the side branch, it wouldn't be desperate enough to seal off the Molten Canyon to get it. The only explanation was that Heaven's Blade had acquired one of the Tree of Life's main branches. The main branches were extraordinary and even more valuable than ordinary legendary items. As long as one cultivated a Tree of Life from a main branch, the tree would be capable of producing Fruit of Life. Fruits of Life were just as valuable as fragmented legendary items. Thus, it was easy to imagine how valuable a Tree of Life, which could produce an endless supply of the fruit, would be. Even super guilds would sacrifice everything to get their hands on a main branch. Hearing Surefoam's explanation, realization dawned on Cleansing Flame. Fang's deduction was correct. Warblood had discovered that Heaven's Blade had a main branch from the Tree of Life, which was why it so furiously targeted Heaven's Blade. With no other choice, her commander, Zwei, had sent her with the side branch to find outside help. These branches weren't ordinary items, and they were guaranteed to drop on death. Her commander wouldn't have been in such a precarious position otherwise. If you're hoping that Zero Wing will save your commander just for a side branch, I'm afraid that I have to refuse. I'm sure you're aware of how crazy and powerful Warblood is, not to mention its partnership with Starlink. I doubt any superpower would be willing to offend Warblood. Even if you offered me 2 or 3 side branches, I have to refuse, Foam told Cleansing Flame with a serious look. However, it's not impossible to afford Zero Wing's help. We want one of the main branches. That's the bottom line to purchase Zero Wing's help in rescuing your commander. He did not particularly care about the Tree of Life side branches. He could easily find replacements for the Water of Life. The main branch, however, was a different story. Not only could the main branch provide fruits of life, but could also yield nuclei of life. The nucleus of life was one of the required materials to produce the broken steel set equipment. It was also the most difficult material to acquire. If he could secure a source of nuclei of life, he could forge his class set equipment. An epic class-specific set equipment. Even during his previous life, very few of the various superpowers experts had obtained epic set equipment. Most had only worn an assortment of epic equipment. With the broken steel set equipment, he could roam through the truly dangerous areas of God's domain and hunt down the 3 remaining fragments of Solomon's sword. With his current strength, he only had a 10% chance of surviving in these locations, and that was only because he had the Disintegration armor, which could temporarily elevate him into a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Without the Disintegration armor, he had no chance of surviving whatsoever. Only an epic set equipment could increase his survival chances. Only the extremely lucky could find enough fragmented legendary items for the task, and he couldn't afford to rely on luck. A main branch. Cleansing Flame hesitated after hearing Fang's demand. As a mere team leader, she didn't have the authority to make that decision. Heaven's Blade had only secured 1 main branch, and if they gave it to Zero Wing, the adventurer team would suffer a huge loss. Furthermore, protecting the main branch in their possession was the very reason that her commander was struggling so desperately. She would have already offered the side branches to appease Warblood otherwise. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, Cleansing Flame couldn't deny what Feng had said. Not only was Warblood Dragonheart Island's #1 adventurer team, but also had Starlink support. No superpower on the island would be willing to offend Warblood for a mere side branch from the Tree of Life. Guild Leader Blackflame, I'm afraid I can't agree to that. I need to discuss the matter with my commander, Cleansing Flame said after giving the matter some thought. Rather than rejecting Fang's demand outright, she felt it was wisest to speak with her commander first. I understand, Feng said, not particularly surprised by Cleansing Flame's response. Cleansing Flame was only a team leader. How could someone of that rank possibly have the authority to make such an important decision? With Fang's agreement, Cleansing Flame logged out of God's domain to contact her commander offline. The offline messenger was the only way to communicate within Heaven's Blade now that Warblood had sealed off the Molten Canyon. Chapter 2409, Thunder Eagle Reappears Molten Ruin, Inner Corridor. A team with fewer than 50 members fended off 2 level 106 Grand Lord rank Guardian Knights while desperately trying to retreat toward the Molten Ruin's inner corridor. Although the team had so few members, as many as 8 of them were Tier 3 experts, including the female Guardian Knight that stood 9 meters tall and single-handedly held her ground against the 2 Grand Lords. She wore black and white runic armor, carried a shield engraved with dark runes in one hand, and wielded a 2-handed sword in the other. This female Guardian Knight's outstanding performance was the only reason that the other Tier 3 players on the team could focus on stopping the dozen or so Great Lord ranked mechanical puppets, allowing the rest of the team to pull back safely. The Guardian Knight was none other than Zwei, Heaven's Blade's famous commander and the very soul of the adventurer team. Suddenly, a level 101, Tier 3 assassin appeared beside Zvi, reporting, "Commander, I've just received an offline message from Cleansing Flame. She says that she ran into Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. After negotiations, Black Flame stated that his price for rescuing us is one of the Tree of Life's main branches." The team members fell silent when they heard the assassin's statement. "What a big appetite," a level 102, Tier 3 berserker snarled. "We're fighting so desperately to survive in the main corridor to protect the main branch. Yet Zero Wing wants it in exchange for saving us? If we just give it to Zero Wing, we'll have wasted all of our efforts." "That's right. We might as well offer it to Warblood or some other superpower. At least they'll have a better chance of saving us," a Tier 3 elementalist said, nodding in agreement. The rest of the team expressed their disapproval as well. They had gone to great lengths to protect the main branch. There was no way they'd hand it over to Zero Wing. If they had to give it away in exchange for their safety, they'd be better off making a trade with a true superpower. They'd be far more confident of a superpower saving them than Zero Wing. "Shadow, what do you think of this?" Zvi asked the Tier 3 assassin next to her. When she spoke, Zvi's voice sounded sacred, and the entire team quieted down. Everyone perked up and waited to hear their vice commander's opinion on the matter. "I'm afraid that keeping the Tree of Life's main branch will be too much of a challenge for us, Commander, and the side branches aren't nearly attractive enough to the various superpowers. No one will offend Warblood for a few side branches," Divine Shadow, the Tier 3 assassin, said. "However, I think we'll have more options if we use the main branch as a bargaining chip." "What do you suggest we do?" Zvi asked calmly. "We definitely cannot allow Warblood to benefit from our work. Zero Wing's help is negligible as well, and we can't rely on most superpowers. I've just received an offline message from 13 Thrones. I don't know how they found out, but they know we have the Tree of Life's main branch. They're willing to help us. Not only will they send reinforcements to get us out of here, but they'll also provide protection and conveniences on Dragonheart Island in the future as long as we give them the main branch," Divine Shadow said. No one was happy with it, but they understood Divine Shadow's reasoning. The Molten Ruin was extremely dangerous. Although Dragonheart Island's various superpowers were here to find horned eagle eggs, most of them couldn't get past the ruin's outer region. Very few superpowers were strong enough to explore the inner region. Heaven's Blade's team had only managed to make it that far by relying on special means. Although Zero Wing's peak combatants were no weaker than those from the various superpowers, if the superpowers couldn't set foot in the inner region, Zero Wing's experts wouldn't be able to either. 13 Thrones was their only reliable option now. After listening to her vice commander's view, Zvi fell silent as she considered her options. Her team waited silently for her decision, but they wouldn't hesitate to follow their commander's orders, regardless of what she decided. "All right, let's go with your suggestion," Zvi said. "I'll notify 13 Thrones," then Divine Shadow said as he prepared to back out of the game. "Notify Cleansing Flame as well. Tell her that if Zero Wing can reach us first, Heaven's Blade will offer Zero Wing the main branch. Tell 13 Thrones the same thing," Zvi said after giving the matter some thought. "Understood." Divine Shadow nodded before disappearing from the corridor. Warblood was persistent in chasing their team in the inner corridor, and as they delved deeper into the Molten Ruin, they'd encounter more danger. Their team could only survive for a short time. They couldn't just rely on 13 Thrones' promise to save them. Moreover, Zero Wing had done the adventurer team a favor when it had saved Cleansing Flame's team. Outright refusing the guild wouldn't be wise. Although Zero Wing had a slim chance of reaching their team, at least it had a chance to compete against 13 Thrones with equal conditions. Once Divine Shadow had logged out, he notified Cleansing Flame and 13 Thrones representative of Zvi's decision. Whichever guild reached Zvi's team first would become Heaven's Blade's business partner. Meanwhile, Sherfone and his entourage rested in a dense forest within the Molten Canyon while they waited for Cleansing Flame to log back into God's domain. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you can reach our commander before 13 Thrones, she'll agree to your demands. I hope you can understand. Cleansing Flame apologized after returning to the game. Naturally, 13 Thrones had more members in the Molten Ruin than Zero Wing. The superpower had long since dispatched a large force of experts to the ruin to search for homed eagle eggs. In fact, it had been the first guild to send experts into the Molten Ruin's inner region. Ordinary expert teams had no place in the Molten Ruin's inner region. Even with more than 20 Tier 3 experts leading its team, 13 Thrones had taken nearly 3 hours to reach the inner corridor. The monsters that guarded the path to the inner region were immensely powerful, and ordinary superpowers were utterly powerless against them. Heaven's Blade's team had only reached the inner region by relying on special means. In contrast to 13 Thrones' team, which was already in the area, Zero Wing's main force hadn't even gathered in the Molten Canyon yet. By the time the team arrived, 13 Thrones would have secured her commander's team. Sure, Feng had saved her team, but Cleansing Flame knew she couldn't change her commander's mind. This concerned the adventurer team's survival. After all, understand, the survival of your adventurer team comes first. Commander Zvi has made a wise decision, Sure Feng said, chuckling. He knew what Heaven's Blade was trying to pull. I just want to clarify, you're saying that if Zero Wing's members reach your commander and rescue her first, she'll hand us the Tree of Life's main branch, right? I believe that's the case. The question confused Cleansing Flame a little, but she nodded after finding no flaws in Sure Feng's statement. That will make things simple, Sure Feng said, smiling. Would you be willing to sign a contract with Zero Wing regarding this matter? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Simple. Cleansing Flame was even more confused, but she agreed to sign the contract. Her commander had already agreed to the conditions, and there was no harm in her representing her commander and adventurer team on the contract. Cleansing Flame and Sure Feng signed a contract while one of her subordinates reported back to Heaven's Blade's commander. Since that's taken care of, let's go, Sure Feng said, satisfied with the contract. Go? Go where? To save your commander, of course, Sure Feng said, smiling. He then took out the Thunder Eagle's summoning flute and summoned the flying mount. A gigantic eagle with a wingspan of over 20 meters appeared above the forest with a deafening screech that echoed throughout the Molten Canyon. Chapter 24:10. Rescue Team? The surrounding players immediately noticed the Thunder Eagle's appearance. A flying mount. What a powerful flying mount. Based on its aura, it's as strong as a level 100 Great Lord. Too cool. When will I get to ride a flying mount like that? The various major powers fell into a heated discussion when they noticed the Thunder Eagle, visibly envious. If not for the fact that summoning flutes occupied a bag space and had an abysmally low chance of dropping, they would have charged forth to try to steal the flying mount. So, this is the rumored Thunder Eagle? Cleansing Flame stared at the massive bird of prey as it descended. Although the various superpowers, Heaven's Blade included, were searching for homed eagle eggs in the Molten Ruin, none of them had a clear idea of what a flying mount was. They had only ever seen the creature on a video. Seeing the Thunder Eagle in person, Cleansing Flame thought it was even more majestic than a private plane. Hop on. There are too many monsters on the way. We'll get there faster by air. Sure Feng invited Cleansing Flame on the Thunder Eagle's back after jumping on himself. Although the Molten Canyon was a dangerous area, players could fly if they had the means. Sure Feng had only refrained from using his flying mount because of how incredibly conspicuous it was. If he had flown into the Molten Canyon, everyone would have immediately realized that Zero Wing's guild leader was in the area. But he no longer cared about hiding his identity. The Tree of Life's main branch was of utmost importance, and the only way his small team would reach the Molten Ruin quickly was by flying on the Thunder Eagle. Moreover, since Warblood had sealed off the Molten Canyon, players within the canyon couldn't use their in-game communication system, which made it easier for Sure Feng to hide his tracks. With Sure Feng's invite, Cleansing Flame and the few surviving members of her team climbed aboard the magnificent Thunder Eagle. Once everyone was on its back, the Thunder Eagle flapped its wings and swiftly ascended several hundred meters into the air. It then flew straight toward the Molten Ruin. This flying mount is amazing, leader, If we could get a few for ourselves, our leveling speed would skyrocket. A level 101 assassin beside Cleansing Flame exclaimed as he watched the scenery pass below him. Indeed, with this movement speed and maneuverability, reaching distant level 100-plus maps would be a lot easier, Cleansing Flame agreed, nodding. As she glanced down at the level 100-plus monsters roaming the forest below, she more or less understood how beneficial a flying mount could be. It also explained how Zero Wing had become so powerful. If they had the help of a flying mount, they could explore and grind in a level 100 neutral map twice per day. They could spend nearly double the time grinding than if they traveled via land mounts. It was no wonder how Zero Wing had nurtured so many Tier 3 players so quickly. On the Thunder Eagle's back, the trip that should have taken them 2 hours was over in a dozen minutes or so. During that time, Cleansing Flame and her teammates had felt as if they were dreaming. It had taken them a lot of effort and plenty of sacrifice to fight their way from the Molten Ruin to the Molten Canyon's exit. Yet without enduring a single battle, they returned to the ruin. They had even recovered some of their stamina during the trip, as if their earlier battles had been nothing more than a passing dream. Guild Leader Black Flame, our adventure team has thoroughly explored the Molten Ruin's outer region, so we know the path to the inner area. We can guide you there. We also have plenty of members stationed on the path to the inner area, so they should be able to help, Cleansing Flame suggested. Shifeng had saved her team, so she owed him a big favor. Since he intended to race 13 thrones to her commander, she would help him in whatever way she could. Moreover, they'd have a greater chance of victory with more players if they stumbled across Warbloods members. I'll have to trouble you then, Shifeng said. I'll contact them now. They should be assembled by the time we reach the cavern that leads to the inner region, Cleansing Flame replied. She then instructed one of her team members to log off and notify Heaven's Blade's other members within the Molten Ruin's outer region. Cleansing Flame then directed Shifeng and his entourage to the entrance of the Molten Ruin's inner region. In the Molten Ruin, even full teams of level 100-plus experts in level 100 mysterious iron equipment risked a team. Wipe. The outer area was crawling with level 100 Great Lord ranked blue-eyed spiders. A team would occasionally come across level 100 Grand Lord ranked demonic flame spiders as well. These monsters were a major challenge for Tier 2 players. The blue-eyed spiders weren't a big issue, but only death awaited them if they ran into the demonic flame spiders. Fortunately, Cleansing Flame's team had long since familiarized themselves with the outer region, and they guided Shifeng's team around the Grand Lords. At most, the group dealt with a few blue-eyed spiders on the way. Shifeng's group hadn't even needed to lift a finger throughout the journey. Cleansing Flame and her team members used traps to slow the blue-eyed spiders down, which allowed the group to escape the monster's pursuit. After just half an hour, Shifeng and the others arrived in a town-sized cavern. Azure crystals decorated the cavern ceiling, radiating a blinding light that illuminated the cavern. A steel tunnel that was more than a dozen meters across led out of one corner of the cavern. A frightening aura seeped from the tunnel, and Shifeng and his companions could even sense it from several hundred yards away. The aura was extraordinary. A Tier 1 player wouldn't even be able to approach the tunnel, and Tier 2 players would feel extremely uncomfortable as they got near, with the aura partially restricting their movements. However, quite a few players had gathered at the mouth of the tunnel. Shifeng counted more than 10,000 players with a rough glance, all of which were from the various superpowers expert teams. These players were high-leveled and well-equipped. Quite a few of them were even peak experts, wearing multiple pieces of epic equipment. Shifeng also spotted several dozen Tier 3 experts. Among the players, Shifeng noticed a team wearing capes with Heaven's Blade's emblem. The team wasn't particularly large, with only a little over 100 members, but their equipment standards were very high. Many of the team members were experts in level 100 secret silver equipment. The team was also one of the more eye-catching groups standing near the tunnel. You Luo, you guys sure got here quickly. We've rushed here as fast as we could, yet you still beat us, Cleansing Flame said to the Tier 3 female cleric leading Heaven's Blade's team in greeting. The female cleric was delicate and pretty. Although she had a small frame and looked harmless, none of Heaven's Blade's experts dared to look down on her. Rather, traces of fear and reverence flashed in their eyes when they looked at her. "You're finally here. If you'd taken any longer, I would have challenged the path already," the female cleric named Uluo said cheerfully when she saw Cleansing Flame. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Guild Leader Black Flame. Let me introduce you. This is Uluo, Heaven's Blade's chief cleric. She is one of the top 5 clerics on Dragonheart Island. Cleansing Flame introduced. Uluo, this is Guild Leader Black Flame. Guild Leader Black Flame is amazing. He even convinced Remnant Snow to spare us with just a few words. "Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame," Uluo said. After hearing Cleansing Flame's introduction, she gave Shifeng a careful, evaluating look. A moment passed, and she got straight to the point, asking, "May I know when your team will arrive? Our commander's situation isn't looking good. I'm not sure how much longer they can evade Warblood's pursuit. I'd like to move out as soon as possible." In consideration for the team in the Molten Ruins outer region, Zvi had instructed Uluo to remain in that area. As a result, Uluo hadn't been able to help her comrades when Warblood's experts had attacked. If the inner corridor hadn't been so dangerous, even for the various superpowers' main forces, she would have long since rushed to her commander's aid. "Commander's aid. My team's here already. We can get moving when you're ready." Chapter 2411, Commotion at the Molten Ruin. Shifeng's statement stunned Heaven's Blade's members. Even Cleansing Flame and her team, who had led Shifeng to the cavern, stared at him in shock, not to mention Uluo and her people. The passage to the Molten Ruin's inner area was incredibly dangerous. Even superpowers sent teams of several hundred main force members to ensure the team survived the path, and their survival still wasn't certain. The superpowers teams that had made it through the path had merely gotten lucky. Cleansing Flame had assumed Shifeng must have notified Zero Wing's members within the Molten Ruin to join them. She had never thought that he intended to enter the ruin's inner region with just his 3 companions. It was utterly insane. "Do you know how dangerous this passage is, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Uluo asked after taking a moment to calm down. Seeing his serious expression, she continued, "Even the superpowers teams, which have 400 main force members, have less than a 50% chance of surviving the trip through the passage. If you really intend to go in there with just 4 people, I'm afraid that I cannot accompany you." If Shifeng hadn't done Heaven's Blade a favor by saving Cleansing Flame, Uluo would have likely erupted at him. Because of Warblood, her team was already in a tight spot. She had only agreed to take the risk of returning to the passage because she had heard that Zero Wing's guild leader was willing to save her commander. Due to that decision, her team had suffered several dozen casualties. And now, Shifeng insisted that he only intended to rescue her commander with 4 players, as if the Molten Ruin were his own backyard. "It's a pity that team leader Uluo isn't willing to come with us. Kola, get ready. We're heading in," Shifeng said, unfazed by Uluo's response. Understood. Kola was excited to head out, and without hesitation, he approached the tunnel's entrance. Helplessly, Turtle Dove and Shadow Sword followed after him. Heaven's Blade's members were again dumbfounded as they watched Zero Wing's members. They hadn't actually thought Shifeng was serious about going in with just 4 players. "Uluo, you went too far. Guild Leader Black Flame is only entering the inner area to save our commander," Cleansing Flame hissed. "Moreover, he's only recently arrived in the Molten Ruin. He doesn't know much about the ruin yet." This disagreement didn't bode well for either side. Uluo wanted to rescue her commander as quickly as possible, and that would be easier with more allies, especially if those allies were Tier 3 experts like Shifeng and his comrades. However, since Uluo had taken her stance, Shifeng's group wouldn't want to work with her team. "I understand what you're trying to say, but you know that reaching the inner area is impossible with 4 players. It'd be better for us to look for other options rather than waste our time trying." Uluo growled back as she watched Shifeng's departing figure. Sneering, she continued, "I know a little about Black Flame, too. He has relied on his advantage as a Tier 3 player to suppress the various superpowers, but times have changed. Not a single superpower doesn't have a Tier 3 player now, yet most of them still can't get through that tunnel. Since Black Flame is so insistent, we should let him find out how dangerous that tunnel is. Once he hits a wall, he'll realize that he has to cooperate. If we don't, and he still insists on taking the lead, we'd be lucky if Zero Wings members aren't just extra baggage. Yu Luo acknowledged that Shi Feng was a powerful individual, but they were talking about venturing deeper into the Molten Ruin, which was even more dangerous than level 100 neutral maps. If Shi Feng had shown up with a large number of Zero Wings main force members, there wouldn't have been an issue, but he had only arrived with 3 companions, and Yu Luo refused to let him take charge. When her commander's team had entered the inner region, War Blood hadn't sealed off the Molten Canyon yet, and she had received plenty of information about what to expect in that area. She wouldn't allow Shi Feng to lead her team blindly. "All right, stay here then. I'll lead the way for them," Cleansing Flame said, sighing. Although Yu Luo had a point, she was responsible for asking Shi Feng to save their commander. She couldn't abandon Zero Wing. She walked away from her fellow team leader and followed Shi Feng's group to the tunnel. Cleansing Flame is too soft. How are those 4 from Zero Wing going to listen to us if we don't let them suffer a little? Yu Luo shook her head in exasperation as she watched Cleansing Flame walk off. She then turned to her 2 vice team leaders and said, "Speak with the superpowers in the area. Tell them that Heaven's Blade will offer information about the passage, and we're willing to work with them to get to the inner corridor." Yu Luo had no hopes for Zero Wing's 4 players. As far as she was concerned, their only hope for reaching their commander was to cooperate with the other superpowers in the cavern. She let Shi Feng know how laughable his 4-man rescue attempt was. Having received their orders, Yu Luo's 2 vice team leaders got to work and began to speak with other superpowers. Meanwhile, a team of several hundred players emerged from the tunnel, and they were all in miserable shape. What? Even the Flame Hammer adventurer team failed? The players waiting outside of the passage began to despair when they saw the players return to the cavern. Flame Hammer was the 3rd-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, and it had sent 14 of its Tier 3 players to fight through the passage. Yet even their powerful team had failed to reach the inner corridor. The team had gone in with 500 members, but only returned with 300. In addition, only 8 of the Tier 3 experts had survived the expedition. The loss was devastating for Flame Hammer. "Look at them and realize how immature you're being," Yu Luo thought, chuckling as she glanced back at Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng reacted as if he didn't see Flame Hammer's team and continued toward the tunnel without any hesitation. As he and his 3 comrades approached the tunnel with Cleansing Flame in tow, a commotion broke out in the cavern. They're entering the passage with just 5 players? Are they insane? Who are they? Didn't they see that even Flame Hammer's team failed to make it through? Isn't that female Guardian Knight Heaven's Blade's Cleansing Flame? I heard that War Blood is going all out to hunt down Heaven's Blade's commander in the inner corridor. They must be going in to save her. But with just 5 people, are they suicidal? I bet they won't even get past the first Guardian. I guess Heaven's Blade is really doomed. The various superpowers experts discussed Shi Feng and his small party, mocking Heaven's Blade. Overhearing it, Yu Luo's complexion turned ashen. While everyone badmouthed her adventurer team, a giant statue, which had stood 100 yards in the tunnel, began to move. Primordial Guard, Elemental Creature, Archaic Species, Grand Lord, Level 105 HP 2, 400 000 000/2, 400 000 000. When the various superpowers experts noticed the Primordial Guard, they were overcome with dread. A Level 105 Grand Lord was already a very powerful foe. Even a Tier 3 metric tons would struggle to tank a Level 105 Grand Lord. And to make matters worse, the Primordial Guard was an archaic species. It had such overpowered strength that it could easily send a Tier 3 metric tons flying with an ordinary punch. Moreover, players couldn't use Berserk skills while inside the tunnel. Even if they activated their life-saving skills, Tier 3 MTs would barely be able to tank the Grand Lord. Many teams had ventured into the tunnel, and every one of them had made plenty of sacrifices to hold the Primordial Guard, allowing the rest of the team to pass. Fortunately, the Primordial Guard only prevented players from entering the tunnel. It didn't prevent players from leaving. Otherwise, teams that retreated from the passage halfway through would have been in for another beating. I wonder if the 5 of them can last more than 20 seconds. 20? Are you kidding me? That's the Primordial Guard we're talking about. Not even Tier 3 MTs with active life-saving skills last more than a few hits. I bet they'll survive for 10 seconds at best. I agree. While the players within the canyon chatted about how quickly they thought Shurfang's party would fall, the Primordial Guard had already reached the players in question. It was easily faster than a Tier 3 assassin. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU the Primordial Guard immediately raised a foot and kicked at Shurfang's party. The Grand Lord was a 12-meter-tall giant, and the foot it thrust at Shurfang's party was as large as a small house. Dodging the attack would be impossible for Tier 3 players that didn't focus on agility builds. Boom! When the kick struck Shurfang's party, the very ground shook. Contrary to everyone's expectations, however, Shurfang and his companions didn't fly through the air. To the various superpowers experts' shock, the Primordial Guard's foot had stopped just before it had reached Shurfang and the others. Kola, the reason the kick had failed, remained steady in his original position. Chapter 24:12 Frostwolf sets might this. Impossible. Is that Guardian Knight a monster? Who are they? Not even Zwei, Heaven's Blade's strongest MT, is that powerful. The various superpowers experts were indescribably shocked as they watched Kola stop the Primordial Guard's attack, without stumbling back in the slightest. For a moment, they even wondered if they were hallucinating, but no matter how they rubbed their eyes, the scene before them remained the same. Realizing that this was real, they all wondered about Kola's identity. All of these players had personally experienced the Primordial Guard's strength. The Grand Lord's raw power was unstoppable. Only by rotating 3 or 4 Tier 3 MTs could a team hold the monster off long enough for the rest of the team to slip by the Primordial Guard. And yet, Kola single-handedly stopped the Primordial Guard's attack, and he did so without relying on a life-saving skill. Why wouldn't they be shocked? Among the spectating players, no one was more shocked than Yuluo. How is this possible? Yuluo stared at Kola, unable to believe her eyes. She hadn't thought that Zero Wings MT would be this powerful. Heaven's Blade Commander, Zwei, had fought with everything she had to tank the Primordial Guard, and she was one of the top 3 MTs on Dragonheart Island. Her astonishing strength was the reason that so many prideful independent experts were willing to submit to her commands. Before anyone could overcome their shock, the Primordial Guard, seeing that its first attack had failed, thrust its golden spear at Kola with enough power to make space itself tremble. What? It's using its spear already. I thought it only used its spear once players had crossed the halfway mark. All of the players in the cavern were surprised by the Primordial Guard's second attack. They couldn't help the fear they felt when they saw the golden weapon. That golden spear had claimed many Tier 3 MTs' lives thus far, giving those players no chance to retaliate. That spear was also the reason that so many superpowers teams had failed to pass the tunnel's first checkpoint, those that had only done so after suffering tremendous casualties. Come! In contrast, Kola was excited to see the weapon. He immediately raised his Titan Guard to greet the spear in battle. Boom! When the golden spear and Titan Guard collided, the resulting impact stirred an intense storm that spanned over several hundred yards. Kola stumbled back a step as a damage exceeding minus 30,000 appeared above his head. To Tier 3 MTs, who possessed nearly 1 million HP, minus 30,000 was practically negligible, especially for Kola, who had 1,540,000 HP thanks to his Frostwolf set and Titan Guard. Seeing Kola block the Primordial Guard spear, a deathly silence descended on the crowd watching from the tunnel's entrance. Is that Guardian Knight even human? Could he be a Tier 3 NPC? Kola had nullified the Primordial Guard's full-powered attack so easily, and he had only lost a little over 30,000 HP in the process. His performance shattered everyone's understanding of Tier 3 MTs. Even the best Tier 3 MTs from the various superpowers could only tank level 100 Grandlords. Tanking a level 105 Grandlord would be a major challenge. Every 5 levels in God's domain was a minor turning point. After all, even for monsters. Yet, Kola had successfully stopped a level 105 Grandlord ranked archaic species full-powered attack without using a single skill. He was definitely stronger than the best Tier 3 MTs the various superpowers currently possessed. Meanwhile, Uluo was utterly flabbergasted. The biggest challenge in reaching the inner area was the Primordial Guard's golden spear, but Kola had blocked it and only taken negligible damage. Compared to Uluo, however, Cleansing Flame, who acted as Sure Feng's guide, was shocked senseless. Is this how Zero Wing was able to establish itself in a level 100 neutral map? Although Cleansing Flame knew that Sure Feng and the others were very strong, she had never dreamed that they'd be this strong. Kola, stop fooling around. We're in a rush, Sure Feng admonished, sending Kola, who was deliberately playing with the Primordial Guard to test the Frostwolf set's effects, a reproachful glance. Sure Feng wasn't surprised in the slightest to see Kola stop the Primordial Guard so effortlessly. In fact, he would have been surprised if Kola hadn't stopped the Grandlord's attacks. During Sure Feng's past life, the Frostwolf set had been publicly acknowledged as a top 10 level 120 Dark Old set equipment in God's domain. Even the various superpowers old monsters had coveted the set. With this set, defeating a Grandlord-ranked archaic species of the same level would be child's play. Hearing Sure Feng scold his MT, Cleansing Flame wanted to cry. If Kola's frightening performance was just him fooling around, what did that make Heaven's Blade's attempts to stop the Grandlord? Kola only nodded and suppressed his excitement. He began to block the Primordial Guard's attacks seriously, employing techniques instead of relying on brute strength. The Primordial Guard attacked with its golden spear again, and in response, Kola accurately timed his counter and smashed his shield into the side of the weapon, diverting the spear into a nearby wall. This time, Kola didn't lose a single point of HP after blocking the attack. Kola then jumped up to the Primordial Guard's knee and slashed his saber twice. Combat technique, strength combination. The two rapid strikes merged and bit into the Grandlord's joint. Boom! The powerful attack brought the Primordial Guard to its knees and opened a path that was large enough for a dozen players to pass side by side. Let's go, Sure Feng said once the Primordial Guard was temporarily immobilized. Meanwhile, Kola raised his Titan Guard and slammed it down on the Primordial Guard as the Grandlord was about to stand. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Tier 3 Legacy Skill, Dragon Strike. The phantom of a crimson dragon's claw struck down the guardian monster. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed throughout the passage as the impact drove the Primordial Guard into the ground. The spectating crowd was speechless. They merely watched, silent, as Sure Feng's party walked past the Grandlord-ranked archaic species unhindered, eventually disappearing into the tunnel. Chapter 24:13. Pray for themselves. Isn't that Guardian Knight a little too strong? Who is that guy? Where did Heaven's Blade find such a capable MT? With him in the lead, getting to the inner corridor will be at least 20% easier. As the various superpowers experts watched Sure Feng's party disappear into the passage, envy welled up within them. Some even took the initiative to chat up Uluo's team in hopes of working with Kola. In God's domain, MTs were the core of a team. With a powerful enough MT, a team would have a much higher chance of successfully raiding dungeons and exploring ruins. As long as a team could tank a monster, it could kill it. The various teams had already found quite a few horned eagle eggs in the Molten Ruin's outer region already. Needless to say, the men's inner region would hold even greater treasure. If their teams had an amazing MT like Kola, the team's overall strength would reach a new level, and they'd definitely be able to reach the inner corridor, gaining a massive advantage. Meanwhile, Uluo and her team stared at the tunnel in stunned silence. Uluo's expression was particularly gloomy. She had never thought Sure Feng's party would be so strong. After Kola's display, she had to reevaluate what she thought she had known about Tier 3 MTs. They've already gone into the tunnel, leader. What should we do? A level 102 shield warrior quietly asked. They had run all the way here for the sole purpose of entering the inner corridor and rescuing their commander, and they had just missed their best opportunity to do so. Even if they worked with another superpower to get through the tunnel, they wouldn't have more than a 50% chance of success. Even if they made it to the other side, they'd suffer severe losses. The shield warrior's question made Yuluo regret her earlier decision a little. She now knew she had been too impulsive. Had she followed Shurfeng's party, her team would have already cleared the first checkpoint and had a much higher chance of reaching their commander. However, all they could do now was stand on this end of the tunnel and watch. But who would have expected Kola to be so powerful? So what if they've entered the passage? I refuse to believe that we can't reach the inner corridor without them. Yuluo snarled after snapping out of her daze. Reaching the inner corridor was difficult, but it wasn't impossible. Moreover, her team also had the information her commander's team had collected. Avoiding the traps and monsters in the tunnel would be far easier for them, and they had much higher chances of success than any other superpowers team. Yuluo's statement ignited the rest of her team's fighting spirit. They, too, wanted to prove to Shurfeng's party that they were capable of reaching the inner corridor without Zero Wing's help. After Yuluo had negotiated with two superpowers and prepared to enter the tunnel, another team entered the cavern. Although this team only consisted of 50 members, it drew the attention of the various superpowers experts, who stared with serious expressions. The new arrival's collective aura was just too powerful. Of the 50 players on the team, 16 had reached Tier 3. The Tier 2 players had all reached level 102 and wore level 100 Secret Silver and pre-level 100 Epic equipment. The team members' equipment standards were off the charts. Demon Palace. They're going in too? Yuluo's expression became grim when she saw the team. By now, every player on Dragonheart Island knew about Demon Palace. Aside from super guilds, Demon Palace feared no one. Warblood's current strength was the reason the various superpowers were so afraid of the guild. Warblood only used to be Dragonheart Island's third-ranked adventurer team, but after allying with Demon Palace, it had become the island's uncontested top adventurer team. Warblood's rise had been due to the demonic hell world's special legacy. At Tier 2, the special legacy provided incredible power, but after reaching Tier 3, experts with the legacy gained even more strength, becoming far more powerful than ordinary Tier 3 classes. After witnessing this, none of the superpowers wanted to provoke Demon Palace. Since Warblood had learned about the Tree of Life's main branch in Heaven's Blade's possession, it was likely that Demon Palace knew of it. While Yuluo was lost in thought, Demon Palace's team approached her. A robust, middle-aged man, who was 3 meters tall, stepped forward, smirking at Yuluo. You're Heaven's Blade's Yuluo, right? I've heard that you're one of the top 5 healers on Dragonheart Island. That's certainly an impressive feat. Might I ask you to relay a message to your commander? Evil Qilin, the middle-aged man, said, chuckling. What do you want me to tell her? Yuluo asked. She had a bad feeling about this. Let her know that it's not too late to surrender. But if she continues to refuse until we reach her, it will be too late, Evil Qilin said before turning and leading his team toward the tunnel. He didn't even bother to wait for a reply. As Evil Qilin's team walked away, Heaven's Blade's members fell silent. His tone had been amicable, but they had all sensed the killing intent in his words. Leader, what should we do now that Demon Palace's members have gone in? Zero Wing's members and Team Leader Flame aren't far ahead of them. The level 102 shield warrior asked for beside Yuluo. Evidently, the Demon Palace wanted to join the fray, and Evil Qilin's team wouldn't spare a single Heaven's Blade member they encountered in the inner corridor. The man's request had merely been a warning of their imminent deaths. The Demon Palace had sent 16 Tier 3 experts into the ruin's inner region, and 34 of the 50 team members were Refinement Realm or greater experts. Moreover, every member of the team possessed the demonic hell world's special legacy. If Demon Palace's team ran into Shurfeng and Cleansing Flame's party, they'd be slaughtered. We can't contact Cleansing Flame to warn her. Zero Wings members can only pray for their guild leader, Yuluo said helplessly. Log out immediately and notify the commander of the situation. As for the rest of you, get ready. We're entering the passage. With Yuluo's command, Heaven's Blades members joined up with the two superpower teams they had partnered with and entered the tunnel. Meanwhile, Demon Palace's team effortlessly pushed through the monsters that had given the various superpowers experts headaches, arriving at the final gate, leading to the inner corridor in less than 20 minutes. A magic array sealed the final gate, and players would only obtain the key to remove it by defeating the Guardian boss. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew, it looks like someone's just killed the boss. Commander, a Tier 3 ranger reported as he gestured to the steel gate enveloped in fog. The Grand Lord-ranked Guardian boss lay before the gate, and a single player was busy looting the boss while 4 others rested nearby. That saves us a lot of trouble. You two, get rid of them and get me that key. Evil Qilin ordered as he glanced at the 2 Tier 3 assassins behind him. Understood. The assassins licked their lips in anticipation and entered stealth. Chapter 24:14. Tough opponent. As the 2 Tier 3 assassins vanished, the other Demon Palace members sat on the ground and rested while watching Sure Feng's party in the distance. These players really have some bad luck. They must have gone to great lengths to defeat the Guardian boss, yet they have to deal with Gull and Rainbow right after their raid. We should have just charged over and gotten rid of them. Gull and Rainbow have just reached Tier 3 and unlocked more of their legacy's potential. My guess is that the commander wants to give them a chance to get used to their new bodies. Their basic attributes are on an entirely different level than when they were still Tier 2, after all. Many of the Tier 3 experts from Demon Palace watched the 2 assassins in envy. Their strength had substantially increased after reaching Tier 3, and getting used to it was proving difficult. Although they often sparred with each other, a sparring match couldn't compare to true battle. However, they also knew that Evil Qilin wanted to prioritize Wind Gull and White Rainbow's growth. Both assassins had incredible potential for growth. Despite the fact that he was only 27, Wind Gull had already reached the Void Realm. White Rainbow, who was the same age as Wind Gull, had reached the half-step Void Realm standard. Since they had completed their Tier 3 promotion quests so soon, their future was limitless. There would be a massive difference between reaching Tier 3 now and completing the Tier 3 promotion quest in the next 2 weeks. Players would encounter completely different opportunities. This was precisely why Evil Qilin prioritized the 2 assassins. Someday, they might become domain realm experts and true pillars of the guild. Meanwhile, Wind Gull and White Rainbow used a footwork technique that allowed them to get within 30 yards of Sure Feng and his 4 companions without the slightest sound. Rainbow, you take care of that Tier 2 female Guardian Knight. I'll distract the other 2 MTs. Once you get rid of the female Guardian Knight, we'll take our time and play with the others. But you'd better not kill the Tier 3 Berserker beside the woman, Wind Gull whispered as he watched Cleansing Flame rest. He didn't care about a Tier 2 player like Cleansing Flame, but to ensure that their training went smoothly, they'd get rid of the miscellaneous target first. Relax. How could I waste an opportunity like this? Hopefully, they're not so weak that they die too quickly, White Rainbow whispered back, excitement flashing in his eyes. Opportunities to fight Tier 3 experts were extremely rare right now. Although they could spar in the battle arenas around God's domain, it was impossible to push themselves without the threat of the system's death penalty. Moreover, every player had their own combat style, and they could only rapidly improve by fighting different opponents. Let's begin, Wind Gull declared. He started to sneak toward the 2 resting Tier 3 MTs and waited for White Rainbow to make his move. White Rainbow adjusted his footwork and dashed toward Cleansing Flame like a cooling breeze. He had integrated with his environment. Not even Tier 3 players with sharp perception would detect him, let alone a Tier 2 player like Cleansing Flame. 25 yards, 20 yards, 15 yards. As White Rainbow inched closer to Cleansing Flame, he took more care with his movements. When only 10 yards remained between him and his target, the assassin unsheathed his daggers. Just as White Rainbow was about to attack, Shadow Sword, who had been relaxing with his eyes shut, opened them. Without warning, he swung his greatsword, sending an energy blade toward Cleansing Flame. It startled the exhausted Guardian Knight. Shadow Sword's energy blade was so sharp that it sliced through the air cleanly, and his execution was so fast that Cleansing Flame had no time to react. Just as she thought she was about to die, however, she heard a metallic clang beside her. Pung! The attack had revealed a hidden figure behind her, and when she saw him, she broke out in a cold sweat. Cleansing Flame had never thought that she'd fail to notice someone creeping up to her. Fortunately, Cleansing Flame was a peak expert. Reacting quickly, she leaped forward, creating some distance between her and the nefarious stranger. If an assassin was able to get so close to her undetected, she knew he'd be extraordinarily powerful, and she didn't bother with an offensive or defensive maneuver. Furthermore, the assassin was a Tier 3 player, and she knew she would be no match for him. "You discovered me? It seems you're not such a weakling, after all," White Rainbow said, unfazed by the fact that Cleansing Flame had escaped his grasp. He ignored Cleansing Flame and focused his attention on Shadow Sword with an ecstatic expression as he said, "It seems I can take this seriously now." Although his footwork wasn't as masterful as Windgull's, detecting him from farther than 7 or 8 yards should be very difficult for ordinary Tier 3 experts. Shadow Sword, however, had noticed him from a little over 10 yards, which proved that the man's combat standards were considerably high. At the very least, Shadow Sword had better perception than an ordinary Tier 3 player. Meanwhile, Windgull, who had watched this play out from a short distance away, became just as excited. "Rainbow sure is lucky. I knew I should have started the attack instead," Windgull thought, regretting his strategy as he watched Shadow Sword. As he finished that thought, however, another energy blade flew toward him, forcing him to evade and expose himself. Windgull spun toward the attack's origin, astonished when he saw who had launched the energy blade. The attack had come from the 5-man party's Tier 3 male Guardian Knight, and based on his accuracy, this Guardian Knight had long since noticed him. Moreover, the Tier 3 female Shield Warrior had clearly sensed him as well. Who are these people? Windgull stared at Kola and his comrades, surprised. Windgull was already amazed that Shadow Sword had discovered White Rainbow, but he found it unbelievable that the party's 2 Tier 3 MTs had discovered him while stealthed as well. When he was in stealth, only his commander and vice commander could sense his presence from 10 yards away. Yet these 2 MTs could do the same. For a moment, Windgull even wondered if he had really activated stealth. When Cleansing Flame saw White Rainbow and Windgull, she paled. Demon Palace members? Why are they here? Cleansing Flame had a bad feeling when she saw the 2 Tier 3 Assassins Guild emblems. "Oh, you guys are from Heaven's Blade?" Windgull sneered when he saw Heaven's Blade's logo engraved on Cleansing Flame's armor. "This is a good opportunity to get rid of you, then. Rainbow, ignore that female knight. Target their Tier 3s first." "Got it." White Rainbow became serious about this battle and prepared to meld with the shadows once more. "Don't think you can hide from us so easily." Shadow Sword bellowed as he charged at White Rainbow, hacking at the assassin with his greatsword. Shadow Sword's attack was simple, but White Rainbow couldn't dodge the strike due to the man's high attack speed. Realizing this, the assassin raised his daggers to block the attack. Pung! A loud, metallic clang echoed throughout the tunnel, and the impact threw White Rainbow nearly 6 yards back as he instantly lost more than 20,000 HP. When he landed, he nearly lost his footing as well. How is this possible? Seeing the Berserker throw White Rainbow with a single swing confused Windgull. White Gull was familiar with White Rainbow's strength. Not even Tier 3 Berserkers would necessarily be a match for him. Yet Shadow Sword had sent the assassin flying with a normal attack. It was simply unbelievable. By the time Windgull snapped out of his daze, Turtledove was already using Shield Bash against him. Not daring to be careless, Windgull used his short sword and activated his block skill. The moment short sword and shield collided, Windgull felt his hand go numb, and he stumbled 4 steps back. How's her strength so high, too? The situation confused Windgull further. He understood how Shadow Sword had overpowered White Rainbow. The man was a Tier 3 Berserker, after all, but despite being a Tier 3 Shield Warrior, Turtledove's strength was on par with Shadow Sword's. Windgull began to wonder if his small party had suppressed his basic attributes somehow. Naturally, neither Shadow Sword nor Turtledove gave their opponents any room to breathe. They both launched fierce assaults, forcing White Rainbow and Windgull to defend themselves, and the two assassins fought desperately as they continued to lose HP. The other Demon Palace members, who watched from a safe distance, were stunned. What? They're actually pushing Rainbow and Gull back? Who are these people? They all knew how powerful the two assassins were. Both could effortlessly overpower ordinary Tier 3 players, and yet, White Rainbow and Windgull were clearly at a disadvantage. At this rate, they'd both die within a minute. Commander, I'm afraid that Rainbow and Gull won't last long. A handsome, white-haired youth surmised to evil Qilin when the two Tier 3 assassins had lost more than 1/3 of their HPs. If we let them die, they'll need a long time to recover. I suppose we'll have to call off this training session, Evil Qilin said as he nodded in agreement with his Vice Commander, Dark Scorpion's statement. Take a group and save them. Every Tier 3 player was a precious combatant for Demon Palace. He couldn't afford to let the two assassins lose a level during their training. Dark Scorpion grabbed 6 of the team's Tier 3 experts and hurried toward White Rainbow and Windgull. When Cleansing Flame noticed 7 more Tier 3 players approach, she felt her scalp tingle, particularly when she saw Dark Scorpion among them. Dark Scorpion was famous on Dragonheart Island. Once, he had killed the commanders from 2 of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, instantly becoming one of the most famous players on the island. Individually, he was even stronger than Heaven's Blade's commanders, Vi. If Dark Scorpion's group joined the fray, their party would be doomed. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU suddenly. However, a blue lightning bolt arced toward Dark Scorpion and his minions. Seeing this, Dark Scorpion and his allies slid to a halt and attempted to evade the attack. After dodging the lightning bolt, Dark Scorpion's group turned toward the Tier 3 Sword King that had launched the attack. Who are you? Are you trying to make Demon Palace your enemy? Dark Scorpion hissed coldly, glaring at Sure Fang's cloaked figure. That lightning bolt had felt lethal to Dark Scorpion, and it was the first time he had felt such a threat since he had reached Tier 3. He didn't dare take this mysterious swordsman lightly. This is a fair one-on-one match. You can't blame me for trying to stop you if you plan on interfering, Sure Fang threatened as he returned killing Ray to its sheath. Chapter 24:15. One strike since Sure Fang wore a black cloak to conceal his appearance. A dark shadow hid his face. Combined with the Nightwalker's cape, no player could see his features. However, Dark Scorpion and his 6 teammates couldn't help but stare at Sure Fang in astonishment after hearing his threat. They even wondered if they had misheard him. Cleansing Flame, on the other hand, nearly choked when she heard Sure Fang's statement. She felt he had gone too far with his latest joke. He had practically asked Demon Palace to attack, throwing oil to the fire. Every member of Demon Palace was a battle maniac that had engaged in constant conflict in the demonic hell world. Nobody dared to provoke Demon Palace on Dragonheart Island. Not even experts from super guilds. You really are something, kid. You actually dare to speak like that to our vice commander. Bold. You really are bold. This guy must think he's invincible since he's a Tier 3 player. The 6 Demon Palace members beside Dark Scorpion looked at Sure Fang as if he were a fool. They had very nearly laughed at his statement. It was the funniest thing they had heard since joining God's domain. Dark Scorpion was a god of death in the Demon Palace. To get used to his Tier 3 form, he had killed over 30 Tier 3 experts after arriving on Dragonheart Island. Not even the various superpowers' old monsters had escaped his grasp and ended up dying. Not even Superpower's Vice Guild leaders had the courage to speak so boldly to Dark Scorpion, much less Heaven's Blade's commander. Interesting. You're the first person to stand against me since I've come to Dragonheart Island. Contrary to expectations, Dark Scorpion didn't explode in a rage. Rather, he smiled and said, I want to see if you're so brave once we meet in battle. Weeping, seizing, get him. Without hesitation, a shield warrior and a berserker charged toward Surefong. The two were well coordinated, and their movements were far more refined than Windgull and White Rainbow. As Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul moved, they left numerous afterimages in their wake. The afterimages continued to crisscross, making it difficult to determine where the two players were. If a player attacked the duo and missed, they'd face a ruthless counterattack. Dread-filled Cleansing Flame as she watched from afar. The two Tier 3 assassins had already revealed their very high combat standards, but compared to this shield warrior and berserker, they were children. Cleansing Flame knew she wouldn't be a match for either of them, even after reaching Tier 3. How does the Demon Palace have so many powerful experts? Cleansing Flame couldn't pinpoint where Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul were. She could only watch as the duo darted toward Surefong. Once the duo was within 20 yards of Surefong, however, the swordsman moved. A resplendent arc of lightning flew toward the berserker and shield warrior. Secret technique, lightning flash. Surefong had merged all 17 sword lights perfectly. Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul instinctive knew that they couldn't evade the incoming lightning arch, and they both activated a Tier 3 skill to block the attack. Boom! A deafening boom echoed throughout the passage, and both Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul shot backward like bullets, their arms and weapons violently vibrating. Both players were covered in scorch marks and had lost more than half of their HPs. Seizing Soul, the Tier 3 Berserker King, in particular, was an inch from death's door. A random strike would be enough to send him to his grave. The duo crashed to the ground, and silence filled the passage. Demon Palace's members stared with grim expressions. Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul were veteran peak experts. Their strength ranked among the top 10 of the 50 players on their team. If they hadn't been so powerful, Dark Scorpion wouldn't have sent them to attack someone who could even threaten him. And yet, not only had Surefong repelled the duo with one attack, but he had also devoured most of their HPs. His strength could definitely be described as horrifying. Not even Dark Scorpion could accomplish such a feat meanwhile. The Demon Palace members, watching from a distance, stared at Surefong with dropped jaws. They had never thought the swordsman would be powerful enough to suppress two veteran peak experts. Who is this guy? He tossed two Tier 3 peak experts away with a single move. He can likely even rival 13 Thrones Crazed Sword. Could he be 13 Thrones Crazed Sword? Demon Palace's members were overcome with confusion and surprise as they looked at Surefong. This was the first time since the duo had reached Tier 3 that they had seen anyone defeat Weeping Soul and Seizing Soul so thoroughly. When those two worked together, they could even force a Tier 3 domain realm expert into a corner. Surefong, however, had overwhelmed both of them. Even on Dragonheart Island, there were very few with Surefang's strength. Based on their information, it seemed that 13 Thrones intended to offer its help to Heaven's Blade. With a Sword King like Surefong before them, they assumed he was the Super Guild's Crazed Sword. Crazed Sword, huh? Even evil Qilin knew he had to take the situation seriously. If their opponent really was 13 Thrones Crazed Sword, they'd have to be careful. Crazed Sword wasn't just incredibly powerful, he also represented 13 thrones. Demon Palace might be able to ignore the various super first-rate guilds on Dragonheart Island, but could not do the same with super guilds. A confrontation with such powerful guilds wouldn't be easy for Demon Palace. It's no wonder why you're so brave. With this kind of strength, you're certainly capable of ranking among the top 20 on Dragonheart Island, but I don't care if you're 13 Thrones Crazed Sword or not. No matter what, I will interfere. Dark Scorpion snarled as he watched Windgull and White Rainbow's HPs fall to a critical low. He immediately removed the two greatswords from his back and brandished them at Surefong. Dark Scorpion's two greatswords radiated a dismal glow as they absorbed mana from his surroundings. The weapons also exerted a weak force on all players in the vicinity, pulling them towards the blades. The Vice Commander is finally making a move. With his strength as a Tier 3 demonic fighter, not even 13 Thrones Crazed Sword is his match. When Dark Scorpion appeared above, Shur foamed like a phantom, merging his great swords into one gigantic blade. His comrades' eyes glowed with excitement. Dark Scorpion's great swords were the Nether Blades, an epic weapon set, and that move was his trademark. Dark Scorpion had used the move to severely injure a Grand Lord of the same level. If players received this attack, only death awaited them. Moreover, the attack was impossible to dodge since it covered an AoE of 15 by 50 yards. Not even a Domain Realm expert could evade his attack. Dying. Looking down at Shur Fong, Dark Scorpion swung the gigantic blade. In response, Shur Fong unsheathed Killing Ray and countered the descending weapon with a light slash. Although Shur Feng's counterattack seemed gentle, everyone saw space split around the weapon. A lightning bolt then tore the gigantic blade among the gloomy blue flames, and a pitch-black tear followed it. Lightning slash. Against the brilliant lightning bolt, Dark Scorpion's merged weapons were as flimsy as paper, and Shur Feng's counterstrike sundered the gigantic blade in half as it passed through the weapon. Before anyone could react, Dark Scorpion's blade began to disintegrate, and a fine cut and scorch marks appeared on his body. Like a puppet with cut strings, Dark Scorpion, who still hung in the air, tumbled gracelessly to the ground, an item appearing beside his corpse. He died. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, the vice commander's dead? Impossible. Demon Palace's members panicked, unable to pull their astonished gazes away from Dark Scorpion's corpse. They couldn't believe that someone had killed him with a single hit. Everyone turned toward Shur Feng, overwhelmed by fear and curiosity. Suddenly, evil Qilin realized something. With a grim expression, he turned to Shur Feng and asked, Sword King, Black Flame? Chapter 24:16. One axe, one sword. As evil Qilin's question hung in the air, Demon Palace's members fell silent. Their jaws hung open, and they couldn't process the possibility. They had heard Black Flame's name before. Not long ago, their vice guild leader had tried to secure Zero Wing Stone Forest City to help the guild's peak experts develop rapidly. Naturally, as members of Demon Palace's main force, they had heard about the situation. However, they had never thought that Black Flame would be this strong. Black Flame's ability to instant kill Dark Scorpion, the vice commander of Demon Palace's main force, was unbelievable. Even evil Qilin could hardly believe the notion, but he had earnestly researched the swordsman and studied his battle videos. The lightning bolt that had killed Dark Scorpion was one of Black Flame's trademark moves, Lightning Slash, and had claimed many experts' lives. Although he hadn't thought it important before, evil Qilin had heard that Zero Wing was one of the powers trying to rescue Heaven's Blade's commander. Seeing Lightning Slash and the swordsman's obvious relation to Heaven's Blade, evil Qilin could only think of Zero Wing's Black Flame. That's right. We meet again, Elder Qilin, Shur Feng said, chuckling as he sheathed Killing Ray. He did not bother to hide his identity. Hearing Shur Feng acknowledge his identity, Demon Palace's members gasped. Zero Wing's Black Flame is this strong? They considered Zero Wing to be a mere upstart guild that was lucky enough to secure a treasure trove like Stone Forest City, which in turn allowed the guild to nurture Tier 3 players sooner than other powers. Although Zero Wing's guild leader was the first player to reach Tier 3, they thought he had lost his advantage now that the various superpowers had Tier 3 experts of their own. As for Shur Feng's identity as the 30th ranked player on the God's Domain experts list, that was of no concern. The various superpowers had an agreement with the secret pavilion that it would only display information about a small number of their experts. No one wanted to reveal all of their cards. If not for this agreement, the various superpowers would have ganged up on the secret pavilion and removed it from the virtual gaming world. To put it simply, the God's Domain experts list wasn't a reliable way to determine an expert's strength. And yet, Shur Feng had instant killed Dark Scorpion, who ranked among the top 30 on Dragonheart Island. The situation destroyed everything they thought they knew about Shur Feng. This swordsman was clearly powerful enough to rank among the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. With such strength, they couldn't afford to take him lightly. Numerous superpowers operated on Dragonheart Island, and quite a few of them were super guilds. Even the weakest power on the island was on par with a first-rate guild. Dragonheart Island was a hub for peak experts, and not a single individual who could rank among the island's top 10 experts should be underestimated. Of course, that did not mean that Demon Palace feared Surefoam. Evil Qilin could also rank among the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. If it came down to an actual fight, Surefeng's victory wasn't guaranteed. Furthermore, they had far more Tier 3 experts than Surefeng's little group of 5. Guild leader Black Flame, my subordinates behaved rashly. May I request that you spare them? Then we can go our separate ways. Evil Qilin asked as he gestured to Wind Gull and White Rainbow. Hearing the request, Cleansing Flame breathed a sigh of relief. If Evil Qilin wanted a fight, the outcome wouldn't be in their favor. Even if Zero Wings members were far stronger than expected, Demon Palace still had 15 combat-ready Tier 3 players on its team. Moreover, team battles weren't like one-on-one fights. Evil Qilin had 2 Tier 3 healers with him, whereas they didn't have a single healer and would have to rely on potions and items with healing skills. I've already said that this is a fair one-on-one match. I don't care if they acted rashly or not. If they want to leave, all they have to do is die once. Surefoam refused, chuckling. As he did, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the area. Are you so unwilling to give the matter a little consideration on behalf of this old man? Guild leader Black Flame? Evil Qilin's question was laced with killing intent, and he watched Surefoam with narrowed eyes. Surefoam was stronger than he had expected, and Evil Qilin had to admit that the swordsman qualified to be treated as an equal. But that was all. At most, Surefoam was only his equal. Do you think you could just come and go as you wish? You think too highly of yourself, Elder Qilin. Surefoam responded, unfazed by the other man's hostility. I'll repeat myself. I won't just sit by and watch you interfere. Good. Very good. I see you're willing to fight, Guild leader Black Flame. Evil Qilin's expression darkened. Suddenly, he radiated dense mana as if the demon god had just arrived. Evil Qilin was a much stronger demonic fighter than Dark Scorpion. Commander, we shouldn't waste words on him. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think that he can provoke Demon Palace with impunity just because he's strong enough to rank among the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. A tall, beautiful woman, another demonic fighter, hissed coldly. The rest of the team's Tier 3 players nodded in agreement. Surefoam was simply too arrogant. Aside from super guilds, no power on Dragonheart Island dared to disrespect Demon Palace. Surefoam was clearly tired of living by refusing to show Evil Qilin the respect he deserved. Since you insist, show me your moves, Guild leader Black Flame. Evil Qilin then pulled the two-handed war axe from his back. The weapon was nearly as long as Evil Qilin was tall, and when he held it in his grip, emerald flames ignited on the axe's blade, radiating an intense heat. The flames were so hot that space around the war axe blurred. A legacy weapon? Surefoam was a little surprised to see how perfectly Evil Qilin integrated his strength with the Crimson Axe. Legacy weapons were very rare and usually stronger than ordinary epic weapons. Aqua Rose's Sea Dragon Staff was one such example. Although Evil Qilin's axe wasn't as powerful as Aqua Rose's Legacy Staff, it should still be a top-tier epic weapon. Combined with his special legacy, Evil Qilin's strength could likely rival that of a Grand Lord of the same level. Evil Qilin then transformed into a blazing meteor as he charged at Surefoam. The older man was even faster than Tier 3 assassins. Before anyone could react, Evil Qilin was within 10 yards of Surefoam, leaving a blazing trail behind him. So strong. Is he really just a Tier 3 player? Cleansing Flame could not help but gasp when she saw the attack. Evil Qilin's aura was even more intense than her commander's. She couldn't even muster the courage to resist him as his aura washed over her. Once he had reached Surefoam, Evil Qilin raised his axe and swung. The weapon transformed into 7 flame serpents, assaulting Surefoam from multiple directions. Bronze combat technique, Flame Serpent. As if the 7 flame serpents were alive, they each traveled along a unique trajectory. They contained enough strength that space around them trembled. It was no exaggeration to say that every one of these flame serpents rivaled Dark Scorpion's prior full-powered blow. Even Demon Palace's Tier 3 experts were surprised, not to mention Cleansing Flame. None of them had realized how powerful their commander truly was. However, Shurfeng did not panic as the 7 flame serpents flew toward him. Rather, he leisurely unsheathed the abyssal blade and killing array, casually swinging the weapons. Immediately, a galaxy of stars manifested around him. Swords orbit. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of one explosion after another echoed throughout the passage. In the end, Shurfeng used Sword's orbit to strike down all 7 flame serpents. Not only hadn't the flame serpents reached Shurfeng, but the resulting impact had forced evil Qilin to stumble half a step backward. Since you've finished your attack, it's my turn. Seizing the moment after evil Qilin's attack, Shurfeng executed Lightning Flash. Unlike earlier, he now executed the technique with both of his swords, so he could focus more of his strength into the attack than his speed. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU-17 swords lights flashed toward evil Qilin, transforming into arcs of lightning. Evil Qilin's heart skipped a beat as he stood against the attack. He could sense that every arch of lightning was more powerful than his flame serpents. He gripped his axe tightly and swung it in a horizontal arc, activating his Tier 3 legacy skill, Demonic Gale. A pitch black storm formed before him, clashing with the blue lightning. Boom! When the two collided, evil Qilin's storm dissipated instantly. Although he had done his best to evade and deflect Shurfeng's attack, one of the lightning strikes had brushed past his shoulder, leaving a scorch mark and taking 1/4 of his HP. The difference between their strengths was clear. Chapter 24:17. Overwhelming Tier 3's Demon Palace's members were stunned when they saw how much HP evil Qilin had lost. They had never dreamed that their commander would be at a disadvantage against Shurfeng. Not even the commander is a match for him. How high are Black Flame's attributes? Shocked, Demon Palace's members turned towards Shurfeng. They were Demon Palace's main force members, experts among experts in their guild. Even the weakest of them had reached the peak of the refinement realm. They could all recognize the difference between two fighting players' strength. In terms of combat standards, evil Qilin and Shurfeng were matched. Both were domain realm experts. Their physical control was exceptional, and they could make the best judgments based on their surroundings. Their combat standards were nearly impossible to beat. However, Shurfeng was considerably faster and had much higher strength than evil Qilin. Despite sharing the same standard of skills and combat techniques, the combat power those two had displayed thus far was on completely different levels. The difference between their reaction speed was glaringly noticeable, which was precisely the reason that evil Qilin had failed to dodge all of Shurfeng's lightning arcs. The members of Demon Palace's main force knew exactly how high evil Qilin's basic attributes were. Even at Tier 2, his attributes had been high enough to rival that of ordinary Tier 3 players. Naturally, his basic attributes had reached even greater highs now that he had reached Tier 3. It was no exaggeration to call him a humanoid monster. And yet, evil Qilin's basic attributes were no match for Shurfeng's. They couldn't fathom how Shurfeng had obtained such inhuman attributes. Meanwhile, Cleansing Flame, who watched from afar, could do nothing but gape. Is this guild leader Black Flame's true strength? Evil Qilin was one of the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. Not even Zwei was his match, yet Shurfeng had overwhelmed such an expert. That swordsman might even be able to contend with the Peerless monsters that ranked among Dragonheart Island's top 3 experts. Even Superpowers Guild leaders were afraid of the top 3 monsters on the island. All 3 were capable of destroying a Superpowers expert legion by themselves. They were practically invincible on Dragonheart Island. At that moment, Cleansing Flame finally realized why Shurfeng had dared to mount a rescue mission with only 4 people. With his strength, he certainly was capable of rescuing her commander. After stumbling back half a step, evil Qilin stared at Shurfeng in astonishment. How are his basic attributes higher than mine? Confusion overwhelmed evil Qilin as he looked at Shurfong. He currently wore the level 100 Legacy set equipment for the Demonic Fighter class, and combined with his Legacy's effects, he had the strength to rival Grand Lords of the same level. Still, he could only surpass the power in Shurfeng's normal attacks by using a Tier 3 skill. Moreover, he wasn't nearly as fast as Shurfong, which had resulted in him taking a hit. However, Shurfong didn't stop after pushing evil Qilin back. He immediately thrust the Abyssal Blade at the Demonic Fighter. Tier 2 skill Shadow Blade. 10 phantom swords flew toward evil Qilin from all directions, leaving him no room to retreat. Realizing that he couldn't evade the phantom swords, evil Qilin swung his war axe in a horizontal slash and activated the Demonic Fighter class's defensive skill, Iron Wall. At his command, from magic barriers appeared around him, each twice as large as an MT's shield. Evil Qilin controlled the barriers to circle him in a unique trajectory. Advanced defensive combat technique, Firm Wall. The 10 phantom swords slammed into the magic barriers, which trembled violently from the impact. The blows even forced evil Qilin to stumble backward again. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Each hit felt like the blow of a massive hammer, and the barrier's mana density steadily drained. On the 9th attack, 2 of the phantom swords merged, thrusting at one of the magic barriers. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the magic barrier shattered. It broke? Evil Qilin watched one of his barriers shatter with wide eyes. Not even the Primordial Guard's golden spear had been able to break through the magic barriers he summoned with his legacy defensive skill, but Shurfong had shattered it with 1 hit. It was simply unbelievable. That blow had also forced evil Qilin to stumble another 2 steps back, but this time, he failed to maintain his stance. Not only did he reveal holes in his defense, but the impact had also made his defensive skill unstable. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shurfong thrust Killing Ray at his opponent, and the sacred sword slid through evil Qilin's weak point, heading straight for the demonic fighter's forehead. Shurfeng's attack was far too fast for evil Qilin to evade or defend, and as a result, he could only take the direct hit. If Killing Ray found its mark, the attack would be fatal. God's Domain had undergone so many updates, and now, injuries would affect players' performance in battle. If players injured their arm, for example, the limb would be difficult to control for a while. If players received a head injury, their perception and total physical control would suffer. Evil Qilin was no match for Shurfeng's reaction speed in the first place. If he lost even more reaction speed, he'd be a lamb for the slaughter. Just as Killing Ray's tip was about to slice into evil Qilin's forehead, an icy greatsword enveloped in azure flames descended from above and landed between Shurfong and his opponent. The interruption halted Killing Ray's advance, giving evil Qilin room to breathe. Mana control? When Shurfong saw the disintegrating greatsword, he couldn't help but glance at the female demonic fighter that was walking toward him. Demonic fighters in God's Domain fell into 2 main categories. The first type of demonic fighter used mana to amplify their strength, while the second type wielded mana as a weapon. Both Dark Scorpion and Evil Qilin were strength-type demonic fighters. This female demonic fighter, however, was a control type. The icy greatsword reappeared in the female demonic fighter's hand, radiating a bone-chilling cold that plummeted the temperature in the tunnel. "I'm coming, Commander. Let's see if he can stop us together." Twilight Dawn, another vice-commander from Demon Palace's main force, shouted as she began to manipulate her icy greatsword again. The weapon split into 6 smaller swords of ice that spun around Shurfong. Advanced combat technique, Windwheel. Evil Qilin did not reject Twilight Dawn's help. He now knew that he couldn't defeat Shurfong on his own, and defeating this swordsman was of the utmost importance. If they lost here, the prestige Demon Palace had earned on Dragonheart Island would vanish. Following which, Evil Qilin raised his war axe and leaped into the air. He then smashed the axe down on Shurfong, transforming the weapon into a blazing meteor mid-swing. The meteor carried so much power that space around it began to fragment. Tier 3 Legacy skill, Falling Strike. With the commander and vice commander working together, Black Flame is dead for sure. Demon Palace members regained their confidence and excitement as they watched the blazing meteor and ice swords fly toward Surefoam. Twilight Dawn might not have as much combat power as Dark Scorpion, but her coordination with Evil Qilin was far better. With attacks coming at him from all directions, Surefoam wouldn't come out unscathed. Not bad, Surefoam praised as he watched the 8-meter radius meteor and 6 ice swords. His gaze hardening, Surefoam slashed Killing Ray at the axe-turn meteor while he swung Abyssal Blade to counter the icy sword around him. Dragon Breath, 9 Dragon Slash. A brilliant beam of white light shot through the air, crashing into the descending meteor. When the two attacks collided, bright light illuminated the tunnel as if the sun had just appeared. After a brief moment, the white beam devoured the blazing meteor. A black figure shot back from the beam like a bullet, crashing into the tunnel's wall and cracking the stone. The figure was none other than Evil Qilin, and after that blow, his HP had dropped to a critical low, leaving the man hovering between life and death. Meanwhile, 21 Abyssal Blade Phantoms created a massive cluster of stars as Surefoam used Sword's orbit to stop Twilight Dawn's Windwheel. None of her icy swords could get within 10 yards of Surefoam. Furthermore, Surefoam controlled 3 of the Phantoms in an attack against Twilight Dawn. Despite her attempts to dodge and block the weapons, her HP plummeted throughout the fight. Seeing this, Demon Palace's members fell deathly silent. Not only had their commander and vice commander failed to suppress Surefoam, despite working together, but the swordsman also had turned the tables and suppressed them both. Just how strong is he? So this is the Sword King? Demon Palace's members shuddered as they watched Surefoam. Not even Dragonheart Island's top 3 monsters could overwhelm Evil Qilin and Twilight Dawn to this extent. This won't do. At this rate, those two are going to die. It seems we have no choice but to attack as a group. He may be a monster, but we have so many tier 3 players on our side. How many skills can he possibly have? That's right. If we let him kill our commander and vice commander, the reputation we've built on Dragonheart Island will be in tatters. Surefang's performance scared Demon Palace's members, but quite a few of them were peak tier 3 experts. If they worked together, whittling Surefoam down and killing him was entirely possible. Fights between tier 3 players largely relied on tier 3 skills and spells, and they had healers on their team, whereas Surefoam didn't. When she saw the rest of Demon Palace's team rush toward the fight, Cleansing Flame paled. Are they really going to fight to the end? As she watched Demon Palace's healers restore Evil Qilin and Twilight Dawn's HP, Cleansing Flame desperately wished she was a healer herself. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Despite the rest of Demon Palace's members dashing toward him, Surefoam retained his composure. He simply sent them an uninterested glance. Very good. A grin spread across Surefoam's face as he replaced Killing Ray with the Twilight Blade. It seems that you think I'll be a pushover if you can outnumber me. Surefoam then activated Twilight's Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. Surefoam suddenly split into 8 physical copies, and they all quietly watched Demon Palace's members. Let's begin the 3rd round then. Chapter 24:18. Soloing a team. Demon Palace's members froze, shocked when they saw Surefoam split into 8 clones of himself. I'm impossible. This can't be real. That's right. This must be a trick. These doppelgangers must be fake. The Demon Palace members felt stifled as they stared at Surefang's doppelgangers. One of them had already been more than enough to suppress Evil Qilin and Twilight Dawn. Seeing 8 copies of the swordsman was enough to push them to the brink of madness. Demon Palace's members couldn't believe their eyes. They only had 15 tier 3 players left standing, and 2 of them were tied up with Zero Wings members. That left them with only 13 tier 3 players. Against 8 monsters like Surefoam, they wouldn't even have a chance with 30 tier 3 players, much less 13. Don't let him mislead you. Twilight Dawn shouted at her team members. He may have split into 8, but his doppelganger's basic attributes can't be as high as his normal bodies. Besides, he's controlling all 8 doppelgangers by himself. Their combat standards will be limited, and we have healers on our side. We can outlast him. Twilight Dawn could sense that the doppelgangers were physical, and the development had dealt a massive mental blow. However, she could also sense that the doppelgangers' auras were weaker than Sure Feng's normal aura, which proved that their basic attributes weren't as high. At the end of the day, Sure Feng was still human. Controlling all 8 clones perfectly was impossible. Even as a domain realm expert, at most, he should be able to control 3 doppelgangers at the Void Realm standard. He'd be fortunate if he could get the remaining doppelgangers to the Refinement Realm. On average, Sure Feng's 8 clones could fight at the Flowing Water Realm standard in only the initial stages. Tier 3 experts had no reason to fear these significantly weaker versions of Sure Feng. Hearing Twilight Dawn's encouragement, the Demon Palace players snapped out of their dazes and mustered their courage once more. They had been so shocked to see Sure Feng's 8 clones that they had forgotten that players weren't like NPCs. No player could perfectly control so many doppelgangers. Is that so? Sure Feng chuckled when he heard Twilight Dawn's deduction, and all 8 of him charged at Demon Palace's members. They were experts among experts, and, as such, Demon Palace's members didn't panic, despite facing the doppelganger's sudden assault. They retaliated with everything they had, with the Tier 3 melee players rushing to meet the doppelgangers in battle, while the Tier 2 MTs formed a defensive line to protect their healers and long-range players. Meanwhile, Twilight Dawn went all out against the doppelganger before her. While manipulating the 6 ice swords to attack, she cast her Tier 3 legacy spell, Demonic Fall. Let's see how long you last. The 6 icy swords radiated a frightening amount of mana as the intensity of their auras doubled. These weapons then attacked as one, each one locked onto the doppelganger's vital points. This move was even stronger than Evil Qilin's Flame Serpent, and controlled by a half-step domain realm expert. They could even give Tier 3 domain realm experts a run for their money. Sure Feng was controlling his doppelgangers in the fight against Demon Palace's other Tier 3 experts. If she could force him to focus most of his attention on the doppelganger she fought, the other doppelganger's combat standards would suffer. This would make it easier for the other Demon Palace members to kill off Sure Feng's doppelgangers. However, Sure Feng remained unfazed as he faced Twilight Dawn's all-out attack. His doppelganger merely executed Sword's orbit and created a barrier of stars around itself. Boom! 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 Metallic clangs echoed throughout the tunnel as the ice swords bounced off the glittering stars. None of the weapons were able to reach the doppelganger, which continued to approach Twilight Dawn. How is this possible? Twilight Dawn was shocked as Sure Feng's doppelganger so effortlessly deflected her attacks. She could see the flaws in the doppelganger's offense and defense and knew it was only at the Flowing Water Realm standard. Yet Sure Feng relied on his doppelganger's powerful basic attributes to bridge the gap. However, Twilight Dawn didn't know that Sure Feng's basic attributes were even higher than a Grand Lord's of the same level. Moreover, Sure Feng had already reached level 107. Even if his doppelgangers only had 85% of his basic attributes, they were still as powerful as a level 105 Grand Lord. While Twilight Dawn tried to fight through her shock, Demon Palace's Tier 3 experts were at a complete disadvantage against Sure Feng's doppelgangers, and they continued to lose HP. Many of them couldn't even hold their ground, and the doppelgangers sent them flying with a single hit. If not for the rear-line healer's diligent healing, they would have long since fallen. Even Evil Qilin, who had just recovered to full HP, failed to secure an advantage against the doppelganger he fought. Of course, that doppelganger was also the strongest of Sure Feng's clones, with combat standards to rival veteran peak experts. For a time, Sure Feng's 8 clones thoroughly suppressed Demon Palace's 40-plus experts, repeatedly pushing them back and away from Wind Gulls and White Rainbow's fights. Is he even human? Twilight Dawn began to panic as Sure Feng suppressed her team all by himself. Their team was the main force of Demon Palace's 3rd trump card legion. Almost no one was strong enough to threaten them. And yet, Feng single-handedly pushed their team to the brink of annihilation. Surviving was enough of a problem right now, let alone saving their 2 assassins. This was an utter nightmare. Everyone, hold on for a little longer. Black Flame's doppelgangers can't last that long. Once the doppelgangers are gone, his time will be up. Evil Qilin shouted, seeing his teammates lose their confidence. Feng's performance had exceeded his expectations, but doppelganger skills typically had a short duration. Once Feng lost his doppelgangers, ending his life would be easy. I'm afraid that you don't have that luxury. Feng quipped, activating his Disintegration armor's disintegration field. Suddenly, Demon Palace's members felt an indescribably powerful pressure, and their basic attributes and physiques rapidly began to weaken. The Tier 2 players' attributes, in particular, fell by 30%. Now, even ordinary level 100 Tier 2 experts would be a match for them. Demon Palace's Tier 3 experts didn't fare much better. Both their basic attributes and physiques fell by 20%, causing their combat power to plummet. Because of the disintegration field, the gap between Feng's doppelgangers and Demon Palace's members widened even further. Now, even Evil Qilin slid back as he fought Feng's doppelganger. He was no longer a match for the clone head-on. The other Tier 3 experts from Demon Palace couldn't even put up a fight. Feng's doppelgangers sent them flying with every swing of their swords, forcing them to reveal weaknesses for the doppelgangers to exploit. The Tier 3 healers couldn't keep up with the doppelgangers' damage. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU after 5 seconds, one of the Tier 3 peak experts fell. Another followed a few seconds later. This battle was no longer a fight. It was a slaughter. In the 20 seconds after Feng had activated Disintegration Field, 5 of the 13 Tier 3 players from Demon Palace had died. The remaining Demon Palace members were terrified. At this rate, Feng would eliminate them all in less than a minute. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Evil Qilin shouted, gritting his teeth. He couldn't continue watching Feng massacre his team. Chapter 24:19. Evil Qilin terrified, we've won. Hearing Evil Qilin's order to retreat, Cleansing Flame's jaw hit the floor. When Demon Palace had first arrived on Dragonheart Island, it had caused a huge sensation, and many of the superpowers had quickly learned to fear it. Of all the feats Demon Palace had accomplished on the island, the most amazing was its achievement of elevating Warblood to the #1 adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. Meanwhile, Evil Qilin's team had beaten the various superpowers' main forces into submission, ensuring that no one dared to oppose his guild. Aside from a few super guilds' main forces, not a soul on Dragonheart Island could contend with Evil Qilin's team. When Cleansing Flame had learned that Demon Palace had sent Evil Qilin's team to hunt down her commander, she had nearly fallen to despair. Heaven's Blade had the power, more or less, to resist Warblood, but against Demon Palace, it would be utterly helpless. And yet, not only could Feng contend with the main force from one of Demon Palace's trump card legions, but he had also defeated that team. It was unbelievable. Although Dragonheart Island's top 3 experts could defeat Evil Qilin's team, they'd have to rely on guerrilla warfare in the fields to pick off the team members. Defeating the team head-on was practically impossible. Evil Qilin, Dark Scorpion, and Twilight Dawn were no ordinary experts. Evil Qilin, in particular, was one of the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island and fully capable of annihilating Heaven's Blade's main force by himself. Meanwhile, Demon Palace's members felt bitter about their commander's order to flee. Normally, they were the ones that terrified their opponents, but Feng had single-handedly forced them to run with their tails tucked between their legs. If they told this story to the people waiting outside the tunnel, those players would assume they were joking. This situation was simply impossible. They were all extremely strong, and 16 of their 50 members were Tier 3 experts. Moreover, 2 of them ranked among the top 20 of Dragonheart Island's experts. Twilight Dawn might not rank among the top 20, but she definitely ranked among the top 30. Not even super guilds could afford to dispatch such a powerful team without limiting its operations. Even if a super guild sent such a team against them, they wouldn't suffer such a devastating loss. However, this impossibility had happened, and their opponent wasn't a trump card legion from some super guild. They merely faced a pseudo-superpower, and to make matters worse, Zero Wings guild leader, Feng, had defeated them without help. If word of this spread, Demon Palace's reputation on Dragonheart Island would be ruined. But despite their bitterness, Demon Palace's members didn't hesitate to follow evil Qilin's orders. They immediately scattered and fled, ignoring Feng's doppelgangers. Their retreat was so decisive that even Feng was stunned by their abrupt response. He wouldn't have been surprised if ordinary players were fleeing from him, but such a retreat was humiliating for experts like those from Demon Palace. The stronger an expert was, the more prideful they'd be. Many experts would be more willing to die standing rather than live on their knees. Furthermore, they'd only die once. With the support of a powerful guild like Demon Palace, recovering that level would be a piece of cake. What Feng didn't know was that Demon Palace wasn't like other superpowers. The guild hailed from the demonic hell world, where competition was far more intense than anywhere on the main continent. Losing a level and a piece of equipment could result in losing their positions as upper echelons in the guild. Why? Because opportunities were so hard to come by. Only with high levels and great strength could one find fortuitous opportunities, especially when one was a frontline expert. Losing their chance to reach greater heights because of a single death was entirely possible. The various superpowers generally had a cold, realistic attitude regarding their expert members. If players could rank at the top in a superpower, they'd receive more resources than their weaker comrades. But if they fell from that rank, they'd lose some of those resources and benefits. Unless it was an order from the guild, Demon Palace's members wouldn't sacrifice themselves for their own pride. Demon Palace had no qualms about abandoning its peak experts without a second thought, with the exception of domain realm experts. Given enough time, talent, and resources, the guild could nurture more Void Realm experts. Reaching the domain realm, on the other hand, required more than just those three factors. Luck was also necessary. Otherwise, the various superpowers wouldn't shower domain realm experts with such respect, going so far as to offer them positions as Grand Elders without hesitation. Feng didn't bother to chase after Demon Palace's fleeing members after recovering from a shock. He simply stood there and watched them run. "Are we just letting them go, guild leader?" Shadow Sword asked after finishing White Rainbow off. As far as he was concerned, it was only natural to annihilate Demon Palace's team and teach them about Zero Wing's strength, since the team had dared to ambush them. "We've already obtained the key. We don't have the time to waste on them," Feng said nonchalantly. He then turned to unlock the steel gate. Feng's goal wasn't to annihilate Demon Palace's members. It was to save Heaven's Blade's commander as quickly as possible. He was satisfied enough with teaching Demon Palace a lesson and letting Shadow Sword and the others get some training in. There was no reason to engage Demon Palace in a meaningless battle. Besides, even with his doppelgangers, hunting down every one of Demon Palace's fleeing members would take a very long time. By the time he finished, War Blood or 13 Thrones would have reached Zwei. He'd only lose his chance to acquire one of the Tree of Life's main branches. He wouldn't let a small skirmish with Demon Palace ruin his plans. Feng's decision reminded Shadow Sword and his companions that they were here to save people, and they followed Feng into the inner corridor. After putting some distance between them and that monster of a swordsman, Demon Palace's members realized that Feng's party hadn't chased after them, and they breathed a sigh of relief. They all knew that if Feng intended to chase after them with his doppelgangers, very few of them would make it out of the tunnel alive. "Damn it, Black Flame is ignoring us." Twilight Dawn cursed and slammed her fist into the wall beside her when she realized that no one had run after them, her expression shifting through a series of complex emotions. While she was glad that they hadn't lost a level, they were the creme de la creme of Demon Palace's third trump card legion, and Feng obviously considered them negligible, too lazy to bother hunting them down. It was humiliating. "He's not coming after us?" Evil Qilin frowned deeply when he saw the steel gate at the end of the tunnel disappear. It seems we have severely underestimated Zero Wing. We need to leave and meet with the Vice Guild leader. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU if Shi Feng had continued after them. He would have, at most, acknowledged that Shi Feng was very strong, but since the swordsman ignored them, he couldn't help the terror he felt. Since the very beginning, Shi Feng hadn't considered them equals. He didn't even consider them a threat to Zero Wing. Thus, it didn't matter if they escaped or died. Neither outcome would affect Shi Feng's guild. As for the idea that Shi Feng had let them go out of respect, that was a joke. Shi Feng had killed Dark Scorpion and more than half of their team's Tier 3 experts. How could that be interpreted as respect? Twilight Dawn nodded reluctantly and started to organize the team to head back to the tunnel entrance. 10 minutes into their return trip, Evil Qilin's team encountered a small army of several hundred players. The team leader was none other than Yuluo, who had temporarily allied with 2 other superpowers. Chapter 2420, Powerful Backer? There's a team ahead of us. Team leader Yuluo, a level 102, Tier 2 ranger reported when he noticed blurry figures in the dimly lit passage about 400 yards ahead. As one ventured closer to the inner corridor, they'd have less visibility. At their current location, not even Tier 3 players could see more than 300 yards ahead of them. Only a few classes, such as the Ranger class, would be able to see a little farther. A returning team, by the time Yuluo heard the Rangers' report, she, too, spotted a slowly approaching team of players. She immediately shouted a warning in the team chat. Everyone, be careful. Maintain some distance. We want to avoid any misunderstandings. We're not here to fight. There is only one path leading into the Molten Ruin's inner corridor, and no one, aside from Shi Feng's group and Demon Palace's team, had entered the tunnel ahead of them. They had already made it past the most difficult parts of the tunnel and were almost guaranteed to reach the inner corridor. Any other team that had gotten this far should be able to get into the corridor as well. Hence, any returning team they encountered had to have already visited the inner corridor. Any team that could reach the inner corridor was extraordinary. They must have also obtained some treasure and were likely wary of other players. If they had a misunderstanding with this team, unnecessary conflict could easily break out. When the other 2 superpowers team members heard Yuluo's warning, they nodded and moved toward the left side of the passage. They were careful to show no signs of hostility or intentions to plunder the stranger's loot. Nobody wanted an unnecessary fight this far in the tunnel. A large number of treasures and opportunities waited for them in the inner corridor, which was even more dangerous than the Molten Ruin's outer region. Conserving as much strength as possible would be best. However, as the 2 teams grew closer to each other, Yuluo and the others revealed shock and confusion, getting a better look at the team leaving the tunnel. They were quite familiar with the returning team's members. Demon Palace. Practically every power had been afraid when they had seen Demon Palace's team enter the tunnel. Even Yuluo had rushed to band together with other superpowers because of their presence. And now, Demon Palace's members were returning to the ruins' outer area. Moreover, they were all in a miserable state, and more than half of the team's Tier 3 players were missing. How is this possible? Why are they returning? Did something prevent them from completing their mission? The various superpowers members stared at Evil Qilin and his comrades in astonishment as their anxiety spiked. They knew how strong Evil Qilin's team was, with a total of 16 Tier 3 experts. Evil Qilin was even one of the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. Overall, the man's team was even stronger than theirs, which included players from 3 superpowers. However, Evil Qilin's team was retreating with severe losses. For a moment, the various superpowers members even wondered if they would make it to the inner corridor. The 2 superpowers team leaders glanced at Yuluo, questions and doubt flashing in their eyes. She had assured them that once they reached this point, they would have cleared the passage. They shouldn't encounter any challenges from this point on and would be able to enter the inner corridor to search for treasure and opportunity. Has the latter half of the tunnel's difficulty changed? The situation confused Yuluo as well. Based on the information from her commander, the latter half of the passage should only have a few monsters and a guardian boss. Once they slew the guardian boss, They'd obtained the key to enter the inner corridor. The Guardian boss was merely a level 105 Grand Lord. Although casualties were unavoidable, killing it shouldn't be a problem for their team. Defeating the Guardian boss should be child's play for Demon Palace's team. What could have happened to them to leave them in such a pitiful state? While everyone was confused, evil Qilin had noticed Yuluo. Suddenly, a frightening aura washed over her team, and Demon Palace's remaining Tier 3 experts glared at Yuluo. An intense pressure bore down on everyone in the tunnel. Excellent. You Heaven's Blade members are quite impressive. Evil Qilin coldly hissed. I've truly underestimated you. I had never realized that you had such a backer. Demon Palace acknowledges this defeat, but don't you dare think that they can protect you for long. We'll see who gets the last laugh. With that comment, Evil Qilin brushed past Yuluo's team. The rest of Demon Palace's members followed, glaring at Yuluo and her companions from Heaven's Blade. Once Demon Palace's members were out of sight, the two Superpowers members turned to Yuluo, curious. Evil Qilin hadn't said much, but what he had said was shocking. None of them had thought that Heaven's Blade had support from an entity that could defeat Demon Palace's members so grievously that they had to retreat. If news of this spread, it would cause a sensation across Dragonheart Island. Not even the various superpowers dared to offend Demon Palace. Yet Heaven's Blade's backer was capable of contending with the guild's experts. This proved that Heaven's Blade had the support of a horrifying entity. How could you hide this from us? Team leader Yuluo, I hadn't thought that Heaven's Blade had hidden so much strength. It's no wonder how Commander Zvi was able to reach the inner corridor while the rest of us could only stare at the tunnel's entrance. Your people must be amazing to make Demon Palace's members suffer like that. Would you introduce us to this backer of yours? Even a little information will be satisfactory. We might have an opportunity to cooperate again in the future. The team leaders from the two superpowers amicably approached Yuluo, asking questions. They spoke as if they were addressing a family member. They were both eager to know more about the power that was powerful enough to contend with Demon Palace. They also wanted to avoid accidentally offending this power. If this power had beaten Demon Palace's team so badly, they'd meet an even more miserable end if they offended it. I'm not sure what he's talking about, Yuluo replied, confused. She had never heard of Heaven's Blade working with a power that was a match for Demon Palace on Dragonheart Island. Both team leaders glanced at Yuluo, skeptical. An act. This was clearly an act. Evil Qilin, one of Demon Palace's elders, had clearly stated that his team had encountered Heaven's Blade's backer, and as one of the adventurer team's Tier 3 experts and chief healer, there was no way Yuluo didn't know who it was. It's true. I don't know what he was talking about. Yuluo insisted when she saw the two team leaders' dubious looks. If Heaven's Blade had the support of such a powerful entity, why would she go to so much trouble to save her commander? The team leader said nothing more to Yuluo's denial, but they ordered one of their subordinates to log out of the game and notify their superiors. The message was simple. Demon Palace has encountered a mysterious power in the Molten Ruin that had defeated them and forced them to flee. Meanwhile, this mysterious power supported Heaven's Blade. They also suggested that their superiors launch a thorough investigation on this mysterious power as soon as possible. While the subordinates related the message, Heaven's Blade's members racked their minds to figure out when their adventurer team had allied with such an amazing power. As for the possibility of evil Qilin lying to them, read latest chapters at Wuxia World. That was impossible. Evil Qilin had no reason to lie. Unless Evil Qilin was suicidal, he wouldn't broadcast his defeat and tarnish Demon Palace's reputation and prestige. Could be 13 Thrones doing? After pondering the matter, the only super guild Yuluo could think of that had any relationship with Heaven's Blade was 13 Thrones. That would explain Demon Palace's injuries, but considering the situation further, something felt amiss to her. I should notify the commander. She should know something about this. Yuluo sent one of her assassins to log out of the game and notify their commander. Demon Palace's retreat, after all, was wonderful news for their adventurer team. Chapter 24-21 Monster Level Genius Molten Ruin inner corridor. After venturing further into the inner corridor, Zwei and her team reached an altar hall the size of a football field. Because of the various traps and monsters they had encountered, less than 30 players remained on the team. Of the 8 Tier 3 players the team had started with, only 6 remained. Their losses had been considerable. "Commander, those monsters seem afraid to enter the hall," a Tier 3 Berserker mentioned when he realized that the mechanical golems pacing in the corridor refused to follow them. Breathing a sigh of relief, he continued, "That was close. I almost thought we wouldn't make it." To escape Warblood's pursuit, they had run through the inner corridor. They desperately fought the entire time, unable to relax their guard. Doing so had exhausted their stamina and concentration. If they had to continue at that pace for another half an hour, Warblood wouldn't have needed to attack. They would have died as soon as the mechanical golems caught up. Now that they had made it to a room where the mechanical golems wouldn't follow, they could finally catch a breather. This might be one of the inner corridor's safe zones. "Take this chance to rest up, everyone," Zwei, the female guardian knight wearing a silver knight's helmet and a black-white suit of armor, said as she glanced around the hall. "Assassins and rangers, check this room for traps." As always, Zwei's voice sounded gentle and sacred. It was impossible to detect her fatigue. It earned even more respect from her team members. Zwei was the team's lead MT, and as such, she had been fighting for hours. She had even borne the burden of tanking 2 Grand Lords. She should have expended more stamina and concentration than any of her teammates, yet she seemed perfectly fine. The team's assassins and rangers did as they were told and began to inspect the hall for traps. Meanwhile, the rest of the team sat and pulled potions from their bags, using the opportunity to restore some of their lost stamina and concentration. "What should we do now, Commander? Warblood's members are likely getting close, but if we move deeper into the ruin, we'll likely encounter a challenge we can't overcome," a Tier 3 female elementalist worriedly asked as she examined her system map. Although they had found a safe zone, it wouldn't protect them from Warblood's team. It was only a matter of time before Warblood caught up to them. Furthermore, they should be very close to the central corridor according to the system map. The monsters in that area were all level 110 or higher and were too strong for players of their levels to defeat. If they died, not only would they lose all of the Tree of Life's branches they had acquired, but they'd also lose levels and equipment. If we are doomed, we might as well charge into the central corridor and meet our deaths. "I refuse to let Warblood take advantage of us," Prison Tiger, the Tier 3 Berserker, declared. He had already thought the matter through. It did not matter whether their team ran into Warblood's members or rushed headlong into the ruin's heart. Both meant their annihilation. If they're going to die, either way, they might as well ensure that Warblood wastes their time and energy. The rest of the team members nodded their agreement. They had thought that the Tree of Life's branches would help their adventurer team's development skyrocket, but Warblood had pushed them to the brink of annihilation. They absolutely couldn't allow Warblood to benefit from their destruction. "I'm afraid that isn't for you to decide." Shortly after the Tier 3 Berserker's proclamation, a deep, powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. "Who is it?" Prison Tiger snarled in surprise. Everyone spun toward the speaker, only to find no one there. It confused them. 2 seconds later, however, space blurred and several translucent figures appeared. The figures solidified after another 3 seconds, revealing more than 30 players at the end of the hall, and every one of them radiated the aura of Tier 3 players. Blood Oath. Prison Tiger's expression turned grim when he saw who the man leading the group of new arrivals. He hadn't expected Warblood's team to catch up to them so quickly. "That's right. You guys really know how to run. We had to use a Tier 3 group invisibility scroll just to catch up," Blood Oath said, smiling. He then glanced at Zwei and continued, "Commander Zwei, it's time for you to hand over the Tree of Life's branches. Or do you still insist we take them from you?" Blood Oath had wanted to avoid using the precious Tier 3 group invisibility scroll, but when he had heard that 13 Thrones was on his tail, his hand had been forced. If 13 Thrones' main force caught up with Heaven's Blades, not even Warblood and Starlink would be able to touch the adventurer team. 13 Thrones was a veteran super guild with a foundation that easily trumped Starlinks and Warbloods. Blood Oath's team didn't wait for a response, and the 31 Tier 3 experts behind him moved to surround Heaven's Blades members. Heaven's Blades team began to despair. They could sense that the weakest of their opponents was a Void Realm expert. Furthermore, Starlink's 4 Shadow Demons had joined Warblood on this hunt. The 4 Shadow Demons were particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. Any virtual gaming expert knew of them. During their early days, these 4 players had given the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds massive headaches. Not only did those 4 players have Starlink's full support in God's domain, but they had also reached Tier 3. The 4 Shadow Demons could likely wipe out Heaven's Blade's entire team on their own. "Commander, you should get out of here. Tiger, and I will hold them back. They won't be able to get to you once you're in the central corridor," the Tier 3 Elementalist advised Vi. The Elementalist recognized that Heaven's Blade's team stood no chance against Warblood's experts. Rather than involve Vi in this meaningless battle, she'd be better off if she fled into the central corridor by herself while the rest of the team bought her time. Without needing to worry about her teammates, Vi would have an easier time reaching the central corridor as well. "I've already told you, that isn't up to you." Blood Oath spat. He then turned toward the 4 Shadow Demons and politely requested, "I'll have to trouble you 4. Leave it to us. After all, it's why the guild leader sent us." Sword Demon agreed, nodding. He and the 3 other Shadow Demons then approached Heaven's Blade's commander. "We've heard plenty about you, Commanders Vi. Although we'd like a proper battle with you. We're burdened with responsibility. I'm afraid you'll have to take offense." The 3 other Shadow Demons then moved to surround Vi. They were so fast that Heaven's Blade's other members didn't have time to react. "Come, I've waited for the chance to learn from you 4. Vi shouted back. Her helmet hid her expression, but based on her calm tone, everyone knew she wasn't afraid in the least. On the contrary, she burned with fighting spirit. With her bold declaration, an immense amount of mana burst from her body, so dense that a white mist began to manifest around her. She radiated a powerful, sacred aura, which felt as if a god had descended to the mortal plane. Amazing, as expected of the player to single-handedly lead Heaven's Blade in becoming one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams. "I admire you for reaching that realm at such a young age." Sword Demon praised Vi, shocked by her performance. Everyone believed that Zvi had only reached the initial stages of the domain realm and still had a long way ahead of her. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, Sword Demon could tell that wasn't the case. Zvi had progressed quite far into the domain realm. Even he had only managed the feat in his old age. As the 2 teams were about to engage, a loud commotion broke out outside the hall. Everyone spun to see what had happened. "Has 13 Thrones arrived?" Prison Tiger muttered hopefully. A moment later, a figure entered the altar hall, and when they saw who it was, Heaven's Blades members were shocked. Cleansing Flame. Chapter 24-22. Black Flame's arrival. Cleansing Flame's sudden appearance stunned and confused Heaven's Blades members. Why is Flame here? Prison Tiger wondered as he rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was so exhausted that he was hallucinating. Their commander and sent Cleansing Flame retreating from the inner corridor with a portion of the exploration team. Although she had later run into Zero Wing, which had helped her team, returning to the inner corridor and reaching this altar hall so quickly shouldn't have been possible. Moreover, Heaven's Blades members couldn't figure out how Cleansing Flame had made it past the army of mechanical golems that roamed the inner corridor. They had suffered considerably to get this far, yet Cleansing Flame didn't even seem to have lost much stamina or concentration, much less HP. She looked as if she had taken a leisurely stroll through her backyard. How did she get here? Blood Oath narrowed his eyes at Cleansing Flame. The corridor was littered with mechanical golems, and many of them were great lords. There were also several Grand Lord-ranked mechanical golems outside the hall. Not even his team would have made it to the altar hall safely without using a Tier 3 group invisibility scroll. And yet, despite being a Tier 2 player, Cleansing Flame had entered the hall without taking any obvious damage. It was also obvious that she hadn't used an invisibility scroll. It was astonishing. While everyone stared at her, Cleansing Flame ignored Warblood's team and addressed Vi. "Commander, reinforcements have arrived," Cleansing Flame excitedly announced, her voice resonating throughout the hall. "We're saved. Reinforcements. This is great. We can finally leave this godforsaken place." Heaven's Blades members released a held breath, joy, excitement, and relief washing over them. The constant fighting and hiding had tormented their mental states, and they'd been incredibly depressed when they thought about how Heaven's Blade might fall from their position as one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams once they were annihilated. How could they hold themselves back from celebrating now that reinforcements had arrived to save them? Even if, without the main branch, Heaven's Blade strength could reach a new level with the Tree of Life side branches. Reinforcements. In contrast, Blood Oath was clearly unhappy about Cleansing Flame's announcement. How did 13 Thrones members get here so quickly? He knew that 13 Thrones was trying to rescue Heaven's Blade since the Super Guild's representative had contacted him, asking him to give up on his hunt for Zvi. However, the idea of owning a Tree of Life was too tempting, and 13 Thrones forces had been nowhere near Zvi's team. If Warblood could annihilate Heaven's Blade's team and secure the Tree of Life's main branch, 13 Thrones would likely let the matter slide. Furthermore, Warblood and Starlink were partners in this situation, and starting a war with both organizations wouldn't benefit 13 Thrones, especially not over a Tree of Life main branch. If Warblood clashed with 13 Thrones' main force, however, it would be a different story. The Super Guild would consider it a declaration of war, and to protect its reputation, 13 Thrones wouldn't let Warblood or Starlink off the hook. "Are we going to continue this fight, Commander Blood?" Sword Demon asked in a whisper to Blood Oath. This Blood Oath hesitated, unsure of which route to take. With 13 Thrones members here, the tables had turned, but he didn't want to give up now that he had set his sight on the Tree of Life's branches. While Blood Oath hesitated, Cleansing Flame spoke again, and the atmosphere changed again with her next statement. "Commander, Guild Leader Black Flame and his 3 companions will be here soon. Then we can all get out of here safely," Cleansing Flame said, joyfully jogging up to Zvi. Prison Tiger and the rest of Heaven's Blades members fell silent at that, their expressions twisting in disappointment. What was going on? Zero Wing was their reinforcements? After giving the matter some thought, Heaven's Blades members realized what was happening. Cleansing Flame had informed them that she had secured Zero Wing's help and was going to lead the guild's members to the inner corridor. But why did Zero Wing only bring 4 people to rescue them? "Did you misspeak, Flame? Are you sure it's 4 people and not 40? Prison Tiger anxiously asked. There was a huge difference between 4 and 40 people. "No, I said what I meant for people," Cleansing Flame confirmed, shaking her head. The statement rendered Heaven's Blades members speechless. They all assumed there was something wrong with Cleansing Flame's mind. "Good. This is excellent. You actually dare to play us for fools." Blood Oath gave Cleansing Flame a painfully cold look. "Do you really think you can just leave because Zero Wing is here?" His team had seen his earlier hesitation, but he had only paused because he had thought 13 Thrones' team had arrived. But now he learned that Zero Wing's members had come, not 13 Thrones. To make matters worse, only 4 of Zero Wing's members were coming to rescue Heaven's Blade. If everyone thought he had shrunk back in fear of 4 Zero Wing members, he'd be humiliated. Blood Oath wasn't the only one enraged. Every Warblood and Starlink member in the hall was furious. A Tier 2 player like Cleansing Flame had played them all for fools. "You've doomed us, Flame," Prison Tiger said, smiling bitterly when he noticed Warblood and Starlink's members burn with rage and fighting spirit. Cleansing Flame might have fooled Blood Oath and his companions, but her actions had only added fuel to the fire. Even if Zero Wing's members could help them, they'd likely have an even more difficult time dealing with their enemies now. "Relax, Big Brother Tiger. We're safe now," Cleansing Flame confidently replied, smiling at Prison Tiger's gloomy expression. "Safe?" Prison Tiger was at a loss for words. Warblood and Starlink had arrived with a team of 32 players, and every one of them had already reached Tier 3. How could they possibly be safe against such a force? Kill them. Leave none alive. Blood Oath snarled, his expression darkening when he saw the smile on Cleansing Flame's face. Warblood and Starlink's experts moved in on Heaven's Blade's members, rage burning in their eyes. They wanted nothing more than to tear Heaven's Blade's team to shreds. Boom! Suddenly, before Warblood and Starlink's team could act, a deafening blast echoed throughout the hall. A gigantic figure, 8 meters tall, then flew into the hall. The figure was made of steel and wielded a greatsword. It was a Guardian Soldier, a Grand Lord-ranked mechanical golem. The Guardian Soldier crashed into one of the hall's stone pillars, shattering it. Upon close inspection, one would notice the deep slice in the golem's body, which nearly split the Grand Lord in two. A Guardian Soldier? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Who did this? Everyone in the hall was familiar with how powerful the Guardian Soldier was. Even Tier 3 MTs struggled to tank the level 107 Grand Lord's normal attacks, and yet a sword strike had sent it flying. Before everyone could react, another deafening boom reached them from the inner corridor. This time, several Great Lord-ranked mechanical golems were thrown into the hall. As clouds of dust filled the corridor, the players in the hall felt as if some monster lurked within. Moreover, this monster was approaching the altar hall. Everyone suddenly felt a cold chill crawl down their spines as they watched the hall's exit, overwhelmed with anxiety. As the dust settled, cloaked players walked toward the hall. Blood Oath and the others were quite familiar with the figure in the lead, instantly recognizing him. Sword King, Black Flame. Chapter 24-23. Black Flame's mighty appearance of Sure Feng's group of 4 instantly made both sides freeze. At this moment, let alone Warblood's and Starlink's members, even Heaven's Blade's members had their mouths hanging. After all, this scene was simply too shocking. Everyone present was well aware of how powerful the inner corridor's golem army was. Both teams had suffered severe losses due to these golems. Anyone who tried to force their way through the golem army would suffer losses several times higher than if they employed crafty methods like using a Tier 3 group invisibility scroll. However, Sure Feng's group of 4 had not only brute forced its way through the golem army, but also sent so many golems flying into the altar hall. This was simply unbelievable. Black Flame. An indescribably dark expression appeared on Blood Oath's face when he saw Sure Feng, the words he spoke sounding as if they had come from the pits of hell. At this point, Blood Oath's hatred for Sure Feng was immeasurable. After Sure Feng killed him in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, his prestige in Warblood had gone up in smoke. If not for his abilities and strength being sufficiently strong and the shares he held in Warblood, he most likely would have had difficulty remaining Warblood's commander. After all, unlike ordinary adventurer teams, Warblood had backing from major corporations. Hence, he wasn't the only decision-maker in the organization. Aside from Blood Oath, Starlink's 4 shadow demons were also glaring at Sure Feng, belligerence written across their faces. All thoughts of fighting Zwei had vanished. Now, only Sure Feng existed in their eyes. I never thought that we would actually meet this brat here, Sword Demon said, a hint of excitement appearing on his face. Ever since I got promoted to Tier 3, I've been itching to repay the humiliation he gave me. Wind, Mad, and Heart, you 3 get ready as well. This was not the first time Sword Demon had seen Sure Feng displaying absurdly high basic attributes. Hence, he was not particularly surprised that Sure Feng had made it all the way here with just a group of 4. On the contrary, his fighting spirit soared even higher. After all, ever since he got promoted to Tier 3, his strength had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. If Sure Feng had not improved as much as he had after getting promoted to Tier 3, then he would have been disappointed. You can count on us. Originally, I thought we wouldn't get an opportunity to exact revenge on him. Now that he's here, things could not be better. Wind Demon replied eagerly. After reaching Tier 3, the system restrictions on their bodies had been thoroughly lifted, which allowed them to control their bodies with much greater precision. In addition, the four of them had also learned a battle array. Shifeng was undoubtedly the best target for them to test their new strength. Sword Demon, don't take this opportunity from me. He must die in my hands. Blood Oath warned coldly when he saw the four shadow demons preparing to take action. He could regain his lost reputation and prestige only by killing Shifeng with his own two hands. Commander Blood, I'm afraid we cannot do that, Sword Demon said, frowning as he rejected Blood Oath's warning. His desire to kill Shifeng was not the slightest bit weaker than Blood Oath's. How could he possibly agree to leave Shifeng to Blood Oath? Meanwhile, upon seeing this scene, Heaven's Blade's members were stupefied. Crap, just how much aggro has Black Flame built up with them? Prison Tiger blurted out when he saw Blood Oath and Sword Demon wrangling over who would kill Shifeng. Originally, Warblood and Starlink had partnered to target Heaven's Blade. However, the moment Shifeng appeared, they fell out with each other and completely forgot about Heaven's Blade. However, before Blood Oath and Sword Demon could settle their dispute, the Guardian Soldier that had clambered out of the remains of the stone pillar charged at Shifeng without hesitation. At this moment, dark green runes appeared all over the Guardian Soldier's steel body, and the ambient mana flowed toward it rapidly. Its aura continuously intensified, and the cut on its body healed instantly. Oh no, the Guardian Soldier has gone berserk, Prison Tiger exclaimed, his complexion paling when he saw the Guardian Soldier's transformation. Although the Guardian Soldier was only a level 107 Grand Lord, when it went berserk, its strength rivaled that of mythic monsters of the same level. Even Zwei would not dare tank it in such a state. To current superpowers, level 100-plus mythic monsters were still incredibly dangerous existences, killing even Tier 3 MTs in just 2 or 3 hits. Without special means, even the various superpowers' main forces would have to avoid fighting level 100-plus mythic monsters. Hence, the Guardian Soldier was no trivial opponent now that it had gone berserk. When Heaven's Blade's team came across berserk Guardian Soldiers before, they could only resort to Tier 4 magic scrolls to restrict the Grand Lords in order to escape. Unfortunately, they had already used up all their Tier 4 magic scrolls, so they were helpless against this berserk Guardian Soldier. At this moment, aside from Heaven's Blade's members, Warblood's and Starlink's members also wore grim expressions on their faces. Although their team had previously defeated a berserk Guardian Soldier, they had paid a huge price. In the next moment, the berserk Guardian Soldier arrived before Shifeng and immediately swung its greatsword down at the swordsman. As a greatsword covered in emerald runes descended, it tore through space and left a pitch-black trail. It's over. Prison Tiger's heart sank when he saw the Guardian Soldier targeting Shifeng's group. From the fact that Shifeng's group of 4 had managed to arrive at this hall, Prison Tiger could tell that they possessed extraordinary strength. These 4 Zero Wing members might not be able to save Heaven's Blade's team, but they would be of some help in the fight against Warblood and Starlink. Heaven's Blade's team might manage to flee again. However, if the Guardian Soldier were to kill Shifeng's group of 4 now, then Heaven's Blade's team would definitely be doomed. Just as Prison Tiger and the others were about to shut their eyes and avoid watching the inevitable, Shifeng suddenly unsheathed Killing Ray and held the sacred sword horizontally overhead. He showed no intention of dodging the Guardian Soldier's full power slash at all. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion, a powerful storm surged into the surroundings, nearly sweeping the Tier 2 players within a 100-yard radius off their feet. How is this possible? Prison Tiger, who stood a short distance away, gaped in shock at Shifeng. The swordsman had actually blocked the Guardian Soldier's attack. Moreover, under the redirection of Shifeng's sword, the Grand Lord's great sword had landed beside the swordsman. Hence, Shifeng had barely taken any damage. Meanwhile, Warblood's and Starlink's members were similarly gawking at Shifeng in stupefaction. The Guardian Soldier's attack was undoubtedly at the Tier 4 standard. Even a Tier 3 Metrotons would suffer heavy injuries if they received this attack with a life-saving skill. Shifeng, however, had blocked it so easily. Before everyone could wrap their head around this shocking scene, Feng swung the Twilight Blade, which he held with his other hand, at the Guardian Soldier. Tier 3 Legacy Skill, Void Slash. Secret Technique, Lightning Flash. Before becoming a Master Magician, Feng could already execute his Tier 3 skills at 90% completion rate or higher. Afterward, his control over his mana body improved significantly. As a result, the completion rate of his Tier 3 skills reached whole new heights as well. System, Void Slash Skill Completion Rate 99%. Skill Proficiency +5. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Suddenly, 9 resplendent sword lights appeared and transformed into lightning arcs that pierced through the Guardian Soldier's body. The Grand Lord's body shot back like a bullet and crashed into another stone pillar, shattering it. The Guardian Soldier then collapsed to the ground in a heavily damaged state. As everyone stared at the prostrate Guardian Soldier, a deathly silence fell over the entire hall. Chapter 2424, Silenced. Is he really just a Tier 3 player? Prison Tiger was flabbergasted as he looked at the heavily injured Guardian Soldier. He had experienced the strength of a Berserk Guardian Soldier himself. Back then, it took all he had just to block one of the Grand Lord's attacks. Meanwhile, he had not only gotten sent flying by the attack, but also lost more than 2/3 of his HP. If not for his commander's timely use of a Tier 4 magic scroll to bind the Guardian Soldier's movements, he wouldn't be standing here right now. Feng, however, had actually forcefully stopped the Berserk Guardian Soldier's attack despite being a Tier 3 Sword King. Following that, he had heavily injured the Grand Lord with just one strike. His strength attribute was frighteningly high. At this moment, aside from Heaven's Blades members, even Warbloods and Starlink's members, who had planned to target Feng, were stunned by this scene, their mouths hanging wide open as they gawked at the prostrate Guardian Soldier. Damn it! How did he become so strong? Blood Oath's expression turned indescribably heavy as he gazed at Feng, his anger and fighting spirit fizzling out. Previously, their team had managed to kill a Berserk Guardian Soldier only after using 3 Tier 4 magic scrolls and sacrificing 7 Tier 3 players. Although they had resurrected the fallen players afterward, the resurrected players still lost half a level, which would affect these players' progress considerably. Now, however, Feng had actually heavily injured the Berserk Guardian Soldier so casually. If they fought the swordsman, their losses would most likely be even worse than if they went up against a Berserk Guardian Soldier. After all, players were different from monsters as opponents. The movements of monsters were controllable to a certain extent through the manipulation of aggro. Monsters were also lacking when it came to dodging and blocking attacks. They merely relied on their high HP to outlast players. In contrast, players might not have as much HP as monsters, but they could avoid and defend against attacks. In a fight between experts of equal combat standards, it would be very difficult to reach an outcome, unless there was a massive difference in basic attributes, as neither side would be able to land a vital hit easily. Both sides could only resort to a battle of attrition. Old Sword, it seems we have a problem. I'm afraid this brat's basic attributes are on par with those Peerless monsters. In fact, his might even be superior to theirs, Wind Demon said to Sword Demon as he watched the Guardian Soldier struggle to stand up. There were 3 Peerless experts on Dragonheart Island, and the various superpowers dreaded every one of them. Even Starlink did not dare offend these monstrous existences. Meanwhile, the strength Feng had just displayed was not the slightest bit inferior compared to those 3 Peerless monsters. If it came down to a fight, even if the 4 of them utilized their newly learned battle array, victory over Feng would still be a long road to hoe. Not to mention, there was still Heaven's Blades Vi. The strength she had displayed similarly exceeded their initial expectations. His strength attribute surpasses that of Grand Lords of the same level. Sword Demon was filled with an indescribable sense of consternation as he stared at Feng. Just how many resources and opportunities did he receive? With Starlink's backing, the resources Sword Demon had obtained were far beyond what guild leaders of first-rate guilds got. In addition, While challenging his Tier 3 promotion quest, he had come across a fortuitous opportunity and secured himself a Strength-type bloodline and peak legacy. Now, in terms of strength, he was already close to rivaling Grand Lords of the same level. With the boost from the battle array, his strength would surpass that of a Grand Lord. In terms of strength, he undoubtedly ranked at the top of God's domain. The only ones that could surpass him were Dragonheart Island's top 3 experts. However, those 3 peerless monsters all had a super guild supporting them. The resources and opportunities they received were far superior to his. Hence, his inferiority was only natural. Shurfeng, however, had only 0 wing behind him. Even though the guild was allied with superpowers like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul, producing a peerless expert should still be impossible for it. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, whether it was Warbloods or Starlink's Tier 3 experts, every one of them froze, their eyes brimming with fear as they looked at Shurfeng. Heaven's Blades members were stunned to see this. The fact that Shurfeng had heavily injured a Berserk Guardian soldier with 1 move was already plenty shocking. Now, he even deterred Warbloods and Starlink's members from taking action. These 32 Warblood and Starlink members were not only Tier 3 players, but also at the Void Realm standard at the very least. If news of this matter spread, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout Dragonheart Island. No wonder Black Flame brought only 3 people with him to rescue us. He actually possesses such frightening strength. With this, Warblood and Starlink will have to think twice. Early Butterfly, a Tier 3 female elementalist from Heaven's Blade, said joyfully when she saw this scene. The 3 peerless monsters of Dragonheart Island were terrifyingly strong. Even the various superpowers' main forces were afraid of provoking them. Now, Shurfeng had revealed that his strength rivaled those 3 peerless monsters. If he worked with Heaven's Blades members, then Warblood and Starlink's chances of victory would be considerably low. What do you think, Big Brother Tiger? I didn't say anything wrong, right? Cleansing Flame said proudly as she glanced at the stunned prison tiger. She knew very clearly what kind of strength Shurfeng possessed. Even Demon Palace's main force was no match for him. Warblood and Starlink naturally wouldn't stand a chance against him, either. At this moment, Cleansing Flame even started wondering how Prison Tiger would react if he found out that Shurfeng had repelled Demon Palace's main force members all by himself in a frontal confrontation. Meanwhile, after Shurfeng heavily injured the Guardian Soldier, Kola, Turtledove, and Shadow Sword joined the fight. Although the 3 of them were not as strong as Shurfeng, they still weren't existences that Warbloods and Starlink's experts could take on one-on-one. Only domain realm experts like Blood Oath and the 4 Shadow Demons would stand a chance against them. For a time, the members of Heaven's Blade, Warblood, and Starlink watched quietly as Shurfeng's group of 4 took out the Guardian Soldier, an indescribably complex atmosphere filling the hall. After looting the Guardian Soldier, Shurfeng turned to Blood Oath, a smile appearing on his face as he asked, "Commander Blood, you've been watching for quite some time now. Are you planning to leave on your own, or do you want me to send you off?" Although Blood Oath and the others had reached Tier 3, they still were not much of a threat to Shurfeng. After all, he possessed multiple fragmented legendary items. He would, at most, be wary of Warbloods and Starlink's hidden trump cards. After all, as Dragonheart Island's #1 adventurer team, Warblood should have come across plenty of fortuitous opportunities. The strength it concealed definitely could not be underestimated. At Shurfeng's words, Blood Oath's complexion turned ashen. For a moment, the Berserker wavered over his decision. If he chose to fight, he would have to go up against Shurfeng, someone whose strength rivaled Dragonheart Island's 3 peerless monsters. If he chose to retreat, he would be abandoning an excellent opportunity to obtain a Tree of Life. In addition, Warblood's reputation would most likely take a hit. After all, it would be impossible to keep such a huge incident under wraps. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Meanwhile, when Heaven's Blades members saw this scene, they could not help but look at Shurfeng in reverence. Ever since Warblood became Dragonheart Island's #1 adventurer team, it had remained in the limelight of Dragonheart Island. No superpower dared to offend it. Aside from Feng, there were most likely only a handful of individuals that could push Warblood to such an extent. Right then, however, another commotion occurred in the inner corridor. Immediately, everyone turned to look at the altar hall's entrance. In the next moment, a team consisting of 50-plus members walked out of the monster-infested inner corridor and into the hall. The powerful aura of the team exuded surprised everyone present. Meanwhile, every one of these players sported 13 Thrones Guild emblem. Leading these 13 Thrones members was an elderly man, Elder Wu, one of 13 Thrones Grand Elders. Chapter 24-25, At the Brink of War? With the appearance of Elder Wu's team, the silent atmosphere grew tense once more. Commander, this is bad. Elder Wu actually made a personal trip here, Prison Tiger said, his expression turning grim when he saw Elder Wu and the two neat rows of 13 Thrones experts standing behind the elderly man. Every one of the 13 Thrones members present was a Tier 3 player. They outnumbered Warbloods and Starlink's Tier 3 experts combined, a clear display of his super guild strength. Meanwhile, Elder Wu was someone every power operating on Dragonheart Island knew about. After all, this elderly man was one of 13 Thrones Grand Elders and major shareholders. He had watched 13 Thrones grow from nothing into a super guild. Even 13 Thrones' current guild leader had to listen to Elder Wu's words. He was someone with authority within the super guild 13 Thrones. In addition, Elder Wu had full control over 13 Thrones' development on Dragonheart Island. Even 13 Thrones guild leader could not casually interfere in the guild's development here. To save itself, Heaven's Blade had had no choice but to make a transaction with 13 Thrones. Of course, the precondition for this transaction was for 13 Thrones to reach Heaven's Blade in the inner corridor ahead of Zero Wing. Whichever guild managed to reach Heaven's Blade first would receive the Tree of Life's main branch. The main branch should have gone to Zero Wing, as Feng's group of 4 had reached Heaven's Blade's team first. However, with 13 Thrones Elder Wu having personally made the trip to rescue Heaven's Blade's team, the situation was now much more complicated. It doesn't matter who they sent. A deal is a deal, Zvi said calmly. She remained utterly unfazed by the appearance of Elder Wu and 13 Thrones experts. We can only let 13 Thrones waste a trip here this time. Upon hearing Zvi's words, Heaven's Blade's members could not help but gaze at her in awe and reverence. Her overwhelming strength and absolute justice were precisely the reason why they had chosen to join Heaven's Blade. However, despite their sentiments, Heaven's Blade's members still felt their heads aching because of the current situation. 13 Thrones was a super guild. Having dispatched such a grand force to save Heaven's Blade, 13 Thrones was unlikely to tolerate returning empty-handed. Not to mention, a prestigious individual like Elder Wu was even leading the super guild's team this time. If this matter was not handled properly, chances were high that 13 Thrones would decide to annihilate Heaven's Blade. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Blood Oath saw 13 Thrones' arrival, his pale complexion suddenly brightened into a smile. Nice timing. I want to see what Zero Wing is going to do in this situation, Blood Oath thought as he turned to look at Feng, his excitement apparent for all to see. Blood Oath knew about the agreement between Heaven's Blade and 13 Thrones. If 13 Thrones had reached Heaven's Blade before Zero Wing, he would indeed have considered the situation hopeless. After all, Warblood and Starlink's joint team stood no chance against the 50-plus Tier 3 experts 13 Thrones had dispatched. Moreover, Elder Wu's left and right hands were also on this team. They were none other than the masked man and woman standing behind Elder Wu. Although this pair did not have any fame or achievements on Dragonheart Island, Blood Oath had had them secretly investigated and learned that both of them were more than capable of ranking among the top 10 experts of Dragonheart Island. After all, both of them had secretly fought Demon Palace's evil Qilin in a one-on-one fight before, with the result being a draw. The presence of these two great experts, in addition to the 50 other Tier 3 experts, meant this team from 13 Thrones could move through Dragonheart Island completely unhindered. Even the three peerless monsters of Dragonheart Island would not be willing to clash with such a team unless absolutely necessary. However, under the current circumstances, not only would 13 Thrones not become Warblood's enemy, but it would also serve as Warblood's greatest helper. Unless Surefone was willing to give up on the Tree of Life's main branch, what awaited him would be 13 Thrones sanctions. At that time, Blood Oath would not mind lending a hand to 13 Thrones. During the time Heaven's Blade and Warblood were pondering over this matter, Elder Wu got a clear look at the situation inside the altar hall. Zero Wing arrived first. Elder Wu's complexion turned slightly ugly when he saw Surefone. The peak experts present were able to detect Elder Wu's change in complexion instantly. After all, the physique of Tier 3 players was incredibly powerful, allowing peak experts and above to perceive even the smallest changes in a person's expressions. Immediately, the atmosphere in the hall chilled. So, they're planning to fight? Prison Tiger's head ached when he sensed the change in the atmosphere. He then glanced at Cleansing Flame, who stood beside him, and said quietly, "Flame, can you try persuading Black Flame? A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. We stand no chance against 13 Thrones and Warblood's teams." Prison Tiger knew very clearly that with Zvai's personality, it was utterly impossible to dissuade her from a decision she had made. Hence, their only hope now was to change Surefang's mind. If Surefang was willing to give up on the Tree of Life's main branch, then they could avoid fighting a futile battle. However, if Surefang was adamant in keeping the main branch, then a battle against 13 Thrones and Warblood would be inevitable. "You want me to persuade him?" Cleansing Flame revealed a bitter smile upon hearing Prison Tiger's words. "Big Brother Tiger, I'm afraid that will be very difficult." Through her journey with Surefang, she had gotten a clear idea of the man's personality. Similar to Zvai, Surefang would persist with his decisions regardless of the cost. Moreover, the decision to give up on the Tree of Life's main branch was for Zero Wing to make. An outsider like herself had no place in the decision-making process. As Heaven's Blades members racked their brains over this matter, Blood Oath and his team took the initiative to approach Elder Wu. "Greetings, Elder Wu. I am Blood Oath, Warblood's commander," Blood Oath said, smiling. "I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time now. Since you have made a personal trip here today, Warblood and Starlink will withdraw from the struggle for the Tree of Life. So, you're Warblood's commander. Younger people really are growing increasingly stronger with each generation." Elder Wu nodded his head approvingly at Blood Oath's respectful attitude. "If Elder Wu requires Warblood's help, please feel free to say so. We will definitely assist you to the best of our abilities," Blood Oath offered, smiling. He then glanced at the distant Surefang and continued, "If there's anybody that dares disrespect you, Warblood will definitely teach them a lesson." Blood Oath's attitude immediately made the Heaven's Blade members present nervous. They had never thought that Blood Oath would give up on the Tree of Life so decisively and even choose to side with 13 Thrones. This situation wasn't beneficial to Heaven's Blade or Zero Wing at all. "Allow this old man to thank you, then," Elder Wu said, chuckling. He then stopped paying attention to Blood Oath and started walking toward Surefang's group of 4, together with his subordinates. As Elder Wu's group approached Surefang, the anxiety Heaven's Blades members felt ramped up. At the same time, the atmosphere also grew increasingly tenser. It felt as if a war would break out at any moment. Hopefully, Guild Leader Black Flame won't be too persistent, Cleansing Flame prayed inwardly. Although the Tree of Life was important, there were still plenty of opportunities inside the Molten Ruin. If Zero Wing started a fight with 13 Thrones now, it would not gain any benefits. After all, 13 Thrones possessed far greater strength on Dragonheart Island than Warblood and Starling combined. Meanwhile, Blood Oath, who was watching this scene play out from a short distance away, wore a sneer on his face. Now, so long as Surefang made one wrong decision, Zero Wing would face the full wrath of Warblood, Starlink, and 13 Thrones. Even if Surefang chose to compromise today, Zero Wing would still lose the Tree of Life. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Regardless of Shi Feng's decision, Zero Wing would not be gaining any benefits. During the time, everyone was anticipating a fight breaking out. Elder Wu arrived before Shi Feng and quietly observed the young swordsman for a short moment. Guild leader Black Flame, we meet again. I have to congratulate you this time. You actually reached this place so quickly from the Molten Ruin's outer corridor. This old man really cannot help but admire you. If you have some spare time in the future, you should pay a visit to 13 Thrones residence. You remember Happy Art, right? That little girl has been pestering me to form a partnership with Zero Wing, Elder Wu said with a friendly smile, his behavior making it seem as if he had just met an old friend. Meanwhile, upon hearing Elder Wu's words, whether it was Warbloods or Heaven's Blades members, they could not help but gape at this scene, unable to wrap their heads around this situation. Chapter 24-26. He is a peerless monster. What's going on? Why is Elder Wu treating Black Flame so politely? Everyone in the hall stared at the old man in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. Elder Wu was a great authority in 13 Thrones, which even the guild leader had to bow to. Moreover, he was one of the most influential figures on Dragonheart Island. What possible reason would he have to act so friendly with a pseudo-superpowers guild leader? What is going on? Is 13 Thrones giving up on the Tree of Life? Shock and confusion overcame Blood Oath as he watched Elder Wu. The Tree of Life was a treasure that could tempt any superpower. It was capable of producing water of life, after all, which was necessary for resurrecting NPCs. A Tree of Life nurtured from a main branch could also bear fruits of life, which could increase personal guard's growth potential. A source of such valuable items would be a significant boon to any superpower. Blood Oath had been clear about his offer to help 13 Thrones eliminate Zero Wing's few players for free, yet Elder Wu had decided to give up on this golden opportunity. It was utterly baffling. Warblood and Starling's team wasn't the only one confused. Heaven's Blades members were just as astonished by the situation. What kind of person is he? Prison Tiger muttered as he gazed at Shi Feng. Elder Wu was famed for using force to get what he wanted on Dragonheart Island. He never even showed the other Superpowers Guild leaders any respect. Furthermore, he had fought 2 superpowers over a treasure at sea. The incident had shocked everyone on the island. That treasure had only been an epic item, which wasn't even in the same league as a main branch from the Tree of Life. Prison Tiger had been certain that Elder Wu would move against Zero Wing, and Heaven's Blade wouldn't be able to do anything about it. 13 Thrones had never promised not to steal the branch from Zero Wing if the guild's team won it. If Elder Wu ordered an attack, he wouldn't be breaking any promises. But not only hadn't Elder Wu attacked Shi Feng's 4-man party, rather, he had personally congratulated the swordsman. For a moment, Prison Tiger even wondered if Shi Feng weren't actually Zero Wing's guild leader, but the leader of some super guild. In truth, Elder Wu's amicable greeting had even surprised Shi Feng. He had never expected the old man to take such a friendly tone with him. After a moment of silence, Shi Feng smiled and replied, "Elder Wu, your praise is too generous. If I have time, I will certainly pay 13 Thrones a visit. I believe there are many ways a partnership between our guilds could benefit us in God's domain." Based on Elder Wu's attitude, Shi Feng realized that he wanted to form an alliance regarding the Tree of Life, which was wonderful news for Zero Wing. Not only was 13 Thrones a veteran super guild, but it also dominated a large section of the Eastern Continent. A partnership with 13 Thrones would greatly benefit Zero Wing's development. Moreover, nurturing a Tree of Life's main branch wasn't, by any means, easy. Doing so would require many precious resources. Even if Heaven's Blade kept its main branch, the adventurer team didn't have enough resources to grow it into a Tree of Life. In the end, it would only be a very expensive decoration. It's a deal, then. Little Art will be overjoyed to hear this, Elder Wu said, his smile becoming even more companionable with Shi Feng's agreement. Of course, Zero Wing has always been open to working with 13 Thrones, Shi Feng said, nodding. He wasn't joking about his interest in forming a mutually beneficial relationship with the Super Guild. 13 Thrones territory on the eastern continent was one of flatlands and mountainous regions. Because of that, the Super Guild had access to all sorts of well-known ores, including materials required to produce level 100+ weapons and equipment. This was the very reason that 13 Thrones had enjoyed such an advantage in acquiring level 100+ weapons and equipment during his previous life. If Zero Wing could negotiate for a stable supply of materials from 13 Thrones, it could surpass other superpowers when it came to equipment production, and the guild wouldn't have to worry about a lack of materials due to limited territory. Zero Wing still relied on the public market and the secret pavilion's connections as its main source of materials, but neither source was reliable. The materials available on both markets depended on how willing the various powers were to sell their materials. If the various powers refused to sell, securing the materials Zero Wing needed would be considerably challenging. Because the drop rate for weapons and equipment decreased drastically after level 100, the materials necessary for producing such items had reached astronomical prices, and supply had been extremely limited during Shi Feng's previous life. Most of the market's items had come from independent players, and there hadn't been enough to support a guild's development. This was also why first-rate guilds hadn't been able to outcompete superpowers after mainstream players had reached level 100. Meanwhile, everyone's jaws hung open as they watched Shi Feng and Elder Wu's pleasant conversation. As experts, they could all determine a player's emotional state. If Elder Wu had only been performing for the sake of propriety, he was now truly treating Shi Feng as a friend and speaking with the swordsman as an equal. Not even Blood Oath, Warblood's commander, qualified to receive such treatment. After conversing for a short while, Shi Feng and Elder Wu parted ways. Keeping with his agreement with Heaven's Blade, Shi Feng then guided the adventurer team's members out of the Molten Ruin. Black Flame, Blood Oath gnashed his teeth as he watched Shi Feng leave the hall alongside Heaven's Blade's team, his rage spilling forth and causing the players around him to shudder. Blood Oath had already suffered a massive blow to his reputation after Shi Feng had slain him in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, and now he had to stand aside and watch the man lead Heaven's Blade's members out of his grasp. It was unprecedentedly humiliating. Commander Blood, you need to calm down. 13 Thrones people are still here. Taking action now wouldn't be appropriate, Sword Demon quietly advised Warblood's leader. Shi Feng's most recent display had proven that he could nearly rival Dragonheart Island's 3 Peerless monsters, and the man had just solidified a relationship with 13 Thrones. If Warblood and Starlink attacked Zero Wing's small party now, they'd be digging their own graves. With Sword Demon's warning, Blood Oath calmed immediately. He then shifted his gaze toward 13 Thrones members, who stood a short distance away. He realized that all of 13 Thrones members were staring at his team, and based on their postures, they were clearly prepared for battle. It left no room for doubt that 13 Thrones' team would attack his if he tried to pull anything against Zero Wing. Blood Oath was stupefied. He could understand if 13 Thrones had simply intended to give up on the fight for the Tree of Life's main branch and maintained a neutral stance, but the Super Guild's players chose to side with Shi Feng. Blood Oath even wondered if they were putting on an act. Since when had Zero Wing and 13 Thrones been so friendly with each other? Once Shi Feng's group was out of sight from the altar hall, Blood Oath shifted his gaze toward Elder Wu. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, what is the meaning of this, Elder Wu? Blood Oath boldly demanded. Even if you hadn't come for the Tree of Life, was it necessary to do this to us? Blood Oath knew that even if they combined their strength, Warblood and Starlink were no match for 13 Thrones, but that didn't mean that they couldn't stand up to a super guild. Normally, he would have shown 13 Thrones the respect it deserved and let the matter slide. However, he couldn't care less if he were being disrespectful to Elder Wu right now. Besides, 13 Thrones wouldn't start a war with Warblood and Starlink over a simple question. I'm doing this for your own good, Elder Wu answered. Surprisingly, he wasn't insulted by Blood Oath's rudeness. He actually chuckled and shook his head. What do you mean? Blood Oath's anger grew. By protecting Zero Wing, Elder Wu had basically slapped him in the face, yet the old man was saying it had been for his own good. This was laughable. I know Demon Palace is supporting Warblood, so you think that you have nothing to fear on Dragonheart Island, Elder Wu said as he shot Blood Oath a sidelong glance. Sneering, he continued, however, I'm afraid that you aren't aware that not long ago, Black Flame defeated Demon Palace's main force members, who had been led by Evil Qilin himself. In fact, Black Flame very nearly killed Evil Qilin with one move. Now, Black Flame has been publicly acknowledged as a peerless monster. I'm sure the news will spread across Dragonheart Island soon. Now that you know, do you still wish to pick a fight with that swordsman? Chapter 24-27. Dragonheart shocked when they heard Elder Wu's explanation. Warblood and Starlink's members gasped, filled with shock and disbelief. Elder Qilin's team lost? Blood Oath muttered, stunned. It was hard to believe, but Elder Wu had no reason to lie to him. He was also aware that Evil Qilin had led some of Demon Palace's main force members into the Molten Ruin. However, not only was Evil Qilin one of Demon Palace's elders, but he also ranked among the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. Not even Sword Demon was as powerful. Moreover, Evil Qilin had his two vice commanders from Demon Palace's 3rd Trump Card Legion to support him in combat, and Blood Oath had experienced their strength personally. Both could even put up a good fight against Sword Demon. Although the rest of Evil Qilin's team was slightly weaker, they were all Tier 3 experts with the Demonic Hellword's special legacy. Aside from Dragonheart Island's 3 Peerless Monsters teams, no power on the island should be able to defeat Evil Qilin's team. And yet, Elder Wu had just informed them that Shifeng had done just that. Moreover, Shifeng had nearly instant killed Evil Qilin. How could Blood Oath believe something so outlandish? I know you don't believe me, but I have the battle video of that encounter. You can take a look for yourself, Elder Wu said, smiling at Blood Oath's frozen expression. He then sent the video to Warblood's commander. In truth, Elder Wu was a little annoyed that Warblood had ignored 13 Thrones' warning and continued its pursuit of Heaven's Blade's team. Hence, he hadn't minded letting Blood Oath and his team learn their true worth. For now, Shifeng's battle video wasn't available to the public, but Warblood should be capable enough to acquire it, which was why Elder Wu didn't mind revealing this secret. How is this possible? Blood Oath watched the video, utterly stupefied. The battle's outcome was even more unbelievable than he had imagined. Not only did the video show Shifeng nearly instant killing Evil Qilin, but it also displayed Demon Palace's retreat as the team fled like rats from a sinking ship. The battle between Shifeng and Demon Palace's experts had been completely one-sided. With the players you have here, your team isn't enough to take on Black Flame alone. Of course, if you think you could defeat Dragonheart Island's peerless monsters, you can challenge the man, Elder Wu said, still smiling as he saw Blood Oath's expression shift to one of horror. It's no wonder why he ignored us. So, he already this powerful. Even Sword Demon paled when he saw the video. Sword Demon knew that he was just slightly stronger than Dark Scorpion, and that was only because he had superior combat standards. Shifeng, however, had killed Dark Scorpion in one move. Sword Demon doubted that he would have fared any better if he had been in Dark Scorpion's place. Even if he activated his battle array, he would, at most, rival Evil Qilin's power. The outcome of a battle with Shifeng wouldn't be any different for him. Complex emotions swam within Blood Oath. He felt both terrified and fortunate. The fact that Shifeng had become a peerless monster after reaching Tier 3 petrified him, and he celebrated the fact that he hadn't rushed into a fight with the swordsman. Warblood would have suffered so severely that it might have been forced to use its trump cards, which Blood Oath wanted to avoid more than anything. I've already done you a kindness in warning you. I've heard that Warblood has a grudge against Zero Wing. If that's the case, you should be careful in the future, Elder Wu said, chuckling before he left the hall with his team. Warblood had disregarded 13 Thrones after gaining Demon Palace's support, but now that Zero Wing had a peerless monster like Shifeng, Warblood would have a tough road ahead. That despicable old fox. Blood Oath inwardly cursed as he watched Elder Wu's departing figure. Elder Wu hadn't told him this out of kindness, but as a warning to Warblood. Now that the adventurer team's backer had made such a powerful enemy, Warblood had lost its reason to act so arrogantly. "Commander, I'm afraid that our future is going to be challenging now that Black Flame is so strong," Inkfeather said. They had clashed with Zero Wing on Dragonheart Island frequently. If Surefong disregarded his reputation and moved against Warblood's experts personally, the adventurer team would suffer grave losses. Warblood would be utterly helpless before the swordsman. "It seems I'll have to have a chat with Demon Palace and Starlink," Blood Oath said. He, too, understood that the situation had grown beyond Warblood's capabilities. A peerless monster had astonishing strength and influence. Warblood's only hope of survival was to rely on the two superpowers. Meanwhile, news of Surefeng's victory over evil Qilin's team spread like wildfire. The strength he had displayed had particularly shocked Dragonheart Island's various superpowers. Only the island's 3 peerless monsters had the strength to defeat a team of that caliber single-handedly. This incident had also begun to change the various superpowers' attitudes regarding Zero Wing. The various superpowers had only felt that Zero Wing's peak combatants could rival those from ordinary superpowers, but when it came to overall strength, the guild couldn't compare. However, after this event, the various superpowers began to view Zero Wing as an equal. At the very least, they intended to treat Surefong, Zero Wing's guild leader, as respectfully as they did guild leaders of actual superpowers. And this was all because of Surefong had been recognized as a peerless monster now that he had reached Tier 3. It wasn't easy to reach Tier 3 in God's domain. Even peak experts had less than a 50% chance to succeed. Although more players would complete their Tier 3 promotion quests as they reached higher levels and obtained better equipment, they would still be a minority among God's domain's player base. Moreover, there would be a huge difference in players' strength depending on what difficulty they completed. All of the game's superpowers acknowledged this fact. Based on the fighting combat power Surefong had displayed, it was clear that Surefong had completed a very high difficulty setting with his Tier 3 promotion quest. His potential growth in strength couldn't be underestimated. While Dragonheart Island's denizens reeled over Surefeng's strength, he had safely escorted Heaven's Blade's members out of the Molten Ruin. During their journey, the various superpowers experts they had encountered had stared at Surefong as if they had seen a ghost, and they promptly made way for the team. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The spectacular scene had dumbfounded Heaven's Blade's members. It also reaffirmed that in God's domain, strength was everything. Commander Zvi was extremely powerful and ranked among Dragonheart Island's top MTs, but not even she could instill such fear and command such respect from the various superpowers. "Thank you for escorting us out personally, Guild Leader Black Flame. According to our previous agreement, this main branch from the Tree of Life is yours," Zvi said when she sensed the seal on her lift. She then took a dark gray crystalline tree branch out of her bag and said, "However, this branch has already withered. I'm afraid returning it to life will be very difficult." Regardless of how precious the Tree of Life's main branch was, it had withered. Unlike the side branches, she couldn't sense a trace of life energy from the main branch. Although Surefong had earned it, whether or not he could nurture it into a Tree of Life was uncertain. "It's dead." When he received the crystalline branch, Surefong inspected it with omniscient eyes. Chapter 24-28, Tree of Life's quality. Surefong didn't know how Zvi had verified that the main branch had withered, but his omniscient eyes wasn't an ordinary appraisal skill. His omniscient eyes would reveal more detailed information. He might still have a chance of nurturing the branch. The moment Surefong activated omniscient eyes, a 30-second loading bar appeared before him. Even a withered main branch from the Tree of Life is such an amazing item. Surefong stared at the crystalline branch in astonishment. For epic items, omniscient eyes only required 21 or 22 seconds, yet appraising this crystalline branch would require half a minute. Obviously, the Tree of Life main branch was even more valuable than an epic item. Furthermore, this was only a branch from the Tree of Life, not the actual tree. Moreover, Zvi insisted that the branch had already withered, which meant it shouldn't be nearly as valuable as a living branch. In God's domain, the Elven race considered the Tree of Life a holy relic. It wasn't a true divine artifact, but its abilities and value were close. Of course, not all Trees of Life were that valuable. Trees of Life were special items that contained life energy. They generally ranked between epic and legendary rank. The most powerful Tree of Life belonged to the Elven race and was rumored to be on the cusp of becoming a true divine artifact, El. Despite its lack of life energy, the withered branch in his hand was more powerful than an epic item, which proved that it had great potential. Please don't let it be garbage. Even if it doesn't have any life energy, please have less than a 95% withered rate. Shifeng silently prayed as he watched the loading bar fill. The Tree of Life was not a unique item. Many superpowers had obtained them in the past, but only a few had successfully nurtured a Tree of Life of their own. Naturally, a branch's withered rate. Based on the various powers research, a branch had no chance of surviving if it had a 95% or higher withered rate, regardless of whether it was a main or side branch. The lower the withered rate was, the greater the chances of survival the branch would have. Branches that were empty of life energy generally had an 80% or higher withered rate, which included the main branch in Shifeng's hands. Shifeng knew that the main branches the various powers had obtained during his previous life hadn't usually contained life energy. However, these branches were incredibly valuable, and as long as one could grow them, they'd be at least as valuable as several fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items were some of the rarest and most valuable treasures in God's domain. Not even first-rate guilds had had more than 15 of them, on average, in the past. First-rate guilds had held full control over entire kingdoms and over 1 million guild members. But despite the resources in their grasp, they had only secured a small number of fragmented legendary items. Time passed slowly for Shifeng as he grew increasingly nervous while he watched the seconds pass. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. While Shifeng stared intently at the crystalline branch, Zvi spoke up. Guild leader Blackflame, Heaven's Blade has only dodged a tragedy because of your timely arrival. If you're interested, we will trade you a side branch for one level 100+ epic item, Zvi suggested as she watched the focus man before her. Zero Wing had certainly helped Heaven's Blade a great deal. Had Shifeng's group arrived just a few minutes later, Heaven's Blade would have lost everything. She simply wasn't satisfied with repaying Shifeng by offering a withered main branch from the Tree of Life. There's no need to feel bad about this, Commander Zvi. A deal is a deal. In fact, Zero Wing has greatly benefited from this transaction. Nurturing a Tree of Life from a side branch isn't easy, and Heaven's Blade has suffered considerable losses in the Molten Ruin. If you sell another branch, your expedition will have been a complete waste of time, Shifeng said, shaking his head as he refused Zvi's well-intentioned offer. How about this? If you have any rare materials you wish to sell, Zero Wing would like to buy them at market price. A Tree of Life side branch was worth several level 100+ epic items. If he accepted Zvi's offer, Zero Wing would massively profit. However, the Tree of Life side branches weren't that important to Shifeng. Rather than profit from a one-time trade, he'd prefer to deepen the relationship between Heaven's Blade and Zero Wing. Heaven's Blade was the 5th-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, and although it couldn't compare to the various superpowers, its naval prowess shouldn't be underestimated. It also had several dozen powerful adventurer teams under its command. Overall, Heaven's Blade had just as much access to the ocean's resources as the Dragon, Phoenix Pavilion. As God's Domain's players progressed in the game, the various powers would turn their focus toward the sea. God's Domain was more ocean than land, after all. Even if Zero Wing eventually grew its naval strength, it would only be able to secure a small fraction of the available resources, which was why, despite having superior naval prowess, Starlink had chosen to ally with Warblood. If Zero Wing could secure an alliance with Heaven's Blade and gain a stable source of materials, this partnership would be worth far more than a side branch from the Tree of Life. All right, if you insist. From now on, We will sell all of the rare materials that we would have otherwise sold on the market to Zero Wing, Zvi agreed, somewhat taken aback. She had never thought that Sherfone would refuse her offer. The Tree of Life side branches were also highly sought after, even by the various superpowers. She then turned to Cleansing Flame and said, Flame, from now on, you'll be the vice commander in charge of materials. You'll also be responsible for handling transactions with Zero Wing. Cleansing Flame was stunned. She hadn't expected Zvi to promote her to vice commander so suddenly. However, she quickly recovered from her daze and nodded. Understood. Heaven's Blade's other members couldn't help but envy their companion. Heaven's Blade might not be a superpower, but it was a top adventurer team with tens of thousands of members and several dozen large-scale adventurer teams under its commander. Even Dragonheart Island's first-rate powers had to treat Heaven's Blade's current 4 vice commanders with respect. Why wouldn't they be jealous that Cleansing Flame had just become the adventurer team's 5th vice commander? Of course, despite their envy, nobody objected to the promotion. Cleansing Flame was a bona fide Void Realm expert. She merely been unlucky during her Tier 3 promotion quest, failing it. Her combat standards, however, definitely qualified her for the position. The only reason she hadn't been promoted previously was because she hadn't contributed enough to the adventurer team. After this expedition to the Molten Ruin, however, that was no longer the case. Their main force had only avoided utter destruction thanks to Cleansing Flame's success in acquiring Shurfang's help. That major achievement was more than enough for her to earn the position of vice commander. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Even Yuluo was a little jealous of Cleansing Flame. She had gotten lucky running into a peerless monster like Sherfone, becoming a vice commander before Yuluo. Yuluo had been surprised when her team encountered Zvi and Shurfang's group halfway through their journey into the inner corridor. She had never expected Sherfone to reach her commander successfully, and based on what Zvi's team members told her, it seemed that Sherfone had suppressed War Blood and Starlink's 32 Tier 3 experts with his presence alone. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll become a vice commander through my own strength. Yuluo inwardly swore as she glanced at Sherfone, while Heaven's Blade's members envied Cleansing Flame. The loading bar before Sherfone completed. The Crystalline Branch's attribute panel then appeared before him. What? This is a Tree of Life branch that has survived since the Great Destruction. Chapter 24-29, Divine Artifact, Rank Tree of Life. Sherfone stared at the attribute panel before him, stunned, and he even wondered if he were dreaming. Withered Tree of Life's main branch, special fragmented legendary rank. A withered main branch for the Tree of Life. This branch contains a trace of the world energy that has survived since the Great Destruction, which is why it continues to exist, even now. Withered rate. 94%. The branch's introduction was simple and brief. Players new to God's domain wouldn't see any value in the crystalline branch, but Sherfone, who knew plenty about this world, was a different story. The Elven race's Tree of Life was the oldest Tree of Life still alive in God's domain. It was also the highest quality Tree of Life, yet it had only grown after the Great Destruction. However, the main branch in Sherfang's hand was even older. It was unbelievable. Before the Great Destruction, God's domain had enjoyed the era of the gods, an age when even gods roamed the continent. One could only imagine how amazing the world had been. It was no exaggeration to say that even an ordinary item that had survived since the Great Destruction was an absolute treasure in the present day. Sherfone couldn't even begin to imagine what the rank the trees of life that had existed at that time had been. For all he knew, those trees of life might have been divine artifacts. Divine artifacts could determine the prosperity or death of an entire race. Such items had been like the ancient gods' children. Sherfone had only seen 2 divine artifacts attribute panels in the War Gods Temple due to a legendary ranked main storyline quest. The War Gods Temple was one of the strongest powers in God's domain. Not a single kingdom or empire could rival it. And yet, despite such power, the War Gods Temple only had 2 divine artifacts in its possession. Before today, Feng hadn't understood the true strength of divine artifacts. In fact, he had even wondered if players could actually get their hands on one. Even after a decade in God's domain, no one had ever heard of a player acquiring a divine artifact. The strongest items he had heard of players obtaining were legendary rank. A legendary item could allow a player to transcend tiers. If a player stumbled across a divine artifact, they'd gain unimaginable strength. Although the Tree of Life was neither a weapon nor a piece of equipment, it could produce valuable items, such as the Water of Life, Fruits of Life, and Nuclei of Life. The higher the Tree of Life's rank was, the more of these items it could produce, and the shorter its production cycles would be. At the fragmented legendary rank, a Tree of Life had a 1-month production cycle, which would only yield 3 of each item. A Tree of Life at legendary rank could produce 3 to 5 items every fortnight. Its withered rate is so high, at 94%. It's just 1% away from becoming useless. I'll have less than a 10% chance of restoring it to life. Feng could not help but frown at the branch's withered rate. He knew that a branch would be useless if it had a 95% or higher withered rate. But only one power had successfully nurtured a Tree of Life from a 94% withered branch. Moreover, that had only been a side branch. Of course, there was no difference between restoring a main branch or side branch. Both would need a steady supply of materials that contained high-purity mana and life energy to restore the branch's life force, allowing it to grow naturally. Not even the various superpowers were guaranteed to return life to a fragmented legendary ranked branch with a 94% withered rate. Restoring life to the branch would require legendary ranked materials with exceptional mana and life energy. Such legendary materials were painfully rare. One would have to rely on luck to obtain them. After giving the matter some thought, Feng found the situation reasonable. Compared to a divine artifact ranked Tree of Life, legendary materials were insignificant. It seems I'll have to prepare for my trip to the Western continent properly, Feng inwardly decided. As far as he knew, there were only 2 legendary materials that filled the criteria to restore the branch in his hand. The first was the World Core, an item that would only appear when a world was destroyed. Only 3 world cores had ever appeared during Feng's previous life, and at least a dozen superpowers had fought desperately over each one. The World Core was the best material for producing legendary items. Players had even considered them divine artifact-level items back then. The second material Feng knew of was the Star of Light. The Star of Light was a super rare material that could only be found inside massive stars that fell on the Western continent. Players had only found 6 stars of light in the past. Although they weren't as rare as world cores, they were even more valuable than fragmented legendary items. One could use a Star of Light as the core of a city's magic array. Not only would this substantially increase a city's defenses and mana density, but the city's magic array would also absorb starlight at night, automatically replenishing its mana reserves and reducing the city's magic crystal cost. Stars of Light were the ideal energy core for guild cities. After inspecting the crystalline branch, Feng parted ways with Heaven's Blades members and left the Molten Ruin with Kola and his comrades. He didn't want to waste even a second more. The Molten Ruin might have a lot of treasures and flying mount eggs, but they were nothing compared to the Tree of Life. Furthermore, Zero Wing already had the Crimson Dragon flying ship design. As long as the guild had enough materials, it could mass-produce flying ships for its members, which would be a much more reliable method of obtaining flying mounts. Most importantly, if he could restore life to the main branch he now owned, he would have a source of Fruits of Life. Not only would he be able to increase the growth potential of the guild's personal guards, but he could also increase their flying mount's potential. In God's domain, a flying mount's rank made the difference in how much it could help players. Feng would also have a source for Nuclei of Life, a super rare material that he could use to forge epic weapons and equipment. Just as Feng was about to return to White River City with his party, however, he received a call request. The caller was none other than Phoenix Rain, whom Feng hadn't been able to contact while the Molten Ruin was still sealed. Phoenix Pavilion Master, has something happened in the ruin? Feng asked. He had initially planned to meet up with Fire Dance and Phoenix Rain's team to prevent War Blood and Starlink's members from ambushing them. But since his victory over evil Qilin's team had come to light, he was confident that his enemies wouldn't cause more trouble. Hence, he had decided there was no point in convening HMD1, continue exploring the Molten Ruin. He had other concerns right now, and Fire Dance and Phoenix Rain's team should be strong enough to handle anything the Molten Ruin could throw at them. Nothing's wrong in the Molten Ruin. In fact, War Blood and Starlink's members have chosen to leave us alone, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. We've also gotten quite lucky. So far, we've found 2 horned eagle eggs. You've already found so many? Sure Feng was surprised to hear it. Although the Molten Ruin was a treasure trove, obtaining so many flying mounts in it shouldn't be possible. He figured the ruin would have, at most, 20 horned eagle eggs. Otherwise, flying mounts would have been widely available in his previous life, not the luxury items they had been. With so few eggs available, Fire Dance and Phoenix Rain's group will be fortunate to find a single one. And yet, after only spending a few hours in the Molten Ruin, they had already found 2 eggs. Even if luck played a role, their harvest was astounding. Moreover, Phoenix Rain and her team had only explored the outer corridor. They'd likely find even more abundant treasures in the inner corridor. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. We got lucky and stumbled across a hidden room, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. Jokingly, she continued, however, I didn't call you just to brag. I've just received a message from headquarters stating that Mythology's representatives have visited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main residence. The Great Pavilion Master has recalled both Pavilion Masters. I don't think Mythology is visiting with good intentions, so I'd like to invite Lord Peerless Monster to make the trip back with me. With you by my side, I'll have more leeway. Mythology? Sure Feng frowned at the mention of the name. He hadn't expected Feng Shirhan to act so soon and lock on to Phoenix Rain. All right, I'll head your way immediately. He wasn't sure if Mythology was trying to wound Zero Wing by pressuring the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but he didn't mind using this opportunity to show off Zero Wing's strength. After disconnecting the call, Sure Feng contacted Melancholic Smile. Melancholic, how is the production for the Crimson Dragon flying ships coming along? Chapter 2430, Mythology Dawn Ridge, Twilight City. The Dawn Ridge was located right next to the level 100 neutral map closest to the Apocalypse Empire, and it had long since become a hub for mainstream players. Many superpowers had established guild towns and cities in the area, but of all the towns and cities in the map, the most popular was Twilight City. Twilight City had a player population of 3 million and was in no way inferior to NPC cities. The Dawn Ridge was located between a mountainous region and the sea, and Twilight City had been established on a hill near the shore. Not only did players have easy access to the sea from the city, but they could also reach a level 100 neutral map quite quickly. The location was a convenience for players that occasionally operated on the ocean, which was why the city was so popular. Aside from the city's convenient location, Twilight City was so popular because it was home to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main headquarters. It was the most well-developed guild city the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion owned, and it was far safer than any other guild towns or cities in the Dawn Ridge. Meanwhile, several flashes of light illuminated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild hall as Phoenix Rain and her team returned to the residence. The moment the idling guild members noticed her group, they adopted a respectful attitude, particularly the young men and women who had recently joined the pavilion. When they saw Phoenix Rain's alluring, mysterious figure clad in bright red robes, they were mesmerized. The Pavilion Master is amazing. Not only is she so charismatic, but she also completed her high-difficulty Tier 3 quest in one attempt. She's even level 103 already. I wish I could join her personal security team. I get to play God's Domain with her every day. A level 100 female elementalist gushed, watching Phoenix Rain with starry eyes. Stop dreaming. You've just joined the guild, yet you want to become the Pavilion Master's personal bodyguard? Only the top-ranked newcomers have a chance to earn such a position. You should have seen those monstrous players. Even if our basic attributes were equalized, They could single-handedly take out several dozen of us. A male berserker, the elementalist team leader, rolled his eyes. Once upon a time, he too had dreamed of earning such a high position in the guild, but since he had begun to participate in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's training sessions and began to grow stronger, he fell into even greater despair. The difference between him and the guild's geniuses was more than just a matter of basic attributes. In ordinary guilds, a refinement realm expert would be considered a part of the guild's backbone, but in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was the minimum requirement to become a core member. Players would only become a pillar of strength once they reached the Void Realm. Usually, only the top 10 players of the several thousand internal members the Pavilion recruited each year would have a chance of reaching the Void Realm. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a veteran, super first-rate guild, and it required much of its internal members. Experts who were well-known among the public meant nothing in the Pavilion. While the guild's members quietly conversed, another commotion erupted in the guild hall. A dozen or so players descended the stairs from the second floor, led by a beautiful woman. Beside the woman stood Nine Dragons Emperor. The strange woman wore dark blue leather armor and carried a crimson short sword, which hung from her waist toward her back. The sword's sheath was decorated with ancient ruins that attracted the ambient mana. As if the mana in the first-floor hall had found its master, it fell under the strange woman's control as she appeared. A special bloodline legacy? Surprise flashed in Phoenix Rain's gaze when she noticed the stranger. As an elementalist, Phoenix Rain's perception of mana was keen, and she had gained a newfound understanding of mana after she had reached Tier 3. She could sense that, despite being a Tier 3 assassin, the woman had just as strong mana affinity as she did. It almost seemed like the beautiful assassin was mana's favored child. The players behind the woman caused a similar phenomenon. Only the ambient mana's reaction to them wasn't as strong. Rain, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Mythology's Vice Guild Leader, Cold Shadow. Nine Dragons Emperor introduced with an exceptionally pleased expression as Phoenix Rain emerged for the teleportation hall. He had been startled when he had heard that Mythology's upper echelons intended to visit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He had assumed that the Pavilion was in major trouble. Mythology was one of the virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds, all of which had maintained their positions for many years. No guild could threaten their standings. There were even rumors that the 5 great super guilds were no longer on the same level as other super guilds. Greetings, I'm the Phoenix Pavilion Master, Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain introduced herself. I've heard of you before, Phoenix Pavilion Master, Cold Shadow said, smiling. Your efforts at sea are a large part of the reason that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's naval prowess is what it is today. You also secretly supported Zero Wing in exchange for a large percentage of the Candlelight trading firm's shares. Now, Candlelight has influence in multiple kingdoms and empires and earns significant profits each day. Very few in God's domain can match your exceptional insight, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Your praise is too generous, Phoenix Rain calmly replied. May I know what business you have with the dragon? Phoenix Pavilion, Vice Guild Leader Shadow. Phoenix Rain was suspicious of Mythology's visit and clueless about the Super Guild's intentions. Mythology had focused its development on the Western continent, yet it had come to visit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which was limited to the Eastern continent, so suddenly. This was just as significant as an international corporation seeking out a small, domestic company, and Phoenix Rain didn't know what to make of it. However, based on the Great Pavilion Master's tone when he had requested her return to the main headquarters, it seemed that Mythology had come to find her. Something about the situation didn't feel right to Phoenix Rain, and seeing Nine Dragons Emperor's attitude, she was certain that Mythology wasn't here with good news. Oh, it's nothing major, really, Cold Shadow said, chuckling. Mythology simply wishes to extend its reach to the Eastern continent and wants to investigate the situation first. Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm is one of the potential partners we'd like to consider, but everyone knows that Zero Wing almost never sells its shares. Hence, we wish to purchase your shares of the trading firm. We're willing to offer you double the market price in addition to selling some of the Western continent's unique materials and merchandise to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. We believe the transaction will benefit all involved. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. I have already spoken with the Great Pavilion Master about this, but he insists that Candlelight's shares belong to you personally and that I'll have to speak with you about the situation. Of course, as long as you're willing to sell your shares of Candlelight, he'll be more than willing to ally with Mythology. Thus, I've come to negotiate with you, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Rain, this is the first time the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will get to cooperate with Mythology. Many of the guild's Grand Elders are looking forward to this. You mustn't let this opportunity go and disappoint the guild elders and Great Pavilion Master, Nine Dragons Emperor earnestly advised. Blue Phoenix gave Nine Dragons Emperor a cold glare from behind Phoenix Rain. She wanted nothing more than to strangle the bastard. Whether or not Phoenix Rain sold her Candlelight shares was her problem, but Zero Wing must have a reason for being so stingy. If Phoenix Rain sold her shares, the decision would affect her relationship with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor was trying to force Phoenix Rain's hand by using the excuse of guild interest. Regardless of what Phoenix Rain decided, it was clear that the Phoenix Pavilion wouldn't benefit. Chapter 2431, Commotion at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Nine Dragons Emperor didn't bother to keep his voice down, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in the first floor hall heard him. His statement immediately caused a commotion in the hall. What? That Mythology wants to work with our guild? Mythology is one of the 5 great super guilds. If we can form a partnership, our guild will gain more strength and influence than ever before. Even super guilds will have to respect us. That's not all. Many powers from the other worlds have begun to arrive in the Apocalypse Empire and are competing with us for resources. If news of our partnership with Mythology spreads, even those powers will fear us and won't dare to attack us in the field so casually. Mythology was merely a famous super guild to most ordinary players, but the Pavilion's members, particularly its internal members, knew that Mythology wasn't that simple. The virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds had been established at the birth of virtual reality games. Every one of them had more than a century of history, and they were responsible for hosting many international virtual competitions. Generally, players had to give an outstanding performance in these competitions to become an internal member in one of the 5 great super guilds. Ordinary experts had no hope of being recruited. Although the 5 great super guilds had relaxed their recruitment requirements considerably since God's Domain's launch, one still had to be a refinement realm expert at the very least. It was easy to imagine how powerful those super guilds' foundations were. The fact that Mythology was actively interested in forming a partnership with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was unbelievable. Every Pavilion member in the hall turned toward Phoenix Rain. Nine Dragons Emperor had clearly stated that whether or not their guild worked with Mythology depended entirely on Phoenix Rain's decision. Naturally, they all assumed they knew what her response would be. Big Sis Rain, Nine Dragons Emperor, is doing this on purpose. Blue Phoenix hissed, grinding her teeth when she saw everyone's anticipatory looks. Although the Great Pavilion Master and Grand Elders were responsible for choosing the next Great Pavilion Master in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was also incredibly important that the guild's members approved of the candidate. If the majority of the guild's members disliked the candidate, that individual would never become the next Great Pavilion Master. The Pavilion's members had no doubt that partnering with Mythology was far more important than Candlelight's shares. Only a fool would turn down this opportunity. The benefits the Pavilion could gain from an alliance with Mythology were immeasurable. Just holding the Super Guild's banner would deter every superpower in the Apocalypse Empire from provoking the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Mythology could also supply plenty of precious materials and merchandise from the Western continent. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had far more to gain from an alliance with Mythology than from the Candlelight trading firm. If Phoenix Rain decided against selling her shares of Candlelight, she would earn every guild member's resentment. Blue Phoenix was sure that Nine Dragons Emperor had deliberately publicized the matter because he knew Phoenix Rain's general disposition. She valued contracts and favors, and he knew that she wouldn't just give away her shares of the trading firm. Hence, he had intentionally led Cold Shadow to the first floor hall the moment Phoenix Rain returned to the residence. He might have pretended to lead their guest to the meeting room, but in truth, he wanted everyone to see the two women meet. If you think Mythology's offer is insufficient, Phoenix Pavilion Master, you may state your demands. As long as it is within my authority to do so, I will give them careful consideration, Cold Shadow added after Phoenix Rain hadn't said anything for a long moment. Smiling, she continued, I'm even willing to sell some of the combat runes that are unique to the Western continent. With Cold Shadow's last statement, a tall, robust man behind her stepped forward. Silver runes flashed on his equipment, drawing in the surrounding mana and increasing the intensity of his aura to a new level instantly. Even the Tier 2 peak experts in the hall took a step back, staring at the man with fear in their gazes. How had he become so strong all of a sudden? Even Blue Phoenix, now a Tier 3 player, was shocked by the transformation. Although she had sensed that the man was very dangerous, she had felt confident that she could hold her ground against him. But now, she felt powerless before him. However, she could tell that the difference between them wasn't one of basic attributes, but from their different mental capacities. So, this is the Western continent's rumored combat rune? The situation even surprised Nine Dragons Emperor. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had no power on the Western continent, it had investigated it. The Pavilion had even dispatched quite a few internal members to the Western continent, and although their efforts hadn't yielded many results, they had more than nothing. According to the Pavilion's reports, combat runes were a special type of took that was similar to enchantments found on the Eastern continent. However, the combat runes offered stronger control over mana. The combat runes couldn't offer bonus basic attributes, but they could increase players' affinity with mana. They could even improve a player's mental capacity. In Nine Dragons Emperor's initial opinion, the combat runes weren't all that impressive. Basic attributes and combat standards were far more important than mana control and mental capacity. However, he had realized how mistaken he was after reaching Tier 3. Both mana control and mental capacity were incredibly important for players' combat power, because they influenced a player's ability to manipulate their mana body. The more control of one's Tier 3 mana body one had, the greater their overall combat power would be. Now that he had seen the combat runes in action himself, he realized how horrific they were. If he could secure a large collection of weapons and equipment with combat runes for him and his subordinates, no one on Dragonheart Island or in the Black Dragon Empire would have the power to threaten his position. The combat rune we've researched is quite impressive, isn't it? It's only at Tier 2 advanced rank, which can't compare to the Tier 3 combat runes we've researched, but it can double Tier 2 players' combat power. It can also provide a significant boost to Tier 3 experts' combat power, Cold Shadow explained, grinning smugly when she saw everyone's reactions. This isn't even the best they've got? Nine Dragons Emperor could not help but gasp. This revelation was terrifying. Although the robust man beside Cold Shadow had reached the domain realm, Nine Dragons Emperor could sense that he was only as strong as Martial Dragon. But after he activated his combat rune, not even Martial Dragon would last long against him. And yet, Cold Shadow informed them that the robust man's combat rune was only a Tier 3 advanced rank. Nine Dragons Emperor didn't even want to fathom how powerful the robust man would become if he were armed with a Tier 3 combat rune. It was at this moment that Nine Dragons Emperor, more or less, realized how Mythology had survived as one of the 5 great super guilds, even in a game like God's Domain. On paper, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might only be one rank weaker than Mythology, but the true difference was like the difference between an ant and a dragon. Naturally, the robust man's display with his combat rune sent the Pavilion's members into another uproar. This is amazing. If I could equip that combat rune, too, I might be able to contend with Tier 2 peak experts. With that combat rune, I could complete a higher difficulty Tier 3 promotion quest. Many of the refinement and flowing water realms experts glowed as they gazed at the robust man. They all waited eagerly for Phoenix Rain to agree to Cold Shadow's offer. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, as her comrades' desire for Mythology's combat runes grew, Phoenix Rain's expression darkened. She had never dreamed that Mythology would be so desperate for candlelight shares that they'd sell guild treasures like the combat runes. If she rejected Mythology's offer now, she'd become the guild's #1 enemy. Just as she was about to speak, however, another commotion broke out outside of the guild hall. As the seconds passed, the players outside made even more noise. Curious, many of the members in the guild hall ran out of the building. "What's wrong with all of you? What's going on outside?" Blue Phoenix demanded an answer from one of her nearby guildmates. "There are flying ships. 3 flying ships have arrived above our residence." A Tier 2 ranger close to the entrance shouted back.